Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes. Mwah, mwah, mwah. So what are we going to be doing today? Well, we are going to be doing some theory crafts. I don't know if the build planners are up to date yet, but I can't wait anymore. I want to theory craft some doojanks. And yes, reasons. Yes. Yes. I want to theorycraft the doojank. All the doojank all the time. I want to theorycraft the doojank, and we theorycraft the doojank, and we going to do it. Okay. What's up, Martin? Alright, so what builds do we want to theorycraft? Well, there's a lot of stuff that we want to theorycraft. First off, we probably want to update the flay build, so we probably want to update the flay Barbarian. I still think the flay Barbarian is actually going to be a pretty powerful barb, so he probably needs to be updated. Just some tweaks here and there, maybe a little different item here and in this slot and that slot. They kind of like murdered my boy Tusk the Mighty, so we kind of don't have a choice there. Let me move the thing so you guys can see the Chinchilla, because he's cute. I also want to theorycraft my charged bolt sorceress. We also need to make a new bone spirit necromancer. On top of this, there's actually two different variations of the bone spirit necromancer, so we might actually have to theorycraft two of these. Number one is the blood artisan curious. And then number two is the like a different setup, which is like the spam cooldown reduction setup. I'm not really sure which one I actually want to set up, to be perfectly honest with you. They both look really nice and sexy. I could also do a chain lightning one. I'm not exactly sure how good the chain lightning sorceress is going to be this season. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I was not impressed with the chain lightning sorc from the PTR. They did buff up the item a little bit, but it wasn't impressive. I mean, I'm not talking about like theoretically it wasn't impressive. I mean, like I actually played it, and you know, like without having something like the completely broken helmet of Lucian. Like that was the only thing that actually made it any like halfway decent. It just wasn't really all that amazing. We'll have to see. I'll check it out. For the Druid, I'd really like to make, actually, you know what, since we're on the sorceress, a fireball sorc seems really powerful this season too. And also, I'm pretty sure that the firebolt sorceress is probably going to be pretty powerful this season as well. Probably, I'm not sure if it's going to be as similarly powerful, but there is the new shard of Erethiel weapon, which I'm not entirely sure. They fixed the bug, and then they nerfed a little bit of stuff, and then they buffed a little bit of stuff, and then like it's all over the place, and I'm not really sure where it's going to land. But both of those should be kind of fun. Druid wise, I really want to see if I can design an Earth Spike Druid. They finally removed that silly restriction on the cooldown on the Earth Spike line, so that could be really fun. We'll have to see how that goes. Also, the flesh render build. I want to like do the flesh render build. This is a very specific build, and it's extremely powerful from what I saw in last season. I just didn't get a chance to like ultimately refine it and make it, you know, like insane. Trying to think what else I want, because there's, you know, we got Barbarian. I'm definitely gonna revise the flay build. I'm not really sure what else I want to do for the Barbarian. I feel like, I mean, I may be overstepping by saying this, because in the past, like the nerfs to the Barbarian have never really stuck properly, and so like even after the Barbarian would get nerfed, it would still be super powerful. So I may be overstepping when I say this, but I don't think this is going to be a good season for the Barbarian. They just got hit too hard. They got hit too hard with a lot of stuff. I think the other classes are going to outperform the Barbarian this season. They were too heavy-handed with a lot of the nerfs that they did on the Barbarian. They also murdered one of the best helmets that the Barbarian has. The caps that they put in place on everything are very restrictive. The DOT, they also they also murdered hemorrhage, which was one of the big ways that you were getting lots of damage over time with that build. I mean, it's a lot of things, but basically just boil it down to the Barbarian's just not in a good place right now. You're probably going to be better off picking one of the other classes. The Flesh Render build is going to be interesting, though. We'll play around with that. Any other Necro builds I was thinking of? They kind of murdered the Shadow Necromancer. I hate to say it, but Shadow's kind of off the table this season. I played around with the Shadow in the PTR, and it was bad. It was very bad. I mean, they tried to kind of like make it better, like to make up for some of the nerfs that they did to one of the main passives, or rather aspects that particular character has access to, but it wasn't really quite enough. Somebody messaged me on Instagram. I'm trying to think, like, what other builds I want to mess around with, because we're going to probably be theorycrafting all these today, so I'm sure you guys can join me and we'll play around with this stuff. I know there's another one that I was thinking about, probably had to do with some of the new unique items. Yes. I want to redo my Rain of Arrows theorycraft for the rogue. That was actually a theorycraft which really wasn't quite working out because of the complete and utter lack of ultimate skill damage. But the irony of it is that, well, there's plenty of ultimate skill damage now. There's more ultimate skill damage than anyone could ever want at this point. And so a rogue build could be interesting. Not gonna lie, it seems like kind of a fun one. The Rain of Arrows spamming is definitely something that you can just like keep constantly up, and especially with the doubling and then like all the cooldown reduction that they added in. So it should work out nicely. What else did I want to test? I know there's other things that I wanted to test. Let's take a quick look at the unique items, the ones that did get changed, and I want to like. Why is my music not playing? Oh, well, it's playing. It's just really low, isn't it? Well, dang, that's like super duper low. Why is it so low? Well, now it's too loud. I'm trying to get it to the right volume here. Usually about like 9%. Usually about 9% is about right. Let me know if it's a little bit too loud, because I'll turn it down, of course. I just want to have some nice little background music for us. So we're going to head on over to Diablo 4.life. Diablo 4.life is where we're going to be doing our builds. This is run by a guy named Proner. He and I, or I and him, or however you say it properly. We've been working on some stuff. I have a hunch, because I've been talking to him about it. We may be working on a gambling calculator soon. So we brought you the aspect calculator. I'm sure you guys have seen the aspect calculator. It's super duper useful. Allows you to basically choose your aspects and know which ones you want to gamble, right? Well, now that they're going to be making it so that you can gamble unique items in Season 5, we got it written right here, right? See? Changes in Season 5. We're going to be able to gamble unique items, and there's going to be specific like patterns that you're going to want to follow for the best chances to get those unique items too. Now, when it comes to like the class-specific unique items, it's not really going to matter because like if you want a Hellhammer, you're going to have to, you know, gamble for like two-handed hammers on a Barbarian. That's just pretty much all there is to it. However, if you want like a Azure Wrath, for instance, which is an all-class sword, the all-class sword is probably going to have one or two classes that are going to be better than the others. Like I can probably tell you off the bat, you know, just using my massive brain meats, the Azure Wrath will probably be easiest to gamble on something like a Necromancer, because the Necromancer has the least number of competing uniques for a sword. And that's basically what it's going to come down to, is it's going to come down to how many uniques does a, you know, like a specific class have in that slot, and then, you know, like which classes have the least number of uniques in that slot for the most optimal chances of getting what you're looking for. Like, of course you can't gamble. I don't think you can gamble like uber uniques. That would be crazy. But, I mean, using another example, like say you wanted yourself a pair of Frostburns, you know, like every single class has at least like one or two pairs of unique gloves, but some classes have a hell of a lot more unique gloves than others. So it's kind of like a, you know, and in between there, you got to figure out which class has the least number of uniques in that slot. Alright, we need to find all of the unique item changes. That's what we're looking for. All the unique item changes. The unique. Where is the... We need the official patch notes. Hold on. We'll go to the official patch notes here, and we go all the way down. Dude, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous how huge these patch notes are. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I just want to take a look real quick and see if there's anything that I'm leaving out as far as like making builds around. And Azure Wrath just keeps getting better and better every single time I see the dang thing. Like I'm totally. I'm eventually. I'm thinking about maybe making an Azure Wrath build at this point. Like it's kind of nuts, the amount of additional damage that you can get out of these builds. So one way that you could potentially approach this is you could potentially approach this by non-physical damage bonuses. There's a lot of classes that have a lot of non-physical damage bonuses, and you could potentially get some pretty crazy non-physical damage bonuses for all of like the procs and stuff that you could potentially pull out of these weapons. I mean, yeah. Flicker Step. So you see how like Flicker Step now has 300% ultimate damage on it, which is just ridiculous, right? So the huge amounts of ultimate damage and whatnot that exist on these items now is kind of just like off the chain. Why does this have the wrong doodings? Yeah. There we go. Alright, so Yen's Blessing. Let's just keep on scrolling down the list. Pain Gorgers look pretty darn sick these days with those +3, those beautiful +4 basic skills. I mean, that's very juicy there. They threw a little cooldown reduction on there too, which is certainly not terrible. I do like cooldown reduction. I like big cooldown. Blah. Gonna play a Thorns Necro with fully masterworked Razor Plate, Thorns and Life on all gear, and the maximum number of Skellies. Should work out pretty good. Oh yeah, Ramalad and his Magnum Opus got some big buffs to it too. I'm actually pretty impressed with the Ramalad and his Magnum Opus buffs. They're very nice. I mean, a lot of the Barbarian items got a good pass. Like the Hellhammer looks really interesting with the ridiculous amount of burning damage. Poor Tusk Helm got ruined. Man, I ain't never seen a helm got trashed as much as Tusk Helm did. that helmet went from one of the best helmets in the game for Barbarian, like practically bar none. Like it was competing with Harlequin Crest Shaco, and it was competing with Andariel's Visage, and it was competing with like pretty much everything else that you could put in that slot. Like that's how freaking powerful it was before they changed it. And now I don't even think I'd let my dog wear that thing. It's so bad. Like, I don't know what they were thinking. Like they gutted it. Like they absolutely gutted it. They took away all the damage reduction. They took away basically all of the maximum fury, which was one of the main reasons why you put the dang thing on in the first place. I mean, they gave it a bunch more additive bonus damage, which wasn't really important in the first place. And then they kind of took away attack speed too. So they took it down from 10 to 8% attack speed. I mean, if their goal was to gut this item and to make it into garbage, then they succeeded. I was thinking about this Ring of the Ravenous. They really, really beefed up the Ring of Ravenous. Like, I'm not a big rend person, and I definitely like flay better than I like rend. But maybe there could be some sort of middle ground where I use rend and flay together. I don't know. It's really quite interesting what they did to this ring. So, like, we gotta, like, bring up a calculator for this because it's so silly. So what they did is they made it so that rend, so used to be a 4-second rend. So rend's duration is increased by 4 seconds, right? Now rend's duration is increased by 8 seconds. So it was doubled. So whatever the damage is, it's basically been doubled from the previous version. And then damaging enemies with your brawling skills applies 2 stacks of Ren's Bleed. So damaging an enemy with your brawling skills applies 2 stacks of Ren's Bleed, right? However, because they doubled the duration, that means that you're now applying double, basically, the amount of bleed. So, like, say, for instance, you were doing, like, 10,000 damage, over 4 seconds. Well, now you're going to be doing times 2, which is 20,000 over 8 seconds. But it's 2 stacks, so instead of it being 1 stack of 20,000, it's 2 stacks, which means you're doing 40,000 over that same time period instead of the original, like, 10,000, right? And then on top of that, if you look here, it says damaging enemies with your brawling skills applies 2 stacks of Ren's Bleed. This can only happen once every 4 seconds, right? So only once every 4 seconds, which is not really very much. However, if you look over here, it says once every 1 second, which multiplies this again by essentially 4. So we then multiply that by 4, and so our original value of that pitiful, like, 10,000 damage that we were doing on the bleed is now applying basically like 160,000 damage now. I don't know if this is going to be like a really good ring, don't get me wrong, but it seems like a really fun one, to be perfectly honest. Because basically what you got here is you don't really need to actually build rend for this, like if I'm understanding the way that this works, because you're not actually applying rend's effect to... You're not actually applying Ren's effect to the monster with Rend. You're applying Ren's effect to the monster with a brawling skill. Which means that you can do this with any brawling skill. And it actually should work out really freaking nice. So let's add that one into the list. In fact, we could maybe even say to use this one. So let's actually kind of like mess around with our little flay barbarian here. And let's do Ring of the Ravenous. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to see if we can incorporate Ring of the Ravenous into our flay barbarian build, because why not? I mean, it seems to me like it fits in really perfectly with the way that we had it before. We were using a lot of kicks. We were using a lot of, like, brawling skills in general to, like, maintain our berserking and, like, expend resource to gain bonuses for, like, the berserking effects and whatnot. So if we're going to be spamming brawling skills anyway, we might as well get the bleed from the Ring and Ravenous along with all the other stuff that we're doing, right? We might as well just have our cake and eat it too. So we're going to see if we can work that into the flay barbarian build. That sounds like fun. Druid, I'm not entirely like. I kind of feel like I should make a wax incubus build, but I don't really want to. I don't really want to. Vastly's Prayer got huge buffs, by the way. Like, oh my god, Vastly's Prayer is so much better than it was before. Hey, what's up, everybody? I see you, F.R. Martin. What's up, Kevin? What's up, John? What's up, Edward? What's what, JF? What's up, Gomez? What's up, freaking Exploring Boundaries and Miles? And Messier? Messier! I didn't even know Instagram had a messaging system. Alright, Storm's Companion. That's one I want to build around. Okay, so that's another one that we want to do in the Druid tree. In fact, you know what? Let's, like, get these separated here. So I'm gonna, like, actually separate these a little bit and get these kind of... It's the rogue...
Hello.
Who is that? I hear somebody.
I don't know. Who is that guy?
Oh, I can barely hear you. There you go. Let me turn my volume up. I'm here to theorycraft. Are you here to theorycraft, sir? Are you here to theorycraft?
Yes. Can you hear me now? Or?
Oh yeah, definitely. Way better.
Okay.
Alright. I'm seeing a lot of potential in the sorceress this season. Like, I was going over and looking at like a lot of the stuff that you could potentially... I don't really know about the chain lightning. I think I might not do a theorycraft on the chain lightning one.
So, high level, I think Sork is going to have the most builds, like, that are strong. Like, the most viable builds. Maybe not the strongest build, but the highest amount of builds. Like, the highest diversity.
Actually, you know what? We can probably incorporate storms. Well, no, we don't know. No, not Flesh Render. I'm trying to think how we can make a Storm's Companion build.
That'd be a cool build.
Well, the Storm's Companion basically gives you the ability to reset your companions, like, you know. Like, from what I understand of the way that this works, it's going to give you an 85% lucky hit chance bonus onto your pack leader, which I'm assuming is on top of the original percentage. Isn't the original percentage like 20?
I don't remember any of the originals. We can pull, I'm going to pull up the patch notes. If we want to do that build first, we can do that now.
But I mean, like, I'm just looking up pack leader. I don't think they changed pack leader for Diablo 4. I don't think that got changed. They didn't say anything about changing it. Yeah, it's a 20% chance. It's lucky hit. Critical strikes have up to a 20% chance to reset the cooldowns of your companion skills. And then it says it's adding up to 85%, which I don't know if it's adding it directly on top. I guess maybe 85% kind of gives that away, because if you add 85 and 20 together, you get 105. So that's over 100% lucky hit chance. I don't even know how that works. But it's also a damage on Tuesdays thing, so, you know, it requires you to crit for it to activate too, so I guess stacking crit with this would be important. But I mean, it essentially should keep those wolves, ravens, and obviously your poison creeper on like permanent cooldown, or off cooldown.
In my opinion, this is one of the only uniques that we looked at that actually got buffed as far as damage reduction. Like, yes, it's not regular damage reduction, but it's damage reduction from close, and it's 17.5% before greater affix or anything. That's one of the few items that has that now.
Which one's that?
The Storm Companion spans.
Well, I mean, honestly, it needed it.
77.5 lucky hit chance for pack leader spare. So that starts at 85, and that's before masterworking or greater affix. That's well over 100% chance.
Yeah, so you're basically every single time you crit, if the lucky hit chance procs, which of course, you know, it's not a direct representation, but like depending on what ability you're using.
Yeah, what ability? Let's say what ability would we be using?
I mean, it should still be so often though that you would probably never not be on cooldown.
I agree.
Never not be. That's right. I said never not. Never not be.
So it's 25% chance by default. It's going to be well over 50, easily well over 50, but let's just say 50. So half the time, so at 1 out of every 2 hits if you had 100%. Now let's see what skill we would use in storm skill. I would assume this might be a cataclysm or like a lightning storm or a tornado build, or it
I
could be
mean,
even a basic
I
build.
don't even think you really have to take advantage of what's on the pants. I mean, they come with DR and they come with the pack leader. So you don't even really have to be a pack leader character. You also get 5 to wolves, which means you don't really even necessarily need to put points in wolves unless you're going to go full companion. But like, I mean, the pack leader can also be used in other ways. Obviously, you can use it to reset your poison creeper for the landslide if you go that direction. Isn't there also the thing now that gives you the multiplier, or did they nerf that? The one where you get the multiplier for your core skill for using your companions, or did they just take that away completely?
That's gone. That only applies to companions themselves now. So if you want to scale the wolves, it works. But if you want to scale your own damage, it doesn't work.
Well,
It's just for the companion.
Well, I was talking about the because it was something that they only recently changed.
Yeah, that's for this season.
I wasn't talking about the aspect. I was talking about the clarity, which is after casting a companion skill, your next core or wrath skill, its damage and critical strike chance are increased. They took that one away completely. Let's take a clarity. Druid, passive rank bonus, clarity added to ambulance. Now gain 25% more increased damage for their primary. No, so there's no mention of clarity in here.
Yeah, so that still exists then. Probably that passive you're talking about.
Yeah, so like that also is a thing because every time you activate them, you're going to be able to like maintain that 45% bonus also. So I mean, I don't really see it strictly as a pair of pants that's going to be useful only for people who are summoning, but definitely could work really well for the summons. They also added in the you remember that season of the malignant power, the one that allowed you to just like randomly summon additional wolves. It was I don't even know if they have it in here, but it's like a 5% chance to summon an extra wolf, and it also gives you like a bunch of ranks to your wolves. And like you can have up to like 3 extra wolves or something. So if you were using the companion thing that gave you an extra wolf, and then you got like the 3 extra wolves from there, that's like 6 wolves, and then you're getting +5 from the pants.
Moon Rage.
Yeah, I think that's it. And then you can get another, what is it, like +5 from the Moon Rage as well? Or is it +3 or something like that?
+3.
Yeah, so you get like, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, +5, so that's another like, what, 14. So you can get like at least level 14 wolves without even trying, basically. Just like 2 aspects, or 1 aspect and a pair of pants. And you've got level friggin' 14 wolves. So that could be interesting to go in the like the summon route and just like beefing up all the summons. I think I need to watch your state of season videos. The last time you played was season 0. Holy Jesus. You're in for you're in for a rough ride if the last time you played was season 0.
The game
You might as well just take all the knowledge that you currently have about the game and just throw it in the trash can, because there's pretty much nothing left from season 0 that's the same.
Yeah, he actually might be in a better spot because he's just like absorbing everything new. It doesn't have to worry.
Exactly. He'll just be absorbing everything. Let's keep looking through here. Hold on. I'm trying to like get a little list of everything I wanna theory craft before I go forward. I think Shadow Necromancers are pretty much off the table. Like I tested Shadow Necromancers and they felt underwhelming at best.
Yeah, the community sentiment is Bone Spirit Necro is like one of the best builds, if not the best build in the game, and then every other Necro is just like whatever. They're just behind.
I mean, they did do a lot of stuff to the Blood Necro, though, right?
Yeah, I always like Blood builds. Blood Lance might be good.
Lidless got made into a beefcake shield. don't even know what to think about it. They took away the maximum resource though, which kind of pissed me off. But they threw on 2,333 armor and 12.6% total armor. And then on top of that, it was already a tanky shield in the first place because, of course, you had the bone storms, which were giving you the barriers with that aspect, right? And then they beefed up the aspect too. So they actually said that during the campfire. They were like, we might have to revisit this because we might think it's like too OP. And honestly, I think if you're wearing Lidless Wall, it's gonna fix your armor immediately. Then it's gonna give you the 35% increase in Bone Storm duration, and then they also swapped over the barrier creation so that it's actually doing max HP now instead of what it was before, which is a huge buff. So if you're set up for max HP, you're gonna get even more barrier. And then they also increased the percent chance that the Bone Storms would activate. So it's up from like 30% base to 45%. I mean, honestly, as a tank item, just in general, the Lidless Wall represents just amazing tankiness to add it into the build. I like the fact that they threw on the Bone Storm duration on there too. I think that's big. I still don't think Bloodless Scream is going to be worth using, to be honest. It's still too focused on freezing stuff. And like that doesn't do anything to bosses, so you just end up kind of sucking. I gotta admit that Sever stuff looked kind of neat though, with them like ice skating around with the Severs.
That looked amazing. And
they were just Severs ice skating all over the place, and it builds into the desecrated ground stuff. So like you basically just get a bunch of desecrated ground all over the floor, and then you can start stacking the desecrated ground buffs. So.
I feel like that will be a fun build to repeatedly play in HellTides and like just farming pits for materials or Stygian stones. Like you might not be able to push the highest pits, but you'll be able to farm and have the most fun in the game probably at that. That's like a fun build.
I also think it's very clear at this point that the Sever boots, the Greaves of the Empty Tomb, are without a doubt literally the best in slot for a Sever build. So if you are running Sever, if you like on a Necromancer, you're putting these boots on. Like there's no option at that point. Like because they're literally so good for Sever with the Sever size increase, the Sever projectiles cast twice. Not only that, but the 6 to Reaper's Pursuit, and then the Desecrated Ground, and then on top of that, they've added these boots that have like double effects on them. So like the evades leave behind Desecrated Ground for 2 seconds, along with 4 evade charges. So like the whole thing is just set up specifically if you're going to do a Sever Necro. So you might as well put them on if you're going to do Sever Necro. I mean, I could maybe even throw in a Sever Necro in here. We could just we'll talk about that. Blood Artisan Curios might actually be the superior way to build the Bone Spirit Necromancer now, I think. I think my cooldown reduction idea, while good, I think is kind of going to take a back seat to potentially the Blood Artisan Curios method. I think them bringing it down from 5 to 3 was massive. That means that, like, say for instance, I'm using the aspect for because if you were going this way, you would definitely use the aspect for the corpse tendrils, which causes the blood orbs to spawn when it hits an enemy. And when you do that, like you might have like 10 or 20 monsters on the battlefield, right? And you might spawn anywhere between like 10 to 15 blood orbs. And if you divide that by 5, of course, you're only going to get 3 bone spirits, which isn't really very impressive. However, if you divide that by 3, now you've got 5 bone spirits, which is a hell of a lot more impressive. And I definitely think that this change from 5 to 3 is just massive. Like it's going to be a really, really, really big deal. Blood Artisan's Curios might actually be best in slot for the Bone Spirit Necromancers, especially considering that every single time you collect blood orbs and it fires off a Bone Spirit, it's always fired off at your maximum essence. So whatever your maximum essence was, it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't consume essence when these are fired. It just fires them off for free. And it's really just a matter of running around and picking up blood orbs at that point, which is kind of silly. But I mean, it works. The only downside of this would be that you wouldn't be spending resource technically, and so you wouldn't be getting the effect of the Banished Lord's Talisman. so you wouldn't be getting the free overpowers, so you'd have to build it a little bit differently. I don't know. They're like two different builds, I think. Or maybe you could even build them together, but it might be a little bit difficult to build them together. I don't know. It's hard with the number of aspects that you need for these builds to get everything working properly. What else do we got? Oh yeah, Deathless Visage looks super powerful this season for the Bone Spear Necromancers. I'll be surprised if people aren't taking advantage of that.
It's like perfectly itemized.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Condemnation looks really interesting too now. That 25% basic attack speed that they gave it is a lot. That is a lot. If you consider the fact that it's basically the same amount almost that you would get from a rapid aspect in the same spot, it's only 5% short. And the stats that it has on it, like in addition, are not exactly to be sneezed at.
And 1 out of every 2 basic attacks, you're getting guaranteed full combo points. That's pretty crazy. 50% is high.
I mean, they've basically it's basically a rapid replacement at this point. I mean, if you're using the rapid aspect, you might as well just use Condemnation instead. And then Ashira's Conjure got a huge buff in its attack speed bonus too. Like it's now instead of 6% per, it's 8% per, and instead of 30% cap, it's 40% cap. So both of them got huge buffs to their just general attack speed increase. Like if you just ran Ashira's Conjure and Condemnation together, you're gonna have a massive amount of attack speed bonus of 25% from the Condemnation and another 40% from Ashira's Conjure. So you're gonna have what, 65% increased attack speed just between the two? It's kind of ridiculous. I was kind of looking at Eaglehorn. Eaglehorn does look really interesting this season.
Yeah, I like both Eaglehorn and Skyhunter. I like all three. I never played Barrage, but Eaglehorn and Skyhunter are what I'm looking at the most if I play Rogue. I'd be going back and forth between those two.
I forget, what is Malice? What is that? Malice D4. Malice is you deal 3% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. Wow. And that gives you 2 to Malice before Master working.
Yeah,
so that's an extra
damage.
6 times multiplier there.
Looks like it's 4% per rank, unless this is outdated.
Have I ever played a werewolf? Only I played a werebear, deleted my rogue. The rogue seems slower than my werebear and less fun. I mean, you're going off season 0 knowledge, Novo, so most of that stuff is just obsolete at this point. I mean, I think every class usually has a guaranteed, like, good build that you can play. I mean, even the Barbarian, for what the Barbarian's current situation is, I'm sure he's still going to have some workable builds. I think Flay is still going to be workable. Like, I don't know if it's going to be as overpowered as it was last season, but with the addition of the Shard of Verithiel, and also the buffs to Romuladni's Magnum Opus, I think they should be okay. They would probably need to run both of them, both Shard and Romuladni's. I don't think because I remember you saying like last season that like running Romuladni's wasn't worth it. But with the nerfs that they did to Gushing Wounds and the nerfs that they did to the caps, I think we're back to Romuladni's is on top again.
10 fury per second is a massive thing, though.
I mean, if you're doing a basic, though, you should be building just fine, though.
Well, you remember you're spending fury now with basic because you're running the shard.
Well, yeah. I mean, definitely. But you're still also building with the basic as well, from what I was able to figure out.
But you can't use it until you have resource. So remember that.
Yes.
So you need You need to get at least 25 to start attacking,
Yes. That was
and
one.
then you're losing 10.
That was one thing I noticed was that you would often find a situation where like you would starve yourself out. So I mean I know what you're saying. Like the starving yourself out thing is bad, but normally when I do like the basic builds, I usually throw in like ground stomp, which I think that might be a necessity at this point, is throwing in like because like the ground stomp gives you like, what is it, like 100 fury or something now. I don't know if it's on. I don't know if the changes
Yeah, I
are
think it
in
got
here.
buffed.
Ground Stomp got, oh no, Ground Stomp got changed to 60, so it gives you 60 Fury, and then there's a couple other ways you can get
But
Fury.
the boots got buffed though. It's like a 10-second cooldown for it to auto
Yeah.
ground stuff.
So like there's a couple ways I think that you can still maintain it. I do think it's going to be an issue though, because I did have some situations where I kind of ground myself to a halt. Hey, what's up, Jessamine? Thanks for the Prime sub, man. Hey, what's up, Pseudo Warren? Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, the boots give you 100 fury every 10 seconds.
Word of a Con seems super powerful this season too. So that's, I already have the Rain of Arrows in there. Let's put in the Pen Shot build too. In fact, you know, the Pen Shot build and the Rain of Arrows build might even be the same. I don't know. I could, because of the way that it works, and since they capped out the No Witness, like spamming my Word of a Con to get the bonus for the Pen Shot doesn't exactly sound terrible.
I think there's probably 3 or 4 different ways to build a pen shot, and the way I'm building, the way I would build it is inner sight. That's just what I would want to do. But you can do poison. You can do what you're saying with the ultimate mix. There's probably 3 or 4 different ways.
Do I want to play around with another Fractured Winter Glass?
Fractured Winter Glass is going to be insane. And on top of that, the theory craft that's going on right now is you actually use it to not just do Frozen Orbs, but you do it for the Lightning Spear resets. And Lightning Spear has uncapped scaling this patch. You can just scale Lightning Spear infinitely, as long as you get crit damage. So the Conjuration cooldowns and everything you get from Fractured Winter Glass just makes Lightning Spear even crazier. And Fractured Winter Glass Frozen Orb is just insane on top. Like, it's like a double build right now, and it seems it's going to be really strong.
I had an idea for another build that was involving the Fractured Winter Glass last season, and it's like left my head. It basically was kind of revolved around just using the fact that the Conjurations are spamming the Frozen Orbs for you, and so you don't really have to spam the Frozen Orbs, and instead you could go with something else. And I can't remember what that was. God, it's been a while since I like played around with the Sorceress Tree. It's definitely gonna be something I'm gonna have to do though. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I think it might have been Blizzard actually, now that I think about it. Because the thing is you can grab the enchantment that makes it so that every single time you cast a Blizzard, there's like a 30% chance or whatever. It goes a lot higher than that for the enchantments. For there to automatically cast a Frozen Orb. And of course, you're going to be spamming the Conjurations anyway. And then the Conjurations, of course, are going to be spamming your Frozen Orb. So, like, at that point, you might as well be spamming something else. And you can, like, beef into that tree. I mean, Blizzard isn't exactly a terrible one. And perhaps there could be some sort of cross where you could potentially build, I don't know, like maybe even the Ice Spikes. Like with the new Blue Rose, because the new Blue Rose looks kind of insane.
That would be a fun build.
So
it's like the Sork version of Dust Devils.
I mean, yeah, you'd have like all your Conjurations would be on the battlefield all the time. Obviously, you're still going to focus on trying to like reset them. And then, like, you could go with the Blizzard. You're scaling cold already, so that's not a big deal. You're still going to put points in a Frozen Orb so you get the bonuses. And then you get all the free casts of Frozen Orb. And then you'd be casting your Blizzard as well, which would definitely be nice. You could also use the Wizards Blizzards aspect. I know it's not called that, but the one that gives you the damage reduction, like as long as you come in contact with the blizzard at some point. It's like 25% DR. I mean, the DR on this one should be really good anyway, because with the protection ability giving you 30% maximum life as barrier every single time you use a cooldown, and the way that you're set up with the fractured winter glass is you're literally just going to be spamming lightning spear, ice blades, and hydra every single time they're up, basically. Which is, I know hydra's not a cooldown, but at least you get the ice blades and the lightning spear 30% barrier just applied to you constantly. And then they added on that, like, all that damage or conjuration cooldown reduction. What is it, like 0.3 seconds each time frozen orb explodes? Of course, it really depends on whether or not that activates with the enchantments, whether it activates with the frozen orbs that the conjurations are firing. Right. Like what is it activating? Does it require self-cast? So, like, I guess there's some testing that needs to be done there to figure it out.
If it's just any frozen orb, that's going to be super strong.
Yes.
Because on top of that, don't forget about how much cooldown reduction we just get on, like, the Shneko alone.
Raiment of the Infinite looks kind of interesting, too. I'm not sure how I want to approach the shock build or the charge bolt build. Charge bolt has some interesting options, but I was really thinking about perhaps a self-cast build this time. Maybe trying to go for like increased attack speed and lower the mana cost in some way to get the to get it into a better range.
Well, the staff alone gives you 45% baseline Wild Greater or Masterworking, so you're going to have huge resource cost reduction. Like,
yeah. I mean, pairing it up with something like the Ring of the Starless Sky, or maybe like I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be free. It's basically going to be free.
Well, how I had done it before, and it actually worked really good, it just didn't work on bosses, is this ability, which is Convulsions. Lucky hit, 15% chance to stun enemies for 3 seconds. And then you pair it up with the Raiment of the Infinite, and basically you teleport into a pack of monsters, and the pack of monsters is immediately stunned, and then every single time you shock the monsters, they have a chance to be stunned an additional time. And like every single time they're stunned, the enchantment affects. So like there's the whole Sork enchantment is basically revolves around that. It's where's the charge bolt enchantment? When you stun an enemy, there is a 40% chance to release 3 charge bolts from them. And so it ends up being like this domino effect where like you teleport into a pack of monsters and the charge bolts just start emanating from everything essentially. And then before you know it, like the whole screen is basically covered with charge bolts and everything's dead. But it doesn't really work very well against bosses, so I was thinking about maybe like shying away from the Raiment of the Infinite setup. I'm not entirely sure I wanna do this one. I mean, if I do get Ethereals too, I think if I build around this, I mean that's just not going to be a good idea anyway. I mean, Flame Weaver is still going to be overpowered, I think. The Gloves of the Illuminator. I'm so torn with the Fireball stuff. Like, I feel like you could have more fun with the Fireball stuff. And I know that the Staff of Endless Rage looks amazing. Like, don't get me wrong. But I really feel like you could have more fun with the Fireball stuff by utilizing the new unique, the Vox Omnium or whatever, which is really freaking cool. There's gotta be some sort of like new build there. Here, let me pull this up.
I'm gonna look at it.
I'm gonna pull up the Vox. I believe it's called Vox Omnium or something like that.
Yeah, Vox Space Omnium. Lucky hit chance, intelligence, core attack speed, non-physical, basic skills. So it's basic based.
Okay, so here's the new staff. I'm gonna pull this up real big so you guys can see it. But basically, what it does is it gives a. Dang it! No, stop it. Not the basilisk. I had it up on the screen, and then I moved it over here, and then everything shifted. Freaking hate when that happens. Alright, here it is. Vox Omnium, Ancestral Staff. Okay, so the core, the main effect is the only thing I'm really worried about here, but it also has +4 basic skills, which is nice. So it says, casting a core skill additionally fires 2 instances of Firebolt, Frostbolt, or Spark, matching the elements of your last 2 non-core skill casts. These projectiles deal 90% increased damage. So basically what this would be, and what I was thinking you could do with this, is you could possibly set up a Fireball build that is also essentially the Flame Weaver build. So instead of using the Gloves of the Illuminator, and instead of using the new Endless Rage Staff, what I was considering was you would hook yourself up with Vox, yeah, and then you would use Flame Weaver. Yeah. And then you would set up for Flame Weaver, but instead of using Flame Weaver, you would spam your Firebolt ability, or your Fireball. And then basically every time you use Fireball, you're going to get 2 free casts of Firebolt, which are also going to obviously split into 3 when they pass through the firewall, which is going to be amazing. But it's basically just the traditional Flame Weaver build with a twist. So now not only are you getting, you know, the Firebolt, but now you're also going to get the Fireball as well. And of course you can still work in Firebolts, so it's not like you can't just cast those. But the thing is that the Firebolts are going to fire with a 90% multiplier on them. So the Firebolts are going to do even more damage than they would do without the Vox Omnium. So you get the Flame Weaver on, they're going to get the 100% multiplier there, and then you're going to get the 90% multiplier from the Vox Omnium, and combining the two together should be insane.
I think that build would work. I'm just not sure if it would outperform, like, pound for pound, the Shard of It, like the one-handed sword does 200% damage just on that attack.
Well, that comes down to whether or not we can properly scale the Fireball. So I think that's where things come into play.
Yeah.
So, because you're not just getting the Firebolts, which you're obviously getting a nice bump in damage, but you're also going to be getting the Fireball as well, which has other effects. And I think, like, when you look at Fireball does have, obviously, the when you kill an enemy, they explode. But on top of that, it also has the one where it does a percentage. Where is it? Yeah, Fireball deals 10% of the burning damage you've applied to enemies as additional direct damage. So in this particular case, if you chose Greater Fireball and you're spamming 1,000 of these little Firebolts that are all burning everything, and you're set up for burning damage, then the Fireballs are going to take 10% of whatever damage you deal and just apply it directly to the enemies.
Yeah, because you go Glinting Firebolt. Yes, I could see this working.
Because that would probably work pretty damn well.
But you're casting Firewalls as well, which is enemies take increased burning damage. There is definitely a burning damage synergy between those 3 skills.
Like, I feel like that would work out pretty nice. I mean, other than that, there's also some other ways that you could take advantage of that item. So, like,
you would run Combustion.
I think you would go burning. So yeah, you would go burning, and you would because you wouldn't really be scaling the fire damage of the Fireball, but because the Fireball takes advantage of the burning damage, it should still work out to your advantage by basically solidifying 10% of that damage for you into, you know, output, so that it's not just burning. It's now you've got a, you know, an actual hit doing 10% of whatever your burning says.
There is a synergy there. I can see it already, for sure. It would work. I don't know how far it goes, but it definitely would work.
Let's see. And then we got all the other uniques. So all the other uniques, like the Shard of Erethiel is definitely really nice. Actual Conduit, I don't really know about Actual Conduit. I think they have the changes for it in here.
All the buffs they did to the baseline of everything, plus the Actual Conduit, it's going to be strong. It's going to work.
Let me pull them up side by side real quick, so I can get an idea of what they changed. So it's still orbiting between you and seeking up to 3 enemies. That's the same. When it returns, it still drains 6 mana. That's the same. After draining 66 mana, the bolt explodes. That's the same. I mean, other than the damage on there, which I can't really tell because the damage isn't like they never put the item on like the same character and show it on like, you know, like swap between same characters so you can see if there's a difference. Fixed an issue where the actual did not benefit from greater chain lightning. Fixed an issue where actual conduit's explosion was doing much less damage than intended. Fixed an issue where the bonus chain lightning projectiles did not benefit from actual conduit.
So they fixed a ton of bugs with it. They buffed Sork baseline through multiple ways. They buffed their skills by 20% raw. They gave him that new like intelligence 8. Every 8 gives you percent damage. They gave you the better Paragon nodes, like just the general buffs the Sork got on top of the buff pants and all the bug fixes. That build's going to be really good.
Hmm. This basilisk staff is weird.
Yeah, I tried it on PTR. It was garbage. Did they update it at all?
I don't know.
2 damage crowd earth.
Basilisk. When you first hit an enemy with an earth skill, petrify them for 3 seconds. Petrifying an enemy deals. Okay. I mean, it's basically just free petrification for earth skills. I mean, they increased the physical damage by a little bit. They took away damage to crowd-controlled enemies? Oh, no, it's still there. They lowered it. Why did they lower it? I don't know if they upped the damage or not. I don't know.
For this staff to be relevant, you'd have to have, like, basically unlimited petrify. Because you're going to get the initial one, but then you want the ultimate to be activated as much as possible. Well, like, think about a boss fight, because you're only going to get it.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, I feel like most monsters have they've got like a cooldown for how many times they can be crowd controlled within a certain time period. I mean, it is only the first time you hit them, but it's like for 3 seconds. I feel like it could be longer than that. 3 seconds doesn't really feel like a lot of time.
Yeah, I don't think it's good enough yet, but who knows? Someone might come up with some crazy build with it. From my testing, it wasn't strong.
Salutations, puny humans. Can you explain the loot stash tab for upcoming season? If my character is wearing it, it will not carry over. Do I have to stash it for it to carry it? Nothing carries over into the new season. So all of your your old season characters, so your season 4 characters, are going to be transferred to the Eternal Realm. When you start season 5, it's brand new, fresh, like a little baby. You naked with no clothes on, and your wee-wee's hanging out. That's all you get to carry with you is your skin. You get to carry your skin with you, and be lucky you get your skin. All of your old equipment will be on the Eternal Realm. So there'll be an Eternal Realm. In the Eternal Realm, when you go there, there'll be a tab that says like seasonal stuff, and you can take all your seasonal stuff out of the tab. To be honest with you, though, and I can't believe I'm saying this again after we already said this in season 4, where I was basically like, you might as well just throw away all your stuff because it's all going to be legacy. Honestly, all the uniques are pretty much legacy now too, because they changed them all. So you might as well throw them all away anyway, because you're going to have to re-get the new ones. I don't think there's really, with the exception of Tuskhelm Jorits the Mighty, which I don't even think, because they didn't change the special effect, they changed the stats on it. I don't even know. Are the old Tuskhelms even going to be the same? I guess we can take a look at that when we get there.
Yeah, it should be exactly the same. It shouldn't change at all because they didn't change the unique effect.
Yeah, the old Tuskhelms are way better than the new one. The new one's garbage. Garbage.
I feel like they changed it just for the sake of changing, instead of just saying, hey, this was already itemized well, let's just buff the stats, and that's it.
Well, they didn't. They nerfed a couple of the stats, which makes me think...
Exactly.
Which makes me think that they actually deliberately nerfed it. I think it was deliberate. I don't know. A blue rose build could be really fun. I've noticed there's a lot of. I got a lot of sorceress builds on here. You guys
Yes.
can see I got a lot of sorceress builds. Let's do. We'll just put blue rose because I think building around the blue rose could be fun this season. The Oculus also looks insane. Ever since they changed the Oculus, I don't even know. Like, they gave it 3 max evade charges. They also gave it the attacks reduce evade cooldown by 1.5 seconds. They threw in 650% teleport damage and 70% teleport nova size. I mean, like, Oculus is looking fire this season. I'm even halfway tempted to use it, but like I can't use it with the charged bolt setup. But like, I mean, I think the Oculus is a serious contender this season for some devious fun.
It will probably be another one of those super fun builds. It might not scale the highest, but it's going to be a super fun build. You'll be able to do everything just and have fun.
I mean, that 650% teleport damage bonus, and then on top of that, I think didn't they make some change to teleport like in season 4, where teleport has like a huge bonus to its nova. Yeah, teleport deals 500% increased damage. It also forms up to 3 crackling energies for each enemy it hits. It's called mystical teleport. So you can get a 500% teleport nova damage bonus there. And then they also gave you an additive bonus of 650% there.
Yeah.
So
it would be a teleport crackling energy build is how I would build it.
Yeah, I mean, crackling energy would be a good way to go. I feel like you could maybe even put Oculus together with Isadora's overflowing cameo for the teleport for the crackling novas. Because like every time you collect a crackling energy, you get a 15% chance to release a nova, which scales with intelligence. And every single time you teleport, you can make up to 3 crackling energies. So basically, you got 3 15% chances every single time you teleport, as long as you're picking up the crackling energies.
And that gives you percent intelligence, and crackling energy scales off intelligence, and it's just perfect scaling.
And then you also get the 25% movement speed whenever you pick up a crackling energy for 4 seconds, which sounds kind of fun too. Like it ties together really well. So you could definitely do, I think, an Oculus Isadora's like combo. I think that's 100% possible. Starfall looks absolutely insane now too. Like, I was using Starfall on my Flameweaver sorceress with the firebolts, and like I had already like kind of worked that in because it was so easy to have like the additional meteors just falling down, since I was already scaling all that stuff anyway. And I don't really know. I feel like they've beefed it up so much. You can have like 1 trillion meteors coming down.
The additional charge is huge too. Less cooldown plus another charge makes it almost 100%.
So should I scrap the legendaries and keep the sparks? I mean, my personal opinion is you should play ladder, like, or seasonal content. Like, hop over on seasonal and just play with us. I mean, you're gonna gather up most of that stuff anyway, and I mean, you can figure out what you want to do with your Eternal Realm stuff later. To be perfectly honest, like, I usually don't even bother messing with the seasonal stuff that rolled over into the like Eternal Realm until usually a couple days before the the season is about to end. I'm like, okay, the season is about to end. Let me go on real quick and start destroying everything. Delete a couple of characters. I'm probably gonna have to delete a whole bunch of characters, to be perfectly honest. Is there any other characters that I want to build? So, I mean, I'm not really too interested in theory crafting a whole bunch of barbarians, but I do want to revise the flay barbarian since it was so good last season. I'm actually really interested in incorporating the Ring of the Ravenous into the flay barbarian. I think it would work tremendously well. The way that they've beefed up the Ring of the Ravenous, I can't see it not doing massive amounts of damage. I don't know how it could fail. like with how many bleeds you're getting per brawling skill. And what constitutes a brawling skill anyway? Like I know
It's all
I know
tree. It's
kick
a
is there. I know
charge, leap, kick, and then there's a shout. I think those are the four.
So
Kick,
I mean, like
war
you
cry.
could just, if you use the Ring of the Ravenous, you could just go with like the traditional like kick, leap, ground stomp, like reset combo. Like I don't see
Yes.
that as being an issue. And then every time you kick, which kick is also AoE by the way, but like I almost feel like you wouldn't go with power kick. Instead, you just go with mighty kick because mighty kick knocks enemies back. And any if it works, and I don't know if it does, but like it says every time you use a brawling skill, a person will get two tags of the Ren bleeds, right? So two stacks of the Ren's bleeds on. Well, if you kick them and you knock one monster back into a bunch of others, it technically counts as like the same hit. And so you could potentially hit, you know, like almost an entire room with like one kick. And
It got buffed too. The cooldown is like 4 or 5 seconds off. It's instead of like 13 or 14, it's 9 baseline.
I mean, you basically just be kicking and leaping. Leap is AoE too, so I mean that's a whole other thing. But so every single time you leap, you could definitely get a huge amount of Ren bleeds there. I mean, theoretically, because it says you can get, with the way that the Ring of the Ravenous works now. Where is it?
You could actually do Ring of the Ravenous Field of Crimson. Like that might be finally a viable strategy.
Well, Ring of the Ravenous looks like, I wasn't even thinking about using Rend. That was the thing. I was just gonna not even use it because it doesn't say that you have to have Rend on your bar or need to use Rend. It says Rend's duration is increased by 8 seconds, and then it says damaging enemies with your brawling skills applies 2 stacks of Rend's bleed. This effect can only occur on each enemy once every 1 second, which basically means that you can apply 2 stacks that last for 8 seconds once every second, which kind of seems insane, especially considering how fast you can spam brawling skills. So you could potentially stack up, you know, like, what is that, maximum of at 8 seconds. So that's it, assuming that you did 1 or 2 stacks of bleeds every second for 8 seconds. Then on the 8th second, the first one would fall off. So you'd be looking at what is that, 15 or 14 bleeds essentially, stacking, like, that are basically all ticking for 8 seconds. So you did 14 Ren bleeds, just kind of like cycling on the target. It's not terrible.
And you would beef up Ren's points. You don't have to have it on the bar, but you would definitely put points into it.
Yes, you can put points into it. It doesn't really need to be on the bar, but you can stack it up. You also get 3 Ren on the ring, which is not terrible, and then you get plus to the brawling skills. Like, it's not a terrible ring, all in all, and all the free bleeds that you get from it would definitely stack nicely.
Would you go Gushing Wounds, or would you try to do something like Walking Arsenal?
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, the way that they nerfed Gushing Wounds, I mean, the current changes to Gushing Wounds definitely have put it much lower than I originally thought.
You can easily do Walking Arsenal with all those brawling skills, because you're just swapping, like, you can have it swap to different weapons all the time and just go crazy.
I mean, they dropped it from 140% of your critical strike bonus to 70% of your critical strike bonus. However, the thing I did notice is that they increased the AoE, which was really one of the only things that I really needed it for in the first place. Not to say that Gushing Wounds was bad or anything, but like, my single target damage was never in question. Like, even when I was using like the Berserking instead, I really was using Gushing Wounds for the huge AoE damage that would happen all the time. So I don't know. They actually buffed up the AoE damage. It might actually work even better for the AoE. You want more character stats? You don't like deleting characters? My recommendation for that is basically just remake the same characters. Like I understand you don't want to delete a character, but like if you run out of the slots and you want to make a new seasonal character, and you've got like a Bone Spirit Necromancer, just take your Bone Spirit Necromancer, swap off his gear or whatever, delete him, remake him on the seasonal, and then when the season ends, he rolls back over, give him back his equipment, use the equipment that you do have, like do like a little swoopy swap and check and see what the perfect equipment is, and now you got like a nearly perfect Bone Spirit Necromancer that you combine together from the 2 different seasons, even naming the same thing. Like, it's not even that big of a deal. And then before you know it, he's just back in your arsenal again. That's pretty much how I usually do it anyway. Alright, so what do we start with? I want to start with my Charge Ball Sorceress. That's what I'm going to be making this season. So let's go. Let's start with her.
That's what you're starting with?
Yeah, I think I'm going to do the Charge Ball Sorceress this season.
I mean, that's fun. That sounds fun. The Oculus sounds even more fun, to be honest. That sounds crazy.
It does sound crazy. I kind of wish I could use it together with the Charge Bolt build, but I just don't know if it's gonna work.
I think it's too far, like, in a different direction.
All right, so he hasn't really quite updated all these yet, so we're gonna have to go off of the patch notes, which is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna be playing off the patch notes today. So the new staff of Lamacem. The new staff of Lamacem is pretty ridiculous, to be perfectly honest. This is the new one that they edited. So it does include 75% chance to cast Charge Bolt projectiles twice, which is nuts. With fast, with like a little bit of masterworking, I mean, that easily goes up to basically 100%. So I'm not really worried about that. Also, massive intelligence, 360 intelligence. Freaking ridiculous. 170 lightning damage. This resource cost reduction is ridiculous too. What's the resource cost of Charge Bolt natively? It's 30. So, assuming, of course, we have a 30 minus 45%. So that's going to bring it down to 16.5.
Baseline. Not forget about greater affix or masterworking.
Yeah, no greater affix, no masterworking. Just 16.5 like baseline. That's
no stars in the skies.
That's ridiculous. And then, of course, we can also add in other ways to reduce the mana cost, like enhanced ice armor. If we go that direction, can give us a mana regen, or if we go with like the Wizard's Blizzard, which gives us 20% less cost on mana skill, core skills, etc.
Your end game version of that will basically be free. Like you're not gonna notice it anymore.
That's the plan. Let's get the tree set up first. Why not? All right, so I don't really know what we'd use here. Probably, I don't know if we use Arc Clash or if we use the other.
You might not need a basic skill.
Yeah, I know, but you always have to put points in one regardless, so
yeah.
I was just thinking which one I would throw points into. Maybe I just grab Spark because it's easier to play with.
Yeah,
just
gives you
distance.
Energy.
Well, just distance is all I was really thinking.
It also gives you mana back. Like, Crackling Energy is important.
Charge Bolt deal 35% increased damage to stunned enemies. Hitting an enemy with Charge Bolt reduces their damage dealt by 25% for 3 seconds. I think we go with the DR. Damage reduction is nice. And the 35% increased damage is only to stunned monsters, so I mean, except for like a boss that's staggered, it's not going to really help me versus bosses, which could be an issue. Let's go ahead and grab the Elemental Dominance as well. Might as well. Glass Cannon. That got us pretty dang far down the list.
I definitely would take Glass Cannon, especially since you're going with the damage reduction on it. So you're kind of making up for it.
Yeah, I guess. And then I was thinking about Lucky Hit. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, we've got a couple Lucky Hit things going on. Like, there's the Convulsions, which is kind of important, the way that the ability works. Like, just to get
Yep.
all the free casts.
And lucky hits also give you crackling energy with static discharge.
So I think going 3 in precision magic is a good idea. And then, I was thinking about mana shield cooldowns. What do we do to it? Every time you stun an enemy, you deal more lightning damage to them. Upon absorbing crackling energies, I just feel like these are really not the greatest. I mean, granted, I can grab the crackling energies here and some of the other stuff, but I don't really know if it's really worth it. Actually, usually I'm like eerily attracted to Icy Veil because it has that nice cooldown or barrier increase. Like if I went with 3 in protection for the barrier, and then go with like 3 on Icy Veil for the increased duration. I don't know. Not really sure if that's worth it either.
I mean, if you're building tankiness, why not have more duration?
I feel like we definitely go with Unstable Currents. And then hitting enemies with shock skills increases your critical chance by... Yeah, I mean, critical strike chance is nice. Critical strikes with shock skills increase your movement speed. Enemies deal less damage for 5 seconds after being critically struck by your shock skills. I mean, just more DR. Just pile it on DR.
You're gonna be so tanky.
Just pile on the DR. Why not? And then we want the convulsions too, so that we get the free stuns. The what is it? Veer's Mastery and Overflowing Energy. I think we definitely go with Veer's Mastery.
Yeah, Veer's Mastery is just gonna help on the bosses too.
And make you super tanky. Even more tankiness. Tank, 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 tanky, tank, tank, tanky, tanky, tank, tank, tank. Alright, let's go take a look real quick at our skills. So we're definitely going to be using, what is that, Spark, Charged Bolt. We've got our ultimates, and then we don't really have anything else sort of settled yet. As far as, like, we need defensives, obviously. Or do we even need a defensive? I don't know. Like, with the amount of damage reduction we're taking. I was actually thinking we could potentially take that new aspect. The one where you don't take a defensive and you get, like, the huge damage bump. So, like, maybe we go the other way. Like, instead of running glass cannon and stuff like that, we could take the ones that,
You skipped some passives under the mastery section.
I did? Or the mastery section?
It's next to ball lightning. There's a bunch of lightning passives.
Oh, no, I didn't skip them. I was looking at them. So, like, Shocking Impact gives you additional lightning damage whenever you stun them, which is kind of... It's like, that one's okay. The critical strikes have a chance to form crackling energies. I'm not sure if I want to take it. I still haven't really put the rest of my points in, so I'm still trying to figure it out. Still thinking. I'm thinking. But I was also thinking maybe we just go super tanky, and then that way we don't need any defensives. What is that aspect called? The one that makes it so that you get it's the...
Is it new or is it an existing?
It's a new one, yeah. It's a 40 times multiplier, increased damage while you have no defensive skills on your action bar. So as long as you don't have any defensive skills on your action bar, you just get a free 40 times multiplier. Which, I don't know, with Veer's Mastery, I mean, I was thinking about it. Like, if we have Veer's Mastery, if we go with, say, Mana Shield, every time you spend mana, 100 mana, you gain damage reduction. I mean, we've got the extra barriers. Veer's Mastery gives us a huge damage reduction, too, especially if we use, the Battle Mage aspects. I think that's what it's called, the Battle Mage aspects. I mean, but if that's the case, what do we take for our other skills? I mean...
So just anything but defensive. So you can add in like deep freeze and do some ice scaling if you wanted to, or ice blades. I mean, frost nova. Or no, frost nova is defensive, isn't it? Can't do that.
I was thinking about the enchantments. Like, do I want to go with the charge bolt enchantment, which is where I stun the enemies and I get more charge bolts? I mean, I'm always hesitant to take any of the ones that don't help me versus the monsters that can't be stunned. But
I mean, you could put on, because you're probably gonna run Talrashas, you could put on the other sources that you need, like the burning source and the chill source for just the buffs on your bar, and then that means your enchantment slots can go to just more lightning damage.
I mean, I was thinking about it. Like, I'm gonna there's like a couple different options here for stuff. I just don't really think chain lightning is gonna be useful. The extra ball lightnings, I just don't really know about that. Yeesh me. Why is the ball lightning enchantment up here twice? I mean, from a tactical standpoint, the frozen orb enchantment does seem kind of interesting. Because I'm going to be spamming charge bolts and then I'll just get tons of free frozen orbs just shooting out all over the place. Yeah. D2R really needs to invest in crossplay. Honestly, they should have had crossplay a long time ago, to be perfectly honest. Anytime you use a cooldown, enemies around you are stunned for 0.7 seconds. Huh. Spark Enchantment gives you an 18% chance to form a cracking energy when you kill a monster, which isn't really all that impressive.
How many skill points do you have left?
A lot.
I would probably, in that case, I'd probably run as enchantments, lightning spare and ball lightning. And I would beef up ball lightning. You just have free damage coming out. Like, you don't have to have ball lightning even on your bar. It's just free damage.
What is it? The enchantment is what, a lucky hit?
It's just lucky hit. You just start casting ball lightnings.
Lucky hit, critical strikes have a 25% chance to spawn static ball lightnings. I mean, that sounds interesting.
If
They,
you have
they
the
just kind of
points, why
sit
not?
there and they just kind of do damage. Yeah, I mean, that could be interesting. Ball lightning's attack rate is increased by 20 by your attack speed bonus. If an enemy is hit at least 4 times by a cast of ball lightning, a crackling energy is formed. It can only happen not twice per cast. After hitting close enemies 50 times with ball lightning, your next cast of it stuns enemies for 1 second. Neither one of those are all that interesting.
Crackling energy is just nice.
I mean, yeah, they'll be like all over the battlefield. I mean, I didn't even pick up static discharge because I'm pretty sure they're going to be everywhere anyway. Hitting an enemy at least 3 times with the same cast of charge bolts releases a lightning nova, dealing 30% damage to enemies around them. The chain lightning one isn't as easy as the ball lightning one. Although it could be kind of interesting to try and combine them together. I don't know. I doubt axial conduit is compatible with charge bolt. Axial conduit is let's just read it real quick and see if it has any kind of compatibility.
Oh, I put splintering energy in your build too. Maybe even jolting if you had extra spots.
Where is the axial conduit? Oh, there it is. Okay, so chain lightning projectiles cast twice, 3 to chain lightning. Chain lightning alternates between orbiting you and seeking enemies. Draining mana. I don't think the draining mana could be a problem. Yeah, I don't really think we could like mix that in. That's right, let's go. I mean, Talrash's Iridescent Loop seems like a good play with this build too. So I mean, maybe instead of going with, we just need burning sources.
Maybe... Yeah, you have space on your bar. You can literally just do, you can do whatever you want. Hydras, flame bolt, like you can add any burning source in on your bar. If you have it, you're not doing defensive, right? So.
Well, that's another thing, is I could potentially go with the... So then I could just go with the enchantment that makes them burn everything. That's another option, too.
I think it's more powerful. If you have space on the bar, I think it's more powerful to have the chance just do more lightning stuff for you, because you're scaling lightning, and you're just going to get way more damage that way. And just put the sources for Tal Rasha on your bar. Since you have space on your bar, you have nothing else to do with your bar. That's just how I'm thinking about it.
Well, I mean, here's an idea. So, like... I mean, I don't think Spark is really going to do very much damage in the first place. So how about we just swap it out for Firebolt? Firebolt is really easy to burn things with. Like, it's... you just grab the one that, Enhanced Fireball, which when it pierces through burning enemies. So you just fire off a couple shots and, like, everything is burning, pretty much. It's not even really that big of a deal. And then we can pull the points from Spark. I mean, it's just a swap that gives us a free burning ability that we can use at any time. And then we can, for ice, there's like a bunch of different options. I was actually thinking here. I do like Blizzard, don't get me wrong. I actually like when it auto-casts on me. It's even more fun that way. I mean, Ice Blades is kind of nice with the cooldown reduction. But we don't really have a whole lot of cooldowns at the moment.
Do you have any? I don't think you take a single cooldown, right?
No. Well, I mean, other than unstable currents.
Lightning Spare, probably. And yeah, so you might want it then.
I think Lightning Spear makes sense too because it stuns the monsters. Which,
what?
I mean, we don't want to overdo the stuns, which is why I'm probably not going to use Raiment of the Infinite. But,
The Crackling Energy also spawns Lightning Spares with the enchantment. And Lightning Spare is uncapped damage if you add in the aspect. So I think you build Lightning Spare up.
Alright, so we stack up Lightning Spare. And that handles 2 out of 3 elements. So let's throw Lightning Spear on here. we could also, like I said, I was gonna take glass cannon out because we're just gonna not use defensives and we're gonna have the offensives.
I
Like
don't
all
think glass cannon count. I don't think a passive counts against your aspect. It's just a passive. I think a skill has to be on your bar.
No, I was
Like,
saying we take that instead of doing the defensives, and then we build defensive instead, so that way we don't have to have the defensives. So I was just gonna spend those on something else, basically.
so how much more damage are you going to take? 6% more damage? That's not a lot considering you have so much reduction. I think it's worth it damage-wise, but it's something you can always put in if you run out of damage. If you feel like you need more damage, you're going to have to put it in. It's just a free multiplier.
What do we get? What do we get? Let's put 1 point into static discharge. And 1 point into shocking impact. Okay, shocking impact has scales quite well, actually. I don't think we really need the Wizard's Ball Lightning. I think that's kind of wasted.
I think, my opinion, but you don't have to build it my way. I would build as much crackling energy sources as possible because you're using the lightning spear enchantment, and if you use the lightning spear aspect, it's going to be a lot of your damage. Just picking up crackling energy is just going to be so much damage.
I mean, my main issue with the crackling energies is that they just, like, I mean, yeah, they're all over the place, and yeah, picking them up is useful, but it reminds me a lot of, like, Corpse Explosion from back in Diablo 2, as powerful as Corpse Explosion is, like, when there's no corpses, it's basically useless. So you gotta pick them up for them to be useful. And you don't always have time to pick them up. Like, half the time they're just spread all over the battlefield, and you've got to, like, stop what you're doing, run around, and go pick them up. And then the other weird thing is that, like, a lot of the time they just end up getting wasted because it only stacks up to, what, like 12? I mean, I feel like I'm gonna have a lot of crackling energies already.
I mean,
I've got the while unstable currents is active, crackling energy pulses 25% faster. Where is it? I'm also got the lucky hits, chances to form crackling energies, and then I was pretty sure I had like at least like 2 or 3 different crackling energy sources here. Maybe I don't. Maybe that's my problem. I mean, I could definitely put more points into static discharge. I mean, a 15% chance to form a shock crackling energy whenever I crit with a shock skill seems very high. Especially when you consider that I have the coursing currents, which is hitting enemies with shock skills increases your critical strike chance by 3% and resets upon critting a critical strike. So I'll basically just keep getting increased critical strike chance until I get a crit, even if I'm not critting. Electrocution. That's right, we put 3 in that one for the damage reduction. We've also got 3 in protection for the barriers, and then we got Icy Veil for the barrier enhancement. We kind of need... We just need an ice skill, basically, is what we need. So I guess we could take Ice Blades. I mean, we could throw Wall Lightning on the bar just because, like, there's no reason not to just throw it on there. And then put Lightning Sphere on, like, the main button, like, number 1, because we're probably going to be hitting that thing every time it's off cooldown.
Yes, you will be.
At which point, I guess Ice Blades or Blizzard is really our only 2. Ice Blades is a cooldown, so I feel like we take that one. So Lightning Sphere and Ice Blades are 2 out of Yeah, those are the only cooldowns we have on the entire... Oh, well, also unstable currents. That's a much longer cooldown. With the lack of cooldowns that we have, maybe Protection and Icy Veil isn't a good play. Because it's only 3 seconds. And the Lightning Spear is a 20-second cooldown, and Ice Blades is a 16-second cooldown. So that means we're pretty much not going to have barriers for most of the time. Maybe it would be better to go with Mana Shield instead for the 24% damage reduction every single time I cast 100 mana. I mean, the way this works, I should be spamming the ever-loving bejesus out of Charged Bolt, so... I mean, I know I have a straight reduction down to 16.5 immediately, but... I mean, I still should be able to cast 100 mana relatively quickly just by holding down the button like a chain gun.
Yeah, you're not spamming cooldowns, at least not so you have massive reduction, which you probably will in the end game, but at the early game, you're going to probably want Mana Shield over the Protection if you have to choose between them. If you have room, just take both. But
I mean, I can pull 1 point from protection and put it into Mana Shield. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe I take 2 points and put it into there. Honestly, I need 1 point in Ice Blades so I can spam Ice Blades at the very least.
yeah, and if you're running Ice Blades, then Conjuration Mastery becomes a thing, because now you have 2 Conjurations. So you can get some more mana regen, some damage, some movement speed.
Well, let's drop Icy Veil for the moment, and let's take 3 in Conjuration Mastery. And then, min-max the crap out of this. I really don't even think this Ball Lightning's attack rate is increased by your attack speed bonus is really all that useful either. I mean, honestly, they're just free casts of Ball Lightning that are just going to be sitting there doing damage. I mean, do we really need that one as well? I could just pull that one and grab the cooldown reduction on Enhanced Ice Blades. And honestly, I would like the Summoned Ice Blades as well. Let's pull 1 from Shocking Impact. That's not really as important. And then we get a 20% Enhanced Ice Blades cooldown reduction, which will apply to Lightning Spear as well. I mean, so far the character should be tanky as all get out. I mean, between the all of the passives and the bonuses that we're using, I can't see us really having too much problem with damage reduction. And then on top of that, we can use things like the battle, what is it called? The battle or Mage Lords aspects. Yeah, the Mage Lords aspect, which is Veer's Mastery key passive also grants 9% damage reduction, tripled when fighting close enemies. I don't know if they changed that. Oh, you found the burr in the mail, Marty Bar? Alright, good, 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 good. I was worried. I was about to send you a replacement. So somebody else got it. That's what it usually ends up. It usually ends up somebody else picks it out of the mail and just doesn't even think to give it to you. Let me see if they changed the Mage Lord's aspect, because I do wanna check that. Because they did change the aspects as well. Of course, that's not gonna work. Alright, it's not on the list, so they must not have changed it. So that means I can get an additional, what is that, 9 times 3? So 18, what is it, 27?
27, that's a lot.
So 27% damage reduction, and that's, of course, the skill itself also gives damage reduction as well, which Fierce Mastery gives what, close enemies take 20 times from increased damage from shock skills, and deal 20% less damage to you. So that's 47% DR there with Fierce Mastery. So like the goal here is I'm not using any defensives, I'm getting that 40% multi, and then Like, I got so much damage reduction, I should be fine without any defensives.
Man, Soulbrand actually might be better for you than like Teriel's even, just because of the barriers and stuff.
You think maybe setting up for Soulbrand barriers?
It might be. The buffs to it are significant, and you are a Sork.
Let's take a look at the new.
That would be
the new
funny.
Soulbrand is interesting.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, I would love that if you went Soulbrand.
Let's take a look at Soulbrand. Let's see what Soulbrand has to offer. The poor little sorceress. I mean, it's definitely been one of those items that's been lackluster for a while. If I did go Soulbrand, though, I would definitely take 3 and Icy Veil. You
would have such a difficult time getting Soulbrand, you know? Just...
I know, so bad. I'm gonna get a
5 Soulbrands
quad,
drop on your first kill. Just
quad greater affix Soulbrand. I mean, there's also 40% barrier generation on it too, at this point, which is kind of nice as well. I mean, going with a barrier build doesn't actually sound terrible.
I think it might work.
The only thing that I don't like is the lack of the healing potion being able to heal you in dangerous situations.
So you need a source of healing. Okay.
So you need a source of healing, I think, to use Soulbrand properly. So let's go ahead and let's throw it on there. So let's just throw a Soulbrand in the mix. I mean, the damage reduction on Soulbrand is nuts now. It's 12.5% damage reduction while healthy, and an additional 30% damage reduction while you have an active barrier. So, I mean, going with that general thinking, we would definitely want to swap out the skills just a little bit. Let's pull the flickering fireball too. We don't need that.
So here's a question: the Imbiber glyph, does that scale Soulbrand? Because you get 30% increased potion healing. I assume it scales Soulbrand.
What is that on?
That's a glyph.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it gives you barrier. I mean, that's a whole thing. Like, but I mean, if I went with Icy Veil, 3 points in Icy Veil. So if we like go in that direction, I'm just running short on points here. I'm trying to think what I want to skimp on.
You also get another 15% damage reduction while you have a barrier from the glyph.
I mean, I don't think we really need 3 in coursing currents. I think we can just make up the critical strike chance that way. So let me like peel 2 points there, and then we're gonna throw 2 more into Icy Veil. That'll give us our 24% damage or barrier increase. That's duration increase too, which is really nice. So that means all the barriers get to last longer, just in general. I mean, with the way that the Soulbrand works, it doesn't really say. Oh yeah, it says 200% of the original healing of the potion for 4 seconds as a barrier. So 25% increase to 4 seconds would be what? Just an additional second, so it would be 5. I think. Is my quick math terrible? 4 plus 25%. Yeah, it's just 5. So it'd be 5 seconds. But every single barrier would last longer though, so that would be like a whole thing there. I mean, damage reduction wise, I'm already set. So if my barrier goes down, I should still be tanky enough to pull it out. It'd be fun to play around with at the very least. We could modify it later if it doesn't work. I think that's pretty much good for the skills. We've got pretty much everything we need. We've got 3 in elemental dominance, which is going to be a lot for us. We've also got glass cannon. We've got only 1 in protection, but honestly I think splitting these is better. I mean, we could pull points from lucky hits, precision magic. I don't know. We don't get any lucky hit with Staff of Lama-Sem, do we? What did they change the passive to on Lama-Sem? It's just like straight lightning damage now, I think.
Oh, I know what you mean, like then plus.
Yeah, the passive. Yeah, it's straight lightning damage now, and there's no lucky hit on it basically at all. I'm just trying to think if I need. I mean, I could pull the points in lucky hit if I feel like I don't need them. Like 2 points maybe, and like cap out protection, or like flip it around a little bit here and there. Yeah, the mana on pickup could be useful early game. Like I think that would be all right early game to pick that up. I don't think we really need shocking impact. I feel like the every time you stun an enemy, you do damage to them isn't really as useful as it sounds. So we could just take that 2 points out of shocking impact, throw one more into static discharge for the additional crackling energies, and then we can toss an additional point into protection for the barriers. I think that works out nicely. And then now we have a pretty darn good setup at the moment. Vessel of Hatred? No, we want the Infernal Hordes. Hopefully it doesn't reset our character. Alright, and then from here, we're probably going to want Talrasha's, I would assume, Talrasha's Iridescent Loop. It's super powerful this season. I don't see any why not. It got even more powerful than it did before.
Yeah, it's just free damage.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think, like, what we throw on the amulet. I don't know if that one with the defensive is actually worth throwing on the amulet slot.
Well, let's start looking at legendary powers. So I think you would definitely want splintering energy somewhere.
Splintering energy. What's this one? The critical strikes with lightning spear cause lightning to arc, healing X damage to its target at 5 other enemies. That's one of the new ones, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's uncapped. Piercing static is interesting. That one we'd have to discuss.
So it used to be that piercing static was on Lamasum, and it was actually the other way around. And now it's not on Lamasum, and so they just swapped it. They swapped it basically, and they put the other one on Lamasum, and they took this one off.
So there's no punishment. So you definitely want piercing static because it doesn't punish you for the first target hit. So there's no boss punishment. It's just less damage after it pierces, which is fine. It's free damage no matter what.
Well, I mean, if you look at it logically, though, it's not. So it's not going to help you versus a single target, which if we run,
it's not going to hurt you either.
If we run from that logic, it will because I won't have something else in its spot basically. The other thing is it does less damage after the first hit, so each additional hit is only doing like 40%, or what? Yeah, 40% less damage.
60% of the hit, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go with like accelerating just for more attack speed, so you can cast faster. Once you solve mana, you can just spam.
I mean, I feel like in general, we're looking at damage bonuses. Anything that's going to give us as much damage as possible. So the gravitational aspect doesn't work on the free ball lightnings. I do remember that. Chain lightning doesn't work. Chain lightning, yeah, none of those are really useful.
I would say aspect of elements. I would say accelerating or just basic ones that work.
I was also thinking about some of these new unique items. I don't know.
Jolting. That's why I want to like weight it.
The Lochran talisman seems kind of interesting.
Yeah, it got nerfed to all hell, but it still would work.
Each point a resource above 100, it gives 1% critical strike damage instead. It's kind of neat.
It's 0.2 now. It's really low.
Oh yeah.
It got nerfed pretty heavy.
Well, conceded aspect is a strong play here as well. I mean, we're gonna be going with barriers, so 25%. You could even potentially throw that on the amulet slot if we really wanted to.
Yes, I forgot about all the general damage ones. That's right. There's a couple of them that would work.
I mean, conceded is a strong play, but I was also thinking one of the unique amulets, but I don't know. I mean, Banished Lords doesn't really like help me all that much. I mean, I probably will overpower, and I am using core skills, but it's going to take me a lot longer to build up to 275. And since I'm running a skill that has like multiple casts and it's really like a overwhelming number scenario, having like one cast of Charge Bolt overpower I don't really think is going to help me out all that much anyway. Isidora's is kind of interesting. I mean, I will be collecting crackling energies, and the lightning novas can pop out of me, but I also have lightning novas coming out of me on a regular basis anyway, so that actually is a feature of Charged Bolt, is that Charged Bolt has free lightning novas. It's in the skill tree. It's the second one. It's hitting an enemy at least 3 times in the same cast of Charged Bolts. Releases a lightning nova, dealing 30% damage to enemies around them. So basically, like, if I did go with Isidora's, which I don't know if that's really a good play, but I would get a bunch more free lightning novas, basically. I'm just like looking at some of the other options. I mean, if we go with the barrier aspect on here, the barrier aspect would definitely be really nice on the amulet slot.
How do you feel about overwhelming currents paired with the orange? What is this? Orange Herald?
The unstable currents has a 40% chance to cast an additional shock skill.
And then look at Orange Herald. They kind of go together.
Orange Herald. 5% chance to reduce the cooldown of your ultimate skill by 2 seconds.
Goes up to 10.
Can only happen once per skill. I mean, I am going to be using unstable currents, so every single time I cast, like, I'll get free abilities. The only thing that I really noticed about unstable currents, which, don't get me wrong, I kind of like it, but at the same time, like, it'll just randomly cast, like, chain lightning or, you know, like, some of the stuff that maybe I'm not potentially building. And when it casts the stuff randomly that I'm not building, that doesn't really do very much damage. I will get free cast, obviously, of Lightning Spear and Ball Lightning, which won't be terrible. And then I'll get free cast of Charge Bolts as well. I mean, at least I'm scaling Lightning, so they'll do something. I mean, I was definitely thinking of unstable currents. The stable aspect is also kind of interesting with the 14% chance to cast basically free casts of unstable currents whenever it's not active. So like at any point, if I'm casting anything, there's a chance that I'll just get a free cast of whatever skill the unstable currents would potentially make.
That's interesting as well.
So like throwing together the stable aspect and the overwhelming currents aspect, you can get some pretty interesting effects. The stable aspect is really, though, if you're just like not using overwhelming currents, like, because whenever it's on, you know, you're using it, obviously it doesn't do anything, whereas the aspect of overwhelming currents is really only active when you're using the ability, so they're kind of like in opposition to each other. I don't know if the aspect of overwhelming currents, though, works with the free casts that come from the stable aspect. I'm not sure of that.
You also just might need 2 more, like, you just might need more multipliers. You might need a giant multiplier on your neck.
Well, that's what I was thinking about. Either maybe not the conceited aspect on the neck, but since I'm using that one,
there's a couple
the tenacious destruction. So tenacious destruction is the 40% when you have no defensive skills on your bar. So if I throw that on the amulet, I'll get the 1.5 times. So that'll go to what, 60? Then that's just a 60 flat to everything. Is there anything better than I could get there besides a 60 flat to everything?
No, I would probably go with that one. And then if you want another one on your ring, there's one that's like 25 or 30%. Besides conceited, there's another one. I'm trying to think of the name. I'm looking through the whole list.
I'm just like playing around with some of these. Obviously they've changed some of this stuff, but oh yeah, the accelerating aspect. I forgot about that. Critical strikes with core skills increase your attack speed by 25%. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and put the Ring of the Starless Skies in here because I feel like that's the play with this particular build.
Yeah, once you get it, for sure.
Is like, and I can make sure that that's like, if I'm going to do this as my main build, I can just get that as my first one.
Yeah, you can craft it. Yeah, it's guaranteed. Pretty much.
For those of you who don't know, there's going to be a reputation system in Diablo 4 similar to the previous one. And essentially, the reputation system, you get a free resplendent spark when you complete the reputation system, which probably won't take very long, judging by how they have it set up. Because unlike the other one where you had to go to the HellTide, this one is literally just like kill elites, champions, bosses, and like world bosses or something. And so like everything that you do is going to count toward the total. And that means that you can complete it on every character, and you can get a Resplendent Spark for each character that you run. So after you've done 4 characters, even like doing nothing else, like even if you're just like a low-level character and you just want to like grind out 4 reputations, you can get yourself a legendary, a mythic, for free, basically, by just grinding out 4 reputation windows. Now, there's other ways that you can get Resplendent Sparks too, though.
Yeah.
So, like, if you do some of those other methods to get Resplendent Sparks, like killing one of the Tormented bosses, or doing Lilith, I'm not sure if there's any other ones, but, like, you don't even need to do that many reputation grinds. So, like, there's definitely going to be a, point at which you can get your hands on at least one mythic unique. So, keep that in mind. So, you need, like, including one mythic unique in your build, I don't feel like is a bad idea, because you can guarantee at least one early on. But 2 or 3 or 4, you might be pushing it. Speaking of which, we don't have a helmet, we don't have boots, and we don't have an amulet yet. What's up, Bulbasaur? I think we are best off with like, I can't think of any other really good options except for the yeah, I think we're going with the defensive one for the amulet. I think that's our best bet. We just
Tenacious Destruction.
Yeah, tenacious Destruction. The when no defensive skills on your bar, because that's the 60% multiplier there.
100%. That's what you want there. I was just thinking about for your ring temporarily before you get the unique rings. I was trying to look through them. There's plenty of options.
I mean, we could go with Conceited easily. Like, we could easily throw in Conceited at any point. Like, I feel like that's worth it.
For sure. I know there's like another 2 or 3 options that this circ has on top of that. I'm just trying to remember the names of them.
What do we do for booties?
You can do the crit boots if you want to do the crit boots.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like Asus is a good move for this build. We do have a lot of things that are like, if you have crits, like, you are God. So, I guess we could do Asus there. And then we really need some kind of healing, so... Throw in Andariel's Visage for the Poison Novas.
I mean, healing, Undying, because you're casting fast, and Dying is a good healing source.
What? Crown of Lucian? What'd you say? What'd you say? Crown of Lucian? That's what I heard.
There's so many options.
Crown. Got the crown of the Lucian. Gonna tell you all what we got. Got the crown of the Lucian.
Oh yeah, Storm Swell's another damage aspect.
I mean, I think early on, especially if we go Undying, so like, let's take the Ring of the Starless Skies out for right now, because that's like an end game once we get everything set up. I think it'd be really easy just to do the Undying aspect alongside the my brain is farting here. The Starlight aspect, the one that gives you 40 primary resource for every 20% life you heal. And then you run the Undying together with the Starlight aspect and the Soul Brand. I mean, we should have permanent resource, permanent barrier, and permanent healing, like, between all of them. I don't really see any reason why that would go poorly.
None of those items you have on there are difficult to get. And like you said, Star Wars Skies is basically guaranteed. So.
And then gems, critical strike damage probably. Armor is most likely just going to be rubies. And then amulet rings. I mean, honestly, I don't really foresee having an issue with any kind of resistances on this character, especially considering Asus has resistances on it for some reason. Now they changed it so it has resistances on it. It's just gotta be the most colorblind move. They're like, this character has no problems with resistances. Let's give them resistances. Okay.
You can even make use of Dark Dance before Soulbrand.
Dark Dance? What's that?
That's a new one. It's where you spend life instead of mana for your damage.
Oh, yeah. I remember that one. I mean, Tyrael's is obviously super ridiculous, so, I mean, there's also that. Another interesting potential option could be, what is Splintering Energy? That's the Lightning Spear. I mean, another potential option is flipping in the other aspect, the one that gives you her Temerity, because Temerity gives you 100% barrier now.
Yep.
And then you could just essentially have the barrier constantly up from the healing, which should potentially work. I mean, they kind of feed into each other. Soulbrand and Temerity feed into each other. And as good as Magelords is, like, don't get me wrong, I think Magelords is amazing, with that 27% damage reduction. Having 100% barrier every single time I heal myself beyond 100% in combination with Soulbrand doesn't sound like a horrible plan either. Like, because then you basically just have buku amounts of barrier just constantly generating all the time, because you're running the Undying, so the Undying is just going to keep feeding barrier into your pool. Every single time you use a potion, you're going to feed barrier into the pool. You also get all the damage reduction while you have the barrier active. So, like, running Temerity is not like a horrible plan either. I mean, it could go either way. Like, if I found a really nice, like, 100% like greater affix Temerity, I could totally throw that in there. Like, that's.
I think you're at the point where, like, all these little items you're swapping around are very interchangeable, and it's really by feeling at that point as you play. Like, I want this instead.
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen the new Temerity, let me show you real quick the new Temerity, because it's absolutely glorious looking. Here it is right here. So it has 7.5% maximum life on it, which is just really nice. And also, all of the barriers now are being created based on your maximum life, so that also in turn increases the barriers that are being created. And then it also has the 9% damage reduction while healthy on it. So it wouldn't be like I'm losing, because I'm getting like I'm losing 27% damage reduction from close by swapping out from the Magelords, but I'm still gaining 9% DR from the Temerity, which makes up for a little bit of it, and then just 100% maximum life barrier. I mean, at 7.5%, if you got like a greater affix 7.5% too, that beautiful amount of health there. So that could be interchangeable. Like, I feel like you could go either way there. You could grab Magelords, or you could go with the Temerity, and it could flip back and forth. The splintering aspect looks really powerful, but I was also thinking, isn't there another one with the lightning spear?
There's a couple of them.
It's the one that gives you like free. Isn't there one that gives you like free casts of lightning spear? I could have sworn, or am I completely misremembering? Or is this the one that they changed? I thought there was one that was like every time you cast a lightning spear, you get like a free lightning spear. So it like automatically casts 2 whenever you cast 1.
Maybe it's the conjuration thing? There's a conjuration as well that can buff it.
It might be the one that they changed. I don't know. Yeah, they did change it. Okay, so it used to be casting a lightning spear always has an additional lightning spear, and increases your damage with lightning skills by 25% for 3 seconds. So they changed it entirely. Basically, that's what they did. It no longer summons the additional. That's the one I'm thinking of. But if I didn't want to go with the spear,
You could go jolting even there. You can go any damage multiplier. Jolting's another option, which is just random lightning damage. I was just leaning you towards that spear because that's like going to be
oh no,
really helpful.
it looks fun. I was also thinking about the ridiculous fists of fate though. Those look kind of fun.
That's yeah. I mean,
The new fists of fate with their like ridiculous setup. The new fists of fate are broken too. I don't know. Like I don't know what to think about the new fists of fate. They're 8.7% attack speed, 8.7% critical strike chance, 51.8% lucky hit chance. Which would certainly go a long way to activating all my lucky hit bonuses. And then you also get a 7.9% chance to apply a random crowd control effect for 2 seconds, with a effectiveness of 1 to 51.8%. I mean, that's one of them things though that would come down to whether I've actually found one, right? So like if I was running along and I happened to find like a really good, maybe like 2 or 3 greater affix roll Fist of Fate with like 300%. Like those might be worth slapping on.
probably the hardest item in the game to get perfect.
Yeah. Well, I mean they did it deliberately, right?
Yep.
Overall it looks pretty good. Let's say we haven't done anything with the Paragon board. And let's save this build too before we forget.
Paragon board ain't gonna be that difficult. You're gonna take mainly all the lightning stuff and then glyphs from there on out.
Charged bolts. There you go. I'm gonna copy the build link for you guys if you guys wanna play around with it. I haven't done the Paragon board yet, but let's go grind out the Paragon board. Alright. I mean, there is a certain aspect to this character, and I don't know how my damage is gonna be, but like taking maximum life actually does increase all my barriers, because all my barriers are based on maximum life, which is kind of nice. So I mean, there's an aspect there of getting stupid little fruit fly, stupid. You hurt me. Let's see. I gotta use the beautiful. I every time I'm doing this, and I love the way that this works, and then I go back to the game, and the game doesn't work this way, and I'm like, oh, okay, you suck.
Well, the main board you're gonna need is Static Surge. After that, it's really just your choice. Then you just start branching to whatever you want to do.
Alright, let's choose the glyphs later. Let's just do our generic. I said let's choose the glyphs later. I'll fight you. Why is it not letting me move past this? What the hell? Because I haven't chosen a glyph?
Making sense.
Rude. Yeah, this beautiful thing. They need to add this to the game already, by the way. The ability to just like hold shift and like make a path. Right.
That is nice.
After spending an undefined mana, your next cast of Chain Lightning or Charge Bolts makes enemy vulnerable. Restores 100% of your mana. This mana cost requirement is reduced by mana cost reduction bonuses. So a chance to completely restore my mana and also make the enemies vulnerable.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer, that board. You're going to want that board.
I mean, that's the same as beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that. 100% damage to lightning enemies. What? I'm pretty sure he's still in the process of updating this stuff, and I'm playing around with it right now. It's like, damn it, Ginger, stop it! Lightning resistance. Alright, let's just go here. We don't really want the lightning resistance. I mean, it's not really that big of a deal. odd. It wants me to pick it before I even, like, know what the hell I'm doing myself. What do we got up here? Maximum life. Yeah, these values are all borked. They all say 100% damage bonus. Like, they're all 100% damage bonuses. oh god. This is... We might have to come back and do the Paragon board later. At least I can see what they are. Like, this one is definitely lightning damage and damage to elites, which is useful. I mean, we definitely want to grab any scaling lightning damage bonuses as we can. Let's see what the hell we put here. Charged. For every 5 intelligence persist within range, crackling energy deals. Picking up crackling energy grants you 5% increased damage for 5 seconds, up to 15% times. I mean, that's a nice little 15 times multi. %, increased chance to critically strike enemies who are stunned. Nah. Elementalist probably is a good play here because it plays along with the Talrashas. It's basically just another bonus similar to the way that Talrashas works. Why you do this to me? Full screen. Or don't full screen.
Yeah, that's another no-brainer because you're already doing it for the ring, so you might as well do it for the glyph. It's just free.
Yeah, it's just free damage. Alright, and then try to see what we want from here. Reduced damage, the less mana you have, up to 25%.
I mean, since you're building barriers, you're definitely going to want the barrier block
Spending
glyph, probably.
Mana. I think that one's pretty good. After spending 50 mana, you deal 6.7% increased damage and gain mana regeneration for 3 seconds.
Yep.
I love how the Tears of Blood glyph is still in here. Which one were you talking about?
For defensive, it's reinforced.
Oh.
It's just more defense if you want more
100%. Oh, it says you gain 100% damage reduction while you have an action barrier. No. It's not 100%. That's silly. I don't really like... I don't know why they have so much resistance to all elements in here for the frickin' sorceress. They put it... They drop it everywhere. Like, I don't even know. They're just like, oh, you're a sorceress. You have plenty of resistances. All right, here, have more resistances. And you're like, oh, I don't want more resistances. And you're like, well, too bad. Take it anyway. Shut up.
I think that's part of the reason why Materials Might is basically pointless for a Sork. Because you can build max res on a Sork easily. There's like 3 or 4 different ways to do it. And you already have the resist that you need. So the only thing is the damage reduction, and damage reduction you get on Soul Brand, you get on other items. Like the damage reduction can come on any item.
Enchantment Master. I feel like Enchantment Master will work great for this build too. We just steal all this stuff. Damage over time reduction. Hey look, more all resistances. That's exactly what I wanted in my life. More all resistances. Maybe we actually take potion healing for the first time ever. Especially if we're going for Soul Brand, which specifically has the ability to enhance our like the amount of barrier that it generates. Like the potion healing actually might do something. Because the barrier is just, like we have barrier generation and all sorts of other stuff. And then so like if the base of the potion is really high, then maybe that actually works out to our advantage. I don't know. Let's go from We want that non-physical damage. So probably just take this pathway down here. Oh my god, get out of my way. Maximum life. Yeah, we might as well take these. I was thinking about the charged. I mean, it is, what, over 5 seconds? I don't want electrocute because it's too crowd control based. Dealing damage to vulnerable enemies increases your damage by 1% times for 6 seconds up to 10% times. I mean, that one doesn't seem like a terrible one. I don't know what my scaler is on this one, though. Do I even have a scaling multiplier like on the other ones?
Your Paragon board?
Yeah.
You have a bunch of little things. Like you have a giant one.
I mean, let's take Unleash. I like Unleash. We're going to be spamming a lot of mana, so I feel like that works out pretty well. And we're grabbing some non-physical damage. Hey look, more resistances. God bless it. I ain't never seen a friggin' like they just throw you so many resistances.
I mean, if you go the path of building the lightning spear, then you definitely go elemental summoner.
The hell just happened?
You could make use of Frigid Fate and get that 60% multiplier. You just have to get some cold damage on your gear.
I mean, we do have the ice blades. You deal 1 damage bonus damage to vulnerable enemies equal to percent times total amount of bonus damage with cold up to a maximum of blank. Of course, the numbers are all wrong.
It's 60. It's 20% 60. So you need like 300% bonus damage to cold. So, and that's like 1 or 2 items with masterworking. So 1 or 2 items you'll have to have damage with cold, and you'll get a 60% multiplier. It's an option.
I was also thinking about elemental summoner. I mean, elemental summoner gives you a huge bonus damage. Because if I'm gonna go with the lightning spear thing, where they kind of like shock everything, elemental summoner seems like a good play too. Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. Hey look, more resistances to all elements. Hey look, more resistances to all elements. God, if I have a problem with resistances, I don't even know why. I don't know why I'm gonna have a problem with resistances. I don't know. Don't know why.
It's a very weird thing. Like, the only lightning scaling they give you is off crackling energy. They don't give you like just a raw lightning scaling. The only thing you get is the mana reduction, which is nice, but it's not a multiplier, right? It's just more mana, which is technically, I guess, more spamming. But
I mean, we can also grab the crackling energy bonus. I mean, we should probably grab exploit as well, so let's go ahead and grab that. Grab the Dex. And honestly, we're still not even. We got activated. We didn't activate reinforced. Let's activate that. Oh look, 100% lightning resistance.
Destruction's a good glyph if you don't have that yet.
I'm looking at where the best spot to. I guess technically we do this from anywhere.
Destruction, exploit.
I mean, we also have Ceaseless Conduit, which I guess
Charge.
if we're going crackling energy anyway.
Charge glyph is good for you.
What is that? Crackling energy damage and lightning damage. Damage to elites and movement speed. Yeah, I was looking at charged. I was going to grab that. I was looking at some of the other options first. I was trying to see if there was anything better. But
did you grab Destruction yet? Destruction's really strong, especially for Lightning Spear.
Oh no, I had to check. Oh look, more lightning resistance. So silly. Why?
Like, Destruction ties directly to the Splinter Energy aspect. Like it's a direct link.
Crackling energy damage, lightning damage. Destruction. I mean, we still got enough to grab one more glyph. Let's just go ahead and do it. I think the easiest spot is probably here. And then, I don't really know which one of these we actually want to grab. I guess it really doesn't matter all that much.
It just matters for like what you have access to. So Destruction requires Dexterity. So what boards do you have left?
I've got...
Burning Instinct has 49 Dex. So Burning Instinct would be
Burning
a good one.
Instinct, Frigid Fate, Icefall, and Searing Heat.
Burning Instinct is your best one for that glyph. It has 49 Dex.
Distraction. Ah, yes. The critical strikes one. And that's the one that scales critical strike damage as well.
Yep.
And we had to go down here.
Over on points.
Yeah, I am over on points. I can't seem to subtract for some reason. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It does not let me do the subtraction.
Allow illegal moves. That's such a funny slider.
Okay, well, we're definitely over. But, I mean, we're over by 10. So, it's really just a matter of pulling points here and there from a couple things that we don't need. Let me go ahead and save this, and I'll try refreshing the page. These frickin' ads are just covering my entire screen, though, and I can't see the button to frickin' do anything. What the hell is even going on right now? I feel like my whole screen is ads. We're gonna have to pull out some old techniques here, where we delete the ad from existence, so that we can get access to the bar. I don't know if you guys have ever done this before. I have. It's hilarious. No, it's not what I wanted to do. There we go. So we still can't close it, of course. You just gotta keep deleting, like, it's like so many different layers of ad to get to like the actual regular window. It's not gonna let us get any further, is it?
There's a save button at the top.
No. Oh wait, there we go. We zoomed out and it let us out. It let us out. Update build. There you go. Yay, reload. Alright, so I think that's pretty much it, though. Let's see if we can fix this Paragon board real quick to remove some points. I mean, what do we want to remove? We've got attack speed bonuses here. I mean, I kind of like having attack speed bonuses. That's the enchantment master. We could definitely pull, like, this one here. Maybe that one. That's 2. Also, we don't need, like, all these points in decks up here. We could probably pull, like, a couple of these. I mean, it's nice, don't get me wrong, but, like, we're still meeting our minimum requirements at 226.
Those aren't direct multipliers for Lightning Spear, though. Just so you know.
Yeah, I mean, well, let me see if I can pull anything from anywhere else. Obviously. Can't pull that one. Those are all attack speed bonuses. I mean, that's so close to the elemental summoner. Anyway. What is this? We don't need the dex. We can pull that. These are all non-physical damage, which are additive bonuses. No, I mean, we could pull that one. I feel like that would be good. Then we could grab a couple more decks. Actually, we can't even grab one more point of dex. Because the other dex points are like way up here. So we need at least 2. We need at least 2 points to grab the dex points. Where were those potion healing ones that we grabbed earlier? We could skimp on those. That was in this tree, I think. No. Which tree was the potion healing in? Was it this one? Yes, it was this one. We can't really skip. Only thing I can do is pull the recuperate, like, rare node, which doesn't really help us all that much. I mean, I don't like pulling rare nodes when I'm skimping.
You're at 224, 225 on this screen.
I could pull that one. I guess I could pull this one. We got a lot of vulnerable dexterity here. I could probably rework this better.
You have the at the bottom of that board.
That's the attack speed nodes.
But those blue ones, like, what are they?
These are all attack speed nodes, except for this one with his conjuration.
Those are only like 1.5 attack speed, I bet.
Yeah, it's like 1.5, 1.5, 1.5,
You
and
probably
then
can
this
grab
one.
3 of those back. It's probably not worth it.
And then this one is good though. Like.
Yeah, you keep the main one, but the 3 small ones, you probably don't need the 1.5s.
Okay.
The crit damage is probably better.
All right, so then we're gonna
It's
go.
multiple proof.
What? 1, 2. We still need one more so we can grab the last dex node. Just 1 point somewhere to grab the last dex node with. This one's willpower. Why do I have that dex node there? There we go. That gives us what we need. And now we got the last dex node. Alright. So, update. Build, save. Let's go ahead and copy this build link. I'm going to start putting these into the description for you guys as we make them. Trying to make these as best I can, but, you know, like, I can't promise you guys anything. Like, I played PTR, we tested around with some of this stuff, but there's been so many changes There's there are so many changes at this point that the best I can do is build you a really nice build. Like, just make sure that everything is set up properly, and then we just go in and we see how it performs. So charged bolt sork. There we go. Okay, so charge bolt sork is in the description now. What do we work on next? We can put little check marks next to stuff. What's the alt code for the check marks?
I don't know.
I can't remember what the checkmark alt code is. It's 0252. There we go. No, that's not it. 0254. No. It's useless. 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 Why do these alt code things never work? I'm going off on a tangent, boys. Tangent. Check marks. Wow. No, what's the alt code? Oh well. Check. All right,
Some wings.
let's try something easy this time. So we're gonna go to my old builds. Why not? Where's my builds? There's my builds. All right, let's pull up my flay kick. Yeah, my flay kick barbarian. We're gonna update the flay kick barbarian for season 5. Shouldn't be too difficult. We're gonna have to like swap out a couple things here and there, but the rapid aspect is going to well, we'll probably swap that somewhere else, but we're gonna use the new Shard of Verithiel, which is gonna be pretty darn powerful with the build. What else do we switch and swoop and swap and sweep here? Still got the Moonrise on the necklace, which is solid. Adaptability on the ring, which is solid. We're probably not going to use the Brawlers aspect. I don't know. I'm not really sure if that's going to apply the bleed or not. Alright, Kevin, you have a good one, man. Thanks for hanging out with me. I don't think we go with the earthquakes. I don't know. I feel like we go with the earthquakes, we're gonna end up with too much problems here. Let's go ahead and rework the skill tree a little bit first before we start working on the other stuff. This will actually be pretty easy. So we're still going frenzy. Oh no, not frenzy. This is frenzy. Oh. Well, did I copy the wrong build? Frenzy, earthquake. I did copy the wrong build. Okay. Well, stupid. Big dumbly. Play kick earthquake. That's the one. Alright, clone build. That way we can do this again. And now we go to the skill tree. Alright, yeah. Everything's looking decent. Decent. Unconstrained. I mean, we could go with unconstrained for Flay instead of gushing wounds since they nerfed it. Could be either way, to be honest. I'm not entirely sure. Alright, I feel like what we do here is we pull points from kick. And since we're going to be trying to spend the kick as much as humanly possible, which path do we want to go here? We've got the Fury from Ground Stomp. We've got the Fury from Leap, so that's good. We can pull Challenging Shout. I don't really think that's necessary. We want to put 5 points into Rend, specifically so that we can enhance the Rend bleeding damage as much as possible. I don't think we need to actually put points into Rend, though. So I think the way that this build works is we're going to swap out the Ring of the Ravenous. We also got the Pit Fighter. I mean, that's good. I mean, most of this is still set up properly, and there's really nothing wrong with any of it. I mean, one of the only changes that we could potentially make is swap to Gushing Wounds or back and forth to Unconstrained, one way or the other here. Since we are going to have some Fury issues with Ramalodni's now, that the way that they updated it, we may actually need to grab... which one is it? Basic skills generate 30% more Fury. No, that's two-handed weapons. That's not what we're looking for. And then for Flay, we actually ended up going with the damage reduction, which was actually better. So that was actually a solid play there. Maximum life helps out a lot. We still have these two. Yep. I mean, overall, it looks like everything's still pretty solid. Let's check and see if we're using the aspects of perpetual stomping. Let's go ahead and add in the Shard of Verithiel, because that's going to be one of the new major players in this. I don't really want to do the Earthquake stuff. I feel like the Earthquake stuff is okay. I'm not sure if I want to do the Earthquake stuff or not. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe. Maybe not. I mean, it is free damage, which there is something to be said about that. It's definitely free, just free damage. Dodge chance, assimilation. Say we move away from this. Alright, let's unequip the two Earthquake mods, because I'm not entirely sure I want to go with the Earthquakes. We still want to make it so that Ground Stomp resets leap cooldown, though. That way we have more leaps, which means more bleeds. We need to change this out for the Ring of the Ravenous, which is part of the way that we're setting up this new build, so we get a lot of extra free bleed procs. The more bleed procs we can get, the better. The general gist of the idea is we get two kick cooldowns, and as long as we have 2 kick cooldowns, we're going to be pushing out some pretty serious like bleeds this way. In fact, we might even want to switch over to the knockback kick. I'm not entirely sure. The one of the main problems with the Shard of Verithiel is that it causes your basic skill to cost resource. And then on top of that, the Ramaladi's Magnum Opus is now going to make us lose 10 Fury every second, which is... I'm not entirely sure how these two are going to stack together. Might be kind of insane, actually. I don't know. Maybe we don't stack. I mean, Ramaladi's is an easy way to multiply damage, though. Well, we just need more resource, right? So... I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, one of these expertise. Was it the one-handed sword expertise? Lucky hit up to a 10% chance to gain 5 fury when hitting a crowd-controlled enemy. Double this chance when using 2 swords. Lucky hit up to a 10% chance to gain 5 fury when hitting an enemy. Double this amount of fury gained while berserking. I mean, that could be an interesting way to go. Throw in the two-handed mace just so we could get the free fury generation. There's also the free fury generation on the tree, which I'm pretty sure somewhere down here there's like basic fury generation. I cannot remember. We also might be able to get away from using a fortification aspect. I was actually thinking about that. So in the Paragon board, normally we don't take this Warbringer board, which has every 75 fury you spend, you get 100%, or you get, everything says 100% on here for some reason. You get Fortify, so like we normally don't take this, but I could totally take this time, and that way, because of the way that the Shard of Verithiel is working, which is it's basically forcing you to spend resource, it could work out, basically, that we're just spending resource and getting our fortification through the Paragon board instead. So we don't have to actually take one of those aspects. I mean, most of this is alright. We could actually pull a lot of this damage while berserking, actually. Let's just go ahead and pull that whole damage while berserking there, because once they capped that stuff out, it really wasn't worthwhile anymore. Alright, so I think it would have been easier to go the other way. Actually, here, we'll leave this, we'll connect this here, and then pull this. We're still like 3 points over though. We can pull damage while fortified, that's not a big deal. And fortify generation. And then what else can we pull from this board? Physical damage over time, physical damage. Let's just pull the 1 point in physical. Alright, so that updates that. We still need the rapid aspect, so I'm pretty sure that we're just going to take the rapid aspect and we're going to shift it to here. Why does it say the rapid aspect is already in use? It is already in use. What the hell? Well, that's weird. Aw. Eh. Might have to redo this one from scratch. Man, these build calculators really aren't ready yet. It's unfortunate. We're so close to the launch. I mean, we're only a couple days away, right? We're like 2 days? We're like 2 days away? Alright, so Ring of the Ravenous, adaptability, Moonrise. We've got Edgebasters on the slashing weapon. I was actually kind of thinking maybe Rupture could, the Fields of Crimson could be an interesting choice, but we really need Deflateration, which we're already going to be like sacrificing a bunch of our Flateration by using Ramalades and Shard of Erethiel together. Maybe we drop... I'm trying to think what we want to drop. Did we drop Shard of Erethiel or did we drop Ramalades? I don't think we can really drop either. I think we're stuck. It's just way too much multipliers. Oh, thank you for the bits, Pyro Coyote. Should pop up any second now. I'm usually looking ahead of myself. Tuscal Majorits the Mighty has been nerfed into oblivion, so it's not even really a good choice anymore. I'm pretty sure we're probably just better off with going with, like, Undying and I mean, obviously, if you can get your hands on Tyraels, I think Tyraels is a strong play with this particular build. 100%. We don't really need Skullbreakers, actually, now that I think about it. We could probably go with a different item. The, I'm trying to think what we would actually put here besides Skullbreakers. I mean, honestly, I'm not sure whether the Brawlers aspect is going to work the way I want it to in terms of applying the bleed. I know the kick will, but I'm not sure if the explosions from the kick will. So, I don't know. Trying to think about some of these aspects. There was a couple new ones in the patch notes. Let's go take a look at the aspects real quick for the Barbarian. They also added a couple of the older ones too. I don't know. The Barbarian. Moonrage, Necromancer. Sure. I mean, the crown of Lucian kind of needed it. I mean, you basically just put that hat on, and your character was just like super OP, and nothing mattered anymore. So I don't really know what to tell anybody. Kind of ridiculous, to be perfectly honest. It was kind of ridiculous. Really? You gonna make me fill all the gear slots before I'm allowed to save the character? Just gonna put jank in there for the moment just so I can friggin' whatever. Here, take it. I just want to save it real quick. I'm gonna put this one in there too. And obviously I need to update it. I'm trying to see if I can get this rapid aspect to disappear off the list here. It seems to be stuck. It's super stuck, and I don't know why. It's super stuck, and I don't like it. It's super stuck, and I don't like it. No, I don't freaking like it. It makes me sad. I don't like it. We're gonna have to put Shard of Erethiel here, and then I guess we're just stuck with the rapid aspect because it's already placed somewhere else, so. was going to throw the rapid aspect here. That's kind of the point. Maybe if I save it with the Shard of Verithiel in that spot, maybe it will fix itself when I refresh it. And then unequip. Nope, the rapid aspect is still there. What the hell is going on with that? It's so weird. Alright, Edge Masters, Shard of Verithiel, Ramalades. I'm pretty sure we put rapid here. I mean, there's other options, like we could use the Brawlers aspect here. I mean, some of the multiplayers, like the free Earthquakes and stuff, they're okay. I can't remember if I'm using the Earthquake one on this Paragon board. Let me see. Rumble. I am using Rumble. Okay. I mean, in that case, we could just go with it. Why not? We'll just go with it. Bull Kathos. There you are. And then Skullbreakers I don't really think is necessary, so we can go with something else here for damage output. I'm trying to think what else we want. Probably Hectic Aspect, actually, now that I was thinking about it. Because we want to be able to use Leap and Kick as much as possible. So being able to use Leap and Kick means more bleeds through the Ring of the Ravenous, which is what we're looking at. So basically the Ring of the Ravenous, the way they have it set up now, is it gives like massive amounts of bleeding damage for every brawling skill you use. So the idea here is just to take advantage of the ridiculous Ring of the Ravenous brawling bleeds, because it's going to add rend bleeds to basically any target that's hit. Let me show you guys. So we've got, they changed it from 4 to 8, and then they also changed it from once every 4 seconds to once every 1 second. So it's 2 stacks every second instead of 2 stacks every 4 seconds, and they're double duration. So every single time we use a brawling skill, which is Leap or Kick, we get 2 stacks of rend bleed on the target, which we can just continually keep reapplying every single time we use our brawling skills. So all this is going to do is it's just going to add in a whole bunch of extra bleeding damage, essentially. And then when we finally do use our Rupture ability to pull off the bleed, it should be pretty impressive. We're also going to be using Leap to restore our Fury, and we'll be using Ground Stomp to restore Fury. Both of them have Fury restoration, which actually works really well. So Ground Stomp has a 40 Fury every single time, and Leap has a 40 Fury. I think they actually bumped those up for the patch too, so that should actually be nice. I'm not entirely sure I want to go with Power Kick anymore. I think I might go with Mighty Kick. I don't really know 100% which way I want to do this. I think Power Kick is going to be an issue because it consumes all of my resource. And with the way that the Shard of Verithiel works, which is going to obviously make it so that my basic skill actually costs 25 resource at this point, could be in a situation where I might be screwed. Because the 25 resource that it costs, combined with the 10 resource drain that's on Ramalades now, that's right, it's a resource drain of 10 per second, which is kind of nuts. Let's see. But you lose 10 Fury every second. We're gonna need to have like an active Fury creation team basically going on. So the Leap and the Ground Stomp are going to be crucial to basically feed us large amounts of Fury on a regular basis. That's also why we're taking the expertise for the two-handed sword, because between the expertise for the one-handed sword, which also gives us Fury, extra Fury, we're going to get 2 different bonuses of extra Fury. So that should make up for the loss that we're going to be getting from Ramalades and Shard of Verithiel. Overall, it should work out good. Proner messaged me. What's up, Proner? Oh, he said he updated the unique doojank. Let's go take a look at that. I think this one's mostly finished. Do I need to rework the Paragon at all? Like, I'm not entirely sure. What am I running? I've got Carnage. I'm also running Blood Rage. I've got Hemorrhage, of course. No, I think this is pretty good. We can like change the notes a little bit here. Priority stats are maximum fury, damage while berserking, damage to close, crits, attack speed, vulnerable, and basic skill damage. That's pretty much done. Let's go ahead and X out that because that's an old video. How do I go back to the, here it is. Do I have one too many points on the paragon tree? Okay, no. I think that's pretty much it. I think he's done. Like, I don't really think he needs a whole lot of changes. For the most part, he's looking pretty good. I mean, we can change this to the Season of the Infernal Hordes. I forgot to do that. There we go. So, if you guys want to do the Flay Barbarian, I think he's going to work pretty well. I don't see any reason why he's going to be a failure. For the most part, I think he'll do amazing. I do, however, want to take the Tuscan of Jords the Mighty out because it's basically trash at this point. And if you guys want that, I'm going to copy this link for you guys in here. So that's the Barbarian. And let's move on to another one, shall we? Proner just messaged me and he said that the tool, the gambling aspect tool is updated for uniques now, so yeah, I'm gonna have to do a video on this later. This will be fun. So let's see, what's my optimal chances of gambling? I don't know if I can gamble a Shard of Erethiel because I don't know if the like the Infernal Hell specific uniques are gambleable, but we'll find out, obviously. But let's go to something like something nice and not class specific. So obviously Frosties. So let's say if we want to gamble Frosties. Looks like Frosties are best on the sorceress right now. Is that basically what that's saying? So like as soon as I clicked on that, it highlighted the sorceries. It says Druid Rogue. Actually, I really like this. This is nice. So I can do things like Banished Lord's Talisman, Mother's Embrace, Pain Gorgers. All the non-class specifics obviously are going to be the ones that you're looking at. All the class specifics, not as important, obviously, because if you're gambling for, you know, like say, you know, a class specific like an amulet, obviously it's gonna be the Barbarian, and it's gonna be the amulet on the Barbarian. So yeah, I'll have to wait till he gets that finished, and then I'll do a video on that. The what are we doing next? Let's play around with a couple different builds. So we did the Play Barbarian. Let's throw a cheek. Let's do a cheek. There you go. A little check mark there. Since I can't do the fancy alt code check mark on my doojang. I am upset about that. What do we want to do next? Should we do the Earth Spike Druid? That sounds like a really fun one. Let's do a brand new Earth Spike Druid, shall we? So let's start off with the skill tree. That's the easiest way to start this out. So if we're going to do Earth Spike, obviously, 5 in Earth Spike, no big deal. We're probably going to go with the... I like the Fortify. The Fortify is really nice. But then again, that Fortify doesn't work on bosses, does it? Because it's stunned, immobilized, or knocked back. So I guess technically you could build Fortify while the monsters are... well, they're both stunned or immobilized, aren't they? So I guess we go with the Fortify. And then at this point, we're pretty much just going to be building maximum... Actually, Shard of Erethiel doesn't care about that, does it? But we could potentially go with basic skills, generate more spirit, because Shard of Erethiel does, of course, have some drawbacks there. In that it costs spirit to, you know, actually use our ability at that point. We could do... Actually, we could be close or far away. It really doesn't matter with this character. I'm trying to think how I want to set this guy up. It's going to be one of the Earth skills, obviously. We can also potentially do Nature's Fury, which isn't a terrible option. These free skills count as both Earth and Storm skills. So, in Nature's Fury's case, which is kind of interesting, if we do go the Nature's Fury route, then Wind Shear becomes an Earth skill, and Storm Strike becomes an Earth skill. And we'll get free uses of both of them, basically. So if we were to, say, like, grab 5 points here and 5 points here, and then we grabbed, say, like, the makes the enemies vulnerable, and then we could also grab the... I don't know, we could do like the movement speed, or we could do the Wind Shear grants 4 additional spirit for each enemy hit beyond the first. I like that movement speed. So if we go with this particular setup, this is basically the Nature's Fury setup. So in this setup, we are going to be like stacking 3 different basic skills that are all going to be going off in tandem, which should be pretty powerful. Shard of Erethiel is going to beef up all of them. What's up, Rastasme? Yeah, I like both games. I like D2 more. I still like D2 more, but Diablo 4 is getting better and better with each patch. That's for sure. I've had a lot of fun with Season 4. I think that was one of the best seasons so far, without a doubt. I'm not sure if Season 5 is going to compare. But, you know, can't all be winners. They can't all be winners. What do we go to from here? I'm trying to think of what we want to run for this. Do we want to go with Grizzly Rage? If we grow Grizzly Rage, we have to go Werebear, right? Which isn't really quite what we want. The Werebear. The bear of the were. The Werebear. A bear so where? What's up, Keith? How's it going? A bear so where? 'Tis a bear of the were. The Werebear. Encase all enemies in stone, stunning them for 3.75 seconds. You deal 30 times increased critical strike damage to enemies affected by Petrify. Against bosses, the critical strike damage is increased by times 50%, and its duration is increased by 7.5 seconds. I'm trying to consider whether I want to go into the Werebear territory or not for this at all. I'm not really sure what I gain by going into the Werebear territory. I mean, I'm already going to have access to the Earth skill bonuses for all of the basics. Which is definitely something that makes a huge difference for this character. So we're probably going to want to stack, what is it, Stone Guard? Yes, so we want this one, and then the 3 in here, and then we want probably 3 in Earth in a Safeguard. That way we're just like stacked on Fortify because we get a nice 12% damage increase on all the basic skills for the fortification.
You achieve. Rather, it is a state of mind which you constantly strive toward.
I'm trying to think here.
This all comes from an understanding that ideas aren't static.
I hate it when there's like some random guy talking in the back of these lo-fis. Like, I deliberately picked no talking. Like, I just wanted to no talking. Let's go to a different music style too. Like, hold on. Bow, 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 bow. Let's go to chill EDM. Why not? We'll change it up to a different style. All right, are we going with any of the companion? I don't know. We're not using any of the companion stuff, really. I mean, we could grab Predatory Instincts to get the crit chance bonus. Assuming we're going Nature's Fury with this particular type of build, I mean, it just makes sense. I guess one thing we could potentially get is the quick shift bonus. That's not exactly a terrible thing. We're not a werewolf, so we can't get any of the neurotoxin stuff. I mean, we could potentially still grab the poisoned enemies are slowed. I think there is a way we could potentially poison enemies. I've got an idea on that. So throwing in the poisoned enemies are slowed isn't terrible. Because this is an earth skill and the way that Nature's Fury works, we're very actually probably a good idea to take Cyclone Armor. Because Cyclone Armor will get reset all the time, and we can just press the button whenever we want to. It's probably the best idea. That way we can have Cyclone Armor casting the barrier for us. So far it should look something like this. So Earth Spike, of course, and then we could go with... You know, we haven't even chosen anything else yet. We're literally just casting Earth Spike, and 3 other abilities are also casting at the same time at this particular point. But we can put Cyclone Armor on the right click at this point because it doesn't make any sense. Why not? We'll just spam Cyclone Armor every single time we get an opening. It makes sense. We don't need Storm Strike or Wind Shear on the bar. Yeah, we don't need them on the bar. We should be fine. I mean, at this point, it's pretty much just picking all the rest of the skills that we want to support what we're doing. So let's decide on a ultimate. If we're not going into the Werebear tree, if we're just staying a Humi, you're just gonna be a horrible Humi, then we should probably just grab Petrify. I don't see any reason why not. So we just grab Petrify, put that right there. Then we've got 3 more slots to use to whatever we want. We can also choose the boons too. Let's grab damage reduction from elites, attack speed. We probably don't need fortification, like, bonuses. I think we're good with that. I mean, we could go with the companions. I mean, the companions do have some interesting uses. It's not like they're terrible. Calm before the storm. Nature magic skills have a 10% chance to reduce your cooldown of your ultimate by 2 seconds. I mean, technically, Earth Spike is a nature magic skill. So, yeah. Then we could spam Petrify, which certainly wouldn't be terrible. Keeping Petrify up would give us a nice critical strike damage bonus, which, you know, useful. It also stops all the monsters and stuns them, so it's not terrible. The, I mean, if we go with the companions, we're probably going to just grab Pack Leader, because why not? I feel like we're better off not going with the Pack Leader bonus. I don't know. Maybe just running more defensives on this would be even better. Like throwing on, say, Earthen Bulwark. I mean, Poison Creeper is not terrible. It's not a terrible choice because it would give us access to some of the other, like, critical strike bonuses and things that are definitely useful. So let's go ahead and put Poison Creeper on there. I feel like Poison Creeper is like one of the better ones anyway, and we can go with the 20% increased critical strike chance. That way we get every single time Poison Creeper's up, we can get that critical strike bonus. And then we can just pick Pack Leader here, which could be nice. Or we could just go with the Calamity. I mean, we could go double here. Or it really doesn't matter all that much. Either that, or we go with double on Avian Wrath for the critical strike damage bonus. I mean, both of them are nice. So, either way we go, I think we'll be alright. Let's go ahead and put Shard of Erethiel here. Or can he even use Shard of Erethiel? I thought the Druid was updated. Isn't the Druid updated to use Shard of Erethiel? Let's make sure we're on Eternal Hordes. Bow, bow. Let me take a look at the patch notes real quick. Yeah, I think it was... Which one was it in? Was it in this one? Nope. I think it was in this one. Da, 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 da. Well, it kind of falls apart if I can't use the Shard of Erethiel, but I can't remember if they could or not. Ah. Oh, Proner's working on the build guide right now. Nice. I'm gonna shoot him a link of that one that I was having trouble with. Do I not have Discord open? Open up. Well, I mean, as you can see here, they're changing the way that some of these work. I don't know what all the changes are, though. Can the Druid wear swords? I don't know if I tested that.
Yes, they can.
They can? Okay,
Yes.
so I need to tell Proner to update that as well.
There is even a bug fix in the patch notes about Azure Wrath and Druid. Pretty sure that's what I mentioned. Fix an issue where Azure Wrath did not freeze enemies or deal cold damage when equipped by Druid or Sork. And I also tested it on the PTR.
I'm gonna send him a picture of it too, because Shard of Erethiel is not an option on the build planner. At the moment, anyway. The Basilisk is there. I did update that for Sork, but not for Druid. Okay. We might put him on hold until we can get everything fixed, but we're basically just going to be using Shard of Erethiel with, you know, like some form of like totem. Hopefully I can help Proner like refine some of these things. He's already working on some of the stuff. He said he's going to try and see why that one thing wasn't removing also. What the hell was I doing? Okay, so I got most of him set up. We're going to go ahead and put in Earthen Bulwark, because why not? I don't see any reason why not to have Earthen Bulwark on the list as well.
I'm still on a 50-50 coin flip. Zyler wants me to go one way, and then Luli wants me to go the other way.
So here's my thinking on this build. All right, so I can obtain multipliers for Wind Shear and for Storm Strike by using Nature's Fury. So if I use Nature's Fury, because they added that thing back in like Season 3, I think, it says, in addition, these free skills count as both Earth and Storm skills, which means that all of my Earth skill and basic skill bonuses should apply to both Storm skill and Wind Shear.
That was a really powerful change.
So
yeah.
I'm building up Earth Spike, I've got Wind Shear, and I've also got Storm Strike, and I'm basically going to be trying to beef up all of them, which is pretty easy to do since they're all basic skills. So we're most likely going to be putting Moonrise on the necklace, pretty standard stuff, and then adaptability on the ring slots. Trying to think here what we want from here. I was halfway contemplating going with the Werebear, but then I was like, I don't really think.
Well, you get an offhand too, so you can put another multiplier on the offhand.
Yeah. So you know, we get Shard of Erethiel here, and then let me put like a placeholder for Shard of Erethiel. We'll just put Butcher's Cleaver here for the time being.
Yeah.
Because that's a one-hander, and then for the offhand, I feel like we kind of have to go with Rapid Aspects. We do get a nice attack speed bonus on Shard of Erethiel, though. I noticed it has 25% for basics, which is certainly useful.
I want to do a build with that spear now.
But I mean, what are the other? Which spear? What Shard? What Avarion?
Yeah, I want to use it.
Dude, they put so much freaking damage on it. It's ridiculous. Did you see how much additive bonus it has now?
Yeah, it's crazy because
Like
it's 3 in 1.
Yeah, it's like I mean, if you just add it up, you know, additively, it's what is it like nearly like 500% additive bonus. And the additive bonuses aren't terrible either. Like, I mean, you get 159.5% critical strike damage, 159.5% vulnerable damage, and then 159.5% overpower damage.
And that percentage all stats is very interesting. Imagine greater affix.
Dude, it's ridiculous. That could work really well with a dodge build, actually, I was thinking. Because it's gonna beef up your dex, which is gonna give you more dodge, and if you get like the other dodge aspects that heal you and give you fortification, I mean, you could like fill it out really easily. And you don't need resistances with that 66 all res on there.
Yeah. I probably will. If I get that, I'm gonna make a build around it.
Is there a list of all the like weapons? Because they put like a matrix on the thing, but then they didn't actually like list like all of the
like
stuff.
Everything else.
I don't know. Because I don't know exactly all the things that everybody can use now.
There's a section in the patch notes. More weapon types are available to more classes. Druids can use polearms, one-handed swords, daggers. Necros can use maces, axes. Sorks
More
use one.
weapon. Okay, there it is. Here, I'm gonna link him this one then. Let's see. I'm gonna put that in there as well, just so he has it. Okay, so yeah, so druids can use pole arms, one-handed swords, and daggers. This will also, of course, affect the unique gambling matrix. Because
He's
obviously
just
it's
giving him
gonna.
homework, man. He's
Yeah.
like, what the heck?
Well, I mean, he needs this stuff. Like he tells me a lot of the times he doesn't. Sometimes he doesn't have a lot of time to play, so he needs somebody who can filter the information out and help him kind of just like know what he's looking at. What do I go with? I feel like Harlequin Crest is a really strong play here with 3 basic skills. I feel like there's pretty much no other option for the most part for the helmet because I'm using so many basic skills. I got, like 5, 5, and 5, right? And so if I put Harlequin Crest on, that brings them all up to 9. And then Shard of Verithiel has what, 4 on it?
Yep.
So that brings me up to what, 9? It's 14 or 13 or whatever.
And that one could be Greater Affix and Masterwork.
So each one of these would be very effective damage wise, and honestly, I'm getting a lot here. So like I'm getting with the Earth Spike, I'm getting the fortification. With the Storm Strike, I'm getting the chance to immobilize and the 50% chance to make them vulnerable. Wind Shear also has a 20% chance to make enemies vulnerable, and it's
you can go movement speed.
and it's a line. Yeah, and I went with movement speed on Wind Shear instead of the Spirit. But like overall, I mean, I'm getting a ton from these. I was also thinking I could throw in, I mean, just as a gag. I mean, I don't know. I'm not really sure exactly how powerful it would be, but the Wind Shear one. What the hell was it called? Is it even in here? Aspect of the Calm Breeze, is that it? Yeah, Aspect of the Calm Breeze. Wind Shear now deals poisoning damage. And has a chance to fully restore your spirit. I mean, it could... I'm just thinking from like a certain perspective. I guess I'm not scaling poison though, so I don't really know if adding in the poison is really going to be.
You're not in werewolf form at all, right? So it's not. I don't think it applies to your build.
I mean, I could still. It's
you
kind
could
of
use
a
it to get
aspect.
the crit multi. What is it? Toxic Claws or the other one? Venom. Venom is it? That'll give you some crit multiplier.
Well, I was already using Poison Creeper, but I mean,
so then you don't need it.
Like, I'm just trying to think like whether or not it's. I was kind of leaning on the side of avoiding the companions. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, and if that was the case, I could go with like Blood Howl or Debilitating Roar.
Yeah.
Instead. And then maybe I would go with the what is it? Nature Savagery that allows the Blood Howl and the Debilitating Roar to also proc the others. I'm not really sure I like going down that route though, because I end up with like way too many aspects, and then I start getting aspect starved. I don't like getting aspect starved. It sucks. Petrify seems like an interesting play with this too. I mean, I didn't think it was a bad play. The crit multi on it seems kind of nice.
It is. I plan on personally going Cataclysm just because it's giving you double damage guaranteed with the ring. It's kind of insane.
I mean, one thing about going with Blood Howl and Debilitating Roar, though, is that I could stack points into Quick Shift. So I could grab, like, the damage bonus there, right? So as long as I... Like, every single time I'm pressing Debilitating Roar and Blood Howl, I'm switching back and forth between forms, right? So I should still be getting the multipliers.
Yes. I'm so torn between Rogue or Druid, man. I'm gonna make both. I just don't know what to start with.
Isn't there one with Hurricane? No, that's Hurricane gives you shape-shifting skills, and then there's the one where like the longer Hurricane's active. So that's not really what I'm looking for either.
You probably the fortify one. Are you talking about boots? What are you gonna probably the fortify one's probably what you need. Because it buffs your spike. Usually +2.
I think I'm gonna be like really good on fortify. Like between
No. While you're fortified, you get +2 ranks or skills.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's just more +2 skills.
I wonder if that +2 ranks of Earth skills applies to Wind Shear and Stormstrike.
When they count as Earth, you could perhaps
I think.
that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so when they get the free casts, they are technically Earth skills, and so wouldn't the 2 ranks technically apply?
Possibly. And knowing the way they program this game, it could be bugged. You'd be doing billions of damage because it's some mathematical formula went wrong. You know, wouldn't be the first time for the 5th season in a row.
Okay, so what do we take? Like, I kind of want to take Wild Heart Hunger, but I also don't like want to take it because no, I don't think it's a good play for this. Honestly, I think they're kind of bugged and they don't really work properly. It's just my current assessment of them, is they just don't really work the way that they should probably work. So what boot do we want to use? Maybe some nice legendary boots.
Well, that's where we were talking about the +2 to scales if you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking, is maybe just go with legendary boots and just... Yeah. And then we could just grab the earth... what is it? Ballistic aspect. Yeah, gets us 2 ranks in earth skills. I mean, that'll increase our earth spike, it'll increase our earthen bulwark, it'll increase our... I think it'll increase Storm Strike and Wind Shear when they're cast as free skills, which should be pretty darn powerful.
Another thing you can put there is Symbiotic if you want cooldown reduction. So sacrifice damage for cooldown reduction. That's a choice.
What was the Symbiotic is the one that gives you the...
It's like -5 seconds off your cooldowns every time you trigger Nature's Fury.
Symbiotic. When Nature's Fury key passive triggers a free skill, your non-ultimate cooldowns of the opposite type are reduced by 5 seconds. Yeah, I mean, basically what I was thinking is I would just have, like, infinite casts of Cyclone Armor whenever I want to.
Those also go on boots, so if you want to sacrifice damage and just have another aspect there, it's all up to you.
What's up, Hynos? How's it going? We're doing some theory crafting for season 5 of Diablo 4. Symbiotic has to go on an offensive slot?
It's utility. It can go on boots. But then you lose the other one, so.
Ballistic. It can't go on the pants. No, can't go on the armor. So it can go on... Can ballistic go on the other slots, though? It says ballistic can go on gloves, armor, helmet, shield. So we could change ballistic to the pants, and we could put symbiotic on the boots. That way we don't have to sacrifice our... No, it doesn't. It doesn't show ballistic up there.
Yeah, I don't think you. I think armor can only have defensive, nothing else. I don't think you can do utility on armor.
I thought the boot aspects were usually. Like...
No, boots have utility access.
Bow, bow, bow. Ballistic aspects, allowed item types: helmet, chest armor, boots, gloves, amulet, and pants.
Chest armor can have utility?
That's from Wowhead. Let me check a different website.
I'm just checking game.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it goes on multiple slots.
Let me just launch the game.
Sounds good. I mean, yeah, it shows up on the armor. It doesn't show up on the pants for some reason. I guess that's what's going on. It's not popping up on the pants. I mean, that's okay. I'll put it on the armor, and then we'll take the, we'll take the symbiotic and put it on the boots. Alright, so at this point, we've got, what is that? Plus 4, 5, 6 for the ballistic aspect. And then the Shard of Erethiel itself has 4. So that's 10. And we got 5 native, so that's 15. So we're sitting on level 15 Earth Spike at this point. We also need to make sure we grab the Earth Spike aspect, the one that makes it go in a line, which is, I don't even remember which one that is. What the hell is that?
Yeah. It shows it can go on in game, so go on a lot of pieces. Maybe just he needs to fix that on the website.
What is it called? Seismic Shift? Seismic Shift. Earth Spike deals 50% increased damage and launches spikes in a line. That's exactly what we're looking for. Alright, and then from here we've still got pants, 1 ring slot, which we haven't used for anything yet. Aspect of the unsated, mangled. So when you have aspect of the natural balance, that one doesn't work with Nature's Fury, does it? So like when you have
because you're not casting it directly.
You're not actually casting it. Okay.
I think you would only get the crit portion.
I think my best bet is probably the Fortify one, right? The, was it Aspect of Retaliation? The one that... No, that's core skills, so that's not what we're looking for either, then.
You're just looking for another multiplier, because Edge Masters is the most...
I mean, yeah, Edge Masters is going to be good for this particular build, so... I can go on the offhand. And then we're still left with ring and pants. The ring and the pants.
You can go for some defensive on the pants, for more damage reduction. Probably the basic one. Might.
I'm just doing a quick check on the ring aspects and see what I might want to throw in there.
I don't think you need resource, you just probably need more damage in the ring.
Yeah,
well,
so I'm thinking.
If you're running Shard, you're going to want to Ring of Starless Skies in the end. Like, if you're going to do Ubers, you want Ring of Starless. 100%. Because that works with basic skills once you have Shard.
Well, let's just throw Rapid in here for the time being. I'm not exactly sure how much attack speed we're going to have. And then we could put Ring of the Starless in later. And then for the pants, it's pretty much just a defensive aspect at that point, right?
Might probably is the most, because you're going to be casting
I'm gonna be
basic.
spamming basics, yeah. I mean, that's pretty solid. And then weapons, it's going to be topazes. Armors is most definitely going to be rubies, because they take away my fortified freaking doojags, turds. And then gems is probably going to be resistances. Probably. Alright, I still didn't solve this empty slot right here.
So you've chosen Harlequin Crest on a Druid.
Yep.
Yeah, it is an option, but I think a Druid loses so much by not having the conversion.
I mean, what would I gain with the conversion?
Well, converting Earth to Werebear, you gain overpowers like crazy. You gain the multiplier on the Paragon board. You basically gain any Werebear like attack-based thing, any damage.
I mean, I was considering perhaps like changing, like going with the werebear. I mean, I considered it. I just wasn't really sure exactly what I would get out of it, to be honest.
It's the same dilemma I'm going through.
I
Because
mean,
I would be converting Boulder.
if I swap out Harlequin Crest, I'm losing +4 to 3 skills, which is a total of 4, so that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 skill points out of those basics. I'm also losing the 20% damage reduction, which I would have to make up somewhere else. I mean, granted, the bear is kind of tanky, and if I did go down that route, I could pull things like Iron Fur, which, like, wouldn't be an absolutely terrible option. And I could also swap from Petrify to Grizzly Rage instead. So, I mean, if I went that route, it would probably be easier for me to get the quick shift passive as well. So there's also that. So let's explore that option. So let's use the new version of the Vasily's Prayer, which is like way better, by the way. I don't know if you guys have seen the new version of Vasily's Prayer, but you should look at it. It's glorious. It has much beauty indeed.
It gives you like 12% damage reduction additional while fortified.
The hell is the Druid? That's the sorceress. Alright, here you go. Here's the new Vasily's Prayer. 7.3% willpower. 873 life, 1750 armor, and 3 to defensive posture. And tons of fortification, too.
Technically 4
Like
to
the
defensive
fortification that it gives is just like dumb stupid. I mean, honestly, with that fortify and the fortify that's coming from Fierce Earth Spike, I could probably drop the 3 points in safeguard that I have.
Yeah, look at defensive posture too, what it gives you. Because that gives you more fortify as well.
Where's defensive? Oh yeah, defensive posture is the one that gives you
Fortify percent and damage reduction.
damage reduction while fortified. Okay. I mean, I could like stack that even higher and throw 3 points in it. I mean, if I'm getting that much fortification from other sources, I could just simply take safeguard out entirely and just throw 3 points into defensive posture. I mean, if I'm going with the werebear, I can obviously swap over to quick shift, because at that point I'm going to be shifting a whole lot, and then I can also grab the shifting into an animal form, grants damage reduction.
You can also grab mending and provocation. Yeah.
Mending.
Provocation.
Let's see, what am I missing here? I got like 3 points left. I know I want to do something with these. Hold on. I was actually thinking maybe grabbing this overpower. Your next non-defensive skill will overpower. I mean, we could just stack 3 points in that. What am I missing here? Let's swap out Petrify for Grizzly Rage. So, simple swap. And then we are grabbing Poison Creeper. We're just missing a skill. We just need one more skill to fill the bar. Or we could just not take an additional skill. I mean, do we really need an additional skill? Oh yeah, I forgot to grab Earthen Bulwark. That was a mistake.
I mean, there's some choices.
I grabbed the resistances. I guess we don't, because we grabbed some of the other ones, so we might not need abundance anymore. I grabbed abundance for like the Shard of Verithiel problems, but we might not need that anymore.
You especially don't need it once you get ranged regardless.
I mean, I figure it's pretty much just grab another defensive skill at this point. Let's just grab Blood Howl. It'll help with the quick shifting. And we get some attack speed out of it. And then I can throw one more into Vigilance. Or, you know what, let's go damage instead. Let's throw one more into Provocation. And we can pull one from Defensive Posture and put that into Provocation. That way we get more overpowers. And then we've got our Blood Howl. Probably swap these two, actually. I mean, honestly, with the symbiotic aspect and Earth Spike, Cyclone Armor is going to be spammed all the time, and every single time Cyclone Armor gets spammed, it's also going to spam the Earthen Bulwark too, so it's just going to go back and forth.
Do you have points in Neurotoxin?
Neurotoxin...
Because if you're going that way, then you might as well go for Envenom. It's just free.
Poisoned
multiplier.
enemies take additional critical strike damage. I mean, yeah, I could go for that.
If you have the points. Otherwise, there's no point in poisoning unless you're going to take advantage of that.
Well, I was using the Poison Creeper for the extra crit strike.
Well, yeah, if you're going to use it, you might as well get 30% more crit damage.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to see what I can snag.
You probably won't need the resistances in the end.
Yeah, I was looking at Ancestral Fortitude. I feel like I could drop Ancestral Fortitude.
Those are nice early on, but in the end, once you have your gear right, you probably don't need it.
I mean, I think
You can always
that's
throw
alright for
materials in
now.
later.
Maybe we could drop one from Heightened Senses to max that out. I think that's alright.
You don't even have all the nature magic stuff. So that's the thing, is you run out of points as a druid, because you can make advantage of everything.
The nature magic stuff? You're talking about like Defiance and whatnot?
Yeah, Defiance, Circle of Life for healing.
Here, let me go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna think about it.
Resonant. There's just so many choices on Druid.
Alright, so I was thinking about it, and I don't think the werebear's the right way to go. So I don't think that the way that Nature's Fury works, and also the way that the Storm Strike abilities work, I'm not entirely sure that they would become werebear skills. I don't know. Maybe. So Vasily's Prayer converts all Earth skills into werebear skills. But does that also... I mean, we're running into the same situation with the ballistic aspect. Like, is the ballistic aspect going to be applying to the storm skills in that scenario with Nature's Fury? Because Nature's Fury is converting them both into Earth and storm skills. Let me do a little research here real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Research. There's like nothing from recently. I don't know. Maybe they count. It seems like an awful lot of maybe, and I don't really know if that maybe works. I mean, we're basically running under the assumption that we have to think about this. So the assumption is that when Nature's Fury casts a free cast of an ability, it says here that in addition, these free skills count as both Earth and Storm skills, right? So then Vasily's Prayer says that it converts all Earth skills into werebear skills, which technically means that for the purposes of Storm Wind Shear and Storm Strike, as they are cast from my werebear paws, they should technically count as a werebear skill as well, so they should also get the werebear scaling. Or we go the other way, which is guaranteed. So if we go the other way and we do the nature magic scaling instead, then I feel like the nature magic scaling works better for what we're trying to achieve. Because then we are guaranteeing that Wind Shear, Earth Spike, and Storm Strike are all getting the buff. Whereas with the werebear side, we're not entirely sure whether or not Wind Shear and Storm Strike are getting the buff or not. God, there's got to be a way that we could potentially test this. There is. Let's pull up some Diablo 4. I didn't think we were going to pull up Diablo 4 today, but we're going to pull up Diablo 4 and we're going to test this real quick. I need to know whether or not the Earth skills, the free casts, actually count as Earth skills. So that's our goal right now.
So are you going to test the aspect and see if it does more damage, or?
I guess the only way we can do this is just simply put Vasily's Prayer on the head. And then just kind of build it the way that we currently have it and see how it, see if the free casts actually do more damage, basically. So that's the only thing we're going to be able to do.
Are you going to test Ballistic or Vasily's Prayer? Because I think Ballistic's probably more straightforward test, right?
I mean, they're both pretty much the same, right? Like both of them are relying on the same thing. They're both relying on whether or not the free cast of the ability actually counts as Earth skills, and then whether the thing actually applies to it. Vasily's is just another layer deep, which is just even more silly. Because then I think
it's harder to test.
Well, what I was going to do was I was just going to see if it multiplied the damage, because it should. Like, it should get the multipliers from pretty much everything, so... this character's going to get deleted anyway. It doesn't really matter. Where's my Vasily's Prayer? There we go. Okay, so we have a Vasily's. Let's just reset this guy specifically for testing. Like none of this stuff really matters, but let's just go ahead and reset the refund all. All right. So we're gonna put 5 points, 5 points, 5 points. Boop, 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 boop. Let's get everything correct here. I mean, we don't really need to respec everything to make this work. I'm really just trying to get the gist of it. Alright, quick shift. Let's honestly, the ones that don't scale the damage in the way that we're trying to scale the damage is probably better just to leave them out of the test. So we need the ones that are going to scale the damage based on it being a werebear skill. That's what we need. So anything that's specifically going to affect that it's a werebear skill. We already know that these should technically work. I don't really have a lot of like werebear specific stuff on this skill tree. It really doesn't matter here, does it?
Yeah, I don't think there's any werebear. The only scaling you can test werebear would be the Paragon board scaling. The survival instincts. I think that would work no matter what, actually.
Well, I mean, I was just thinking that if we went with, like, the nature magic bonuses... I don't know. Like, we basically go the opposite way and do the nature magic bonuses, but...
I think the most direct test is ballistic, because ballistics just give you +2 ranks of skills, so the numbers should go up, right?
So it should just show on the screen.
You should just be able to see that there's a difference with ballistic and without ballistic as far as the storm strike and the wind shear.
It might even show, like, I mean, we can test this and we can see, but it might even show on the panel.
I don't think it will because it's conditional based on it getting cast from Nature's
Fury. Because it has to be the free cast. Got a bunch of crap on here, don't I? Vaseline's prayer. Vaseline's prayer. Here we go. We have +3 ranks. I mean, I guess one way you could easily see it is just simply like attacking, seeing what the damage is, like kind of like average on the free casts, and then removing 3 skills and see if it's the same. Because it shouldn't be the same, right? Let's just play with it. Wow, that's actually decent damage for like not really being set up properly for this. I'm getting like 100 Ks, 50 Ks.
So we have to figure out which is which. So like, what is your wind shear and what is your storm strike damage?
That's right. I have wind shear currently active as my main ability. Hold on. There we go. Big bear, big bear, big bear, big bear, big bear, big bear, big bear. Getting the free casts of Windshear and Stormstrike are like constants, by the way.
Oh yeah, because they up the percentage as well. It's like 35%.
I don't even have the line. Once I get the line, it's going to be even more crazy. And then the Shard of Erethiel added into it.
Oh yeah, there's so much scaling you're missing. I
Like,
don't even know what your Paragon board looks like or anything.
I mean, right now, all I really have is, I don't even know if I have Moonrise. Do I have Moonrise?
Yeah.
I do not even have Moonrise.
Yeah,
on
you
right
don't
now.
have anything right now. So.
Oh, so Moonrise was on my main weapon, and I was playing around with Flesh.
It's actually
Bender.
better
That's
not
what
to
it
have
is.
inconsistent stuff, though. You don't want Moonrise for testing. You don't want any of that stuff. You could actually take off items, because
Holy
it's
crap.
much easier to look at smaller numbers. I need to take off everything that you can take off.
What? Be naked.
Yeah, everything that you can take off is better for testing.
But I don't want to be naked.
You're a naked bear anyway.
But I don't want to be a naked bear. Bear, bear, naked bear. Come on down, I'm a naked bear. Bear, bear, naked bear. I'm a naked bear. I'm looking at it right now, and it's like, you can clearly see when, like, the wind shear fires. I mean, as of right now, I'm looking at numbers like 35k. I think the lowest I saw was like a 16k. So like 126 was the top end. Let's just write down the range. So like the lowest was like 16k to like 129k top end, right? So let's just play a little game here.
Do you have Ballistic on?
I'm gonna put the Vasili's Prayer back on.
And you're not even 45, right?
Oh yeah, ballistic is only when you have.
Fortification. I don't think you took the Earth Spike fortifies you when you did your character spec.
Oh
You
yeah,
didn't
I
even
probably
take-
need to like just put that in there for the moment. There you go. Now I'm fortified. Let's take the Vasili's Prayer helmet back off. I mean, I haven't seen a single number close to 16k. Like they're like getting down there. Like there was a 17k for a second there. I mean, it looks like the numbers are higher.
It would be nice to know exactly what your wind shear is hitting and critting for your storm threat. I think you can test this by being ranged. If you're ranged from the dummy. I think it's better if you're not melee.
Well, Storm Strike won't hit if I'm ranged, so.
That's fine. So you're just testing wind shear then. It's even better. Like the less numbers you have to look at, the better, right?
$36k, 20k. Oh, that was a double. That was a double shot.
20K.
Does Shard of Erethiel have chance to cause the ability to go twice as well?
No, I think it just has plus the skills.
So I'm gonna need to get that on the do jank. That's another thing. Like, out of all of the abilities, since I can't get, like, you know, just like basic skills have a chance to hit twice, I noticed that the chance to cast twice is working on Wind Shear. So when you get the free cast of Wind Shear, there occasionally it's going twice.
Yep, that's another good thing that you've solidified. You have to look at all the tempering and see what's your best tempering for your offhand.
Well, I guess it would be whichever one is the highest base damage, wouldn't it? If they're all technically counting as all the multipliers, so Storm, Earth, and Bear, I mean, at that point it's really just like which one of these abilities has the highest base damage out of the lot. I mean, is Storm Strike? Storm Strike is 13,000 on the tooltip with a 34%. Earth Spike is 38% at 12.398. And Wind Shear is 34%, so they're both kind of the same. I mean, Wind Shear has the added benefit of piercing, and Earth Spike has the added benefit of obviously being a line-based attack. I'm also seeing here that Earth Spike has a much higher lucky hit chance. Like, way higher. It's got 38% lucky hit chance, whereas Wind Shear is only 22 and Storm Strike is 27. So as a lucky hit, just like proccing effects, Earth Spike seems like it would definitely work better.
Yeah, so you have Earth Spike, chance to cast twice. Wind Shear, chance to cast twice, and Storm Strike. So I think it's either between Wind Shear and Earth Spike. I think you would just go Earth Spike because that's your main ability. And I wonder if you cast Spike or Earth Spike, if you have an extra chance to trigger Nature's Fury, you know what I mean?
I wonder if,
That might actually be really strong.
I think maybe we do 2 basics. I was just thinking about this. So like adding in one of the other basics doesn't really matter which one. We can force transform back and forth between the 2 forms. And I think with the Wild Hearts, I might actually be able to maintain that. Let's pull out my Wild Hearts. I've got a pair here just sitting around. Bugs won't leave me alone. Alright, so basically with Wild Hearts you kind of have to just like attack, wait, and then switch to a different form, wait, and then attack, wait.
If you do that, then you definitely use that other aspect you're asking about earlier, your natural balance, I think it is. Yeah, you would want to use natural balance if you're going to do that.
Yeah, I am able to maintain it just by simply switching back and forth between 2 effects. I'm just going back and forth between Wind Shear and Earth Spike, like it's not even that big of a deal. And I was able to get it up to a pretty high number there. I mean, basically how it works is when you shapeshift into a werewolf or werebear, you gain Wild Heart for 5 seconds. What it is like while the Wild Heart is active for 5 seconds, it ticks up slowly, like 1 stack every second for like 5 seconds. So you see it down here ticking. And then once it reaches like the 5th stack, it doesn't tick up anymore. So you have to switch back to another form. But like all you really have to do is just switch out of the form and then just keep refreshing it every once in a while. I mean, I had pretty much had it permanently there just by switching back and forth between the forms. And I didn't even need the werewolf.
I think those boots are just like twice as good too, as far as the damage.
I mean, look at it. It's already up to 13, 14, and all I'm doing is just swapping back and forth between the 2 basics. It's not even that difficult.
Yep, you would definitely add a natural balance. I'm willing to bet.
I'm at 20 now.
I think you can get this build with everything endgame set up in probably 10 million, 20 million crits. I'm willing to bet. Overpower crits.
I mean, with 3 different basics all working in tandem, I mean, if they're all hitting really hard, even if they're all hitting for like you said, like what'd you say, like 300 million?
No, I think you can do 10 to 20 million easily.
Well, yeah, but that's like per
Yeah,
ability,
yeah. Then you
right?
multiply. Yeah, exactly.
Times 3, basically.
Yes.
I mean, it already looks really powerful, to be perfectly honest. It's slapping. It's got some nice slappitude. Let me put in the rest of my points here. So I leave out. We got neurotoxin. It's not even set up properly, so
No,
I mean,
there's nothing set up properly right now.
like my
Don't worry about
Paragon Paragon board is like just set up for wind shear at the moment. I mean, I do have some of the stuff going right, like because I was set up for basic before, but I'm also set up for poison damage too. So I've got like Bane and Tracker.
I wonder if you're gonna play that way too. I think Shaco. I think you don't even bother because the provocation. You have to be in rare form for 12 seconds, right? And
So
you're not gonna.
we don't go with provocation.
Yeah, because you're not going to be in rare form. The way you're playing, you're going to be in rare form for a second.
Well, if I'm using Wild Heart, then I have to swap back and forth. So
Yeah. So I think it like counters that ability.
okay, so we drop provocation and we drop mending.
And you just go for more multipliers or whatever you want.
I mean, we can go with probably 3 in defensive posture. Let me make sure I got all my abilities. I mean, we don't. You know what? We can drop. I think if we drop Poison Creeper, but we can't drop Poison Creeper if we want the multiplier from Envenom.
Well, you want all the you want all that nature magic stuff, man. Like especially since you're going back and forth. You want not only do you want natural balance aspect.
So do we drop Poison Creeper just to grab and drop Envenom?
Well, if you have to, because Resonance is perfect for the way you're playing now. Like look at Resonance. It's an 18% multiplier.
Well, yeah, because we can swap back and forth between Wind Shear and Earth Spike, gaining both bonuses.
And Natural Disaster.
Nature Magic bonus, 2% multiplier, triple this bonus if an Earth skill is the next skill after a Storm skill. So it's close to that, but it's not quite that.
It works both ways.
Well, the thing about the Wild Heart, which is weird, is you kind of have to wait. Like, if you'll notice that, like, when I transform into a bear, I have to, like, sit here and wait for a couple seconds for it to stack up. Like, it doesn't just stack up immediately. So you kind of just have to spam Earth Spike a little bit and then switch back, and then spam Earth Spike a little bit and then switch back. I mean, it won't be terrible. Like, it's not like, you know, boom, 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 boom. I don't think it'll stack up at all if I just go, like, right-click, left-click, right-click, left-click. Well, I guess it does. Never mind.
Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it?
Well,
You're
because...
just refreshing the duration.
Well, because it takes a second before it actually adds a stack. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, you're never losing the buff. Like, you're always activating the buff.
Okay, well, if I'm actually going to be hard casting Wind Shear, then things change. I don't know. Maybe the poison aspect isn't a bad idea.
Yeah, because then you can make Envenom. You can make use of Envenom even without Poison Creeper. There's just so many options. Like, the tables are just opening. And that's not a real thing, but... What the heck?
What do we got? Nature magic skills consume spirit, heal you for 1% of your maximum life. Well, that seems really nice, especially since we've got Shard of Aerthiel. So we've what? Infinite healing at that point? I mean, that doesn't sound terrible. Natural disaster is nice too. I mean, if we're going like the nature, well, you know, no, because we want the Wild Heart, so we do the quick shift. We grab.
Look at natural balance, the aspect.
Natural
Because
balance.
the way you're playing, yeah, the way you're playing now, that's like so much damage.
What's that? Offensive or?
It's an offensive. You can go on rings too.
Yeah, natural balance is the one where you get the earth skills. Casting a storm stone grants your earth skills critical strike damage for 4 seconds. And then casting your earth skills grants your critical strike damage for storm skills. And technically, wouldn't those apply to both skills when for the free cast?
Yes.
So I mean, that's
I think so.
I mean,
because
that's
you're going
just gonna
back
be
and forth
amazing.
now. Because now you're actually hard casting both.
Mm-hmm.
So you're getting the advantages of both.
I like it. I like it. But then we got to take so symbiotic aspect has to get off of the boots because we want wild heart hunger there. Maybe we scrap ballistic aspects.
You just at that point you're scrapping damage for cooldown. It's what you want. Is what do you want more, cooldown or damage?
And then we go back to the symbiotic aspect. Well, so honestly, I think the symbiotic aspect is going to be better. It's going to allow us to spam Cyclone Armor and Earthen Bulwark. The way that we're currently setting it up, kind of ridiculous. I don't even know. Like it's going to get to the point where we're just kind of spamming both abilities back to back to back. There's not going to be much play there. Take you off for a second. Put you on. What's the matter, Cody? Do you gotta go Peppadoo?
Howdy.
Well, that was a nope. What's up, Razor?
Not too much.
We're doing theorycraft builds for season 5 coming up soon. I've already theorycrafted new flay Barbarian. I've also theorycrafted the charge bolt sorceress. We're working on pretty interesting like Earth Spike build at this point, like because they kind of changed the way that Earth Spike works. So it should be interesting to see how this build turns out with the new shard of Verithiel and all the other interesting things. I'm not sure if you've been following a lot of the changes, but season 5's like going to be completely different than season 4.
Yeah, and season 4 was completely different than season 2 when I last played.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, I got myself a nice Shaco and a Tyrael's Might and a Grandfather this season, and they're all going to be legacy items again.
We're gonna get more. Don't worry about it. They got the reputation system. You can grind out sparks now, and you can just get your Ubers that way.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do I still want Grizzly Rage for this though? I was actually just thinking about that. Because doesn't Grizzly Rage lock me into one form? Or does it still down transform me when I use like human skills and stuff like that? Because I might not be able to swap back and forth between the different forms. I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about your ultimate? Yeah, you probably don't want that ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's what I was just thinking about is like, because if I use Grizzly Rage, I'm stuck in Grizzly Rage, and then I won't be able to get the Wild Heart Hunger. Also, I won't be able to use Wind Shear because Wind Shear is not an Earth skill, and it's not a Werebear skill. So, kind of back to Petrify, I guess, at this point.
Probably.
Okay, so we'll put Petrify back on the list here.
What's the seismic shift aspect you added in?
That's the one with the Earth Spikes. So that's the 50% multiplier for Earth Spike, and that's the one that makes it go in a line.
Oh, okay, so you definitely need that.
Yeah, and that's the one. They also said they removed the cooldown off of it, so now it just goes in a line.
You know what you can do? What would be more damage? I mean, you could try Petrify. You could do Cataclysm. Because you're going to build up that anyway. You can use the new ring, and then you put natural balance on your offhand and get rid of Edge Masters. That is a choice you can make. Because the new ring is double damage, it's 100% multiplier. So it's better than Edge Masters. And then on your Spirit Boons, you have Calm Before the Storm, so you're perfect, yeah.
mean, technically, I'm also wind shear at this point now too. I don't know if I want to go down the poison route with wind shear, but I still think that's a dead end. We also don't need pack leader anymore because we're not using any of the companions.
I think the poison route is not something you build. The only thing is you add poison in if you want to get the crit multi from Envenom. That's the only reason.
I think we
don't
just
think you
grab
build poison.
Avian Wrath. It's probably our best bet. Critical strikes with shape-shifting skills have a 75% chance to heal you. That could be another way to go too if we need extra healing.
I think you have unlimited healing because you have nature magic and you grabbed Circle of Life, right?
The circle of
Oh no,
life.
it's Consumed Spirits. That won't work for you.
Yeah, well,
So
because it's
then-
Shard of Erethiel.
Oh yes, then
Because
it does
Shard of
work, so never mind.
Erethiel forces the basics to consume spirit, so we're
Yeah.
good. We're 100%
unlimited heal.
good. The only thing I'm worried about is Shard of Erethiel might force me into a Starve Out, which is something that I am worried about. So I need like a way to prevent a Starve Out, or like you know like kickstart the engine or whatever. Like we need. Like, I just need something that can inject the
Yes.
starter fluid, essentially, to give me the kickstart to the engine,
Bloodhowl.
basically.
Bloodhowl can do that.
Bloodhowl gives spirit?
Yeah.
Does it give spirit? I thought it just gives healing.
Generates 20 spirit. It's one of the choices.
Oh, did I see that? Oh, so then we don't do the attack speed, then. We do the spirit. Okay. That can work as a Kickstarter. That's nice. I like that.
And I think once you get Ring of Starless Skies, you put Natural Balance on your offhand and you get rid of Edge Masters for Starless Skies.
Okay, so I forgot to pull,
I've been trying to get
Poison
that thing all season. That ring.
You can craft whatever you want, Razor. Just keep leveling characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the basic tactic right now is with the reputation system. You get a free Resplendent Spark at the end of the reputation grind for the Iron Wolves. So you basically grind out the Iron Wolves, get a free Spark, make a new character, grind out the Iron Wolves, make a new Spark, or make a new character. You just keep doing that 4 times and you get your whatever uber unique you want. It doesn't even take that long, to be perfectly honest. You could just like pick the same character and then you can just delete the character when you're done if you don't want them. I mean, I personally what I do is I just make, like all my characters. That's what I do. So I just go through the process of making every character that I would be interested in making for that season, and then I just grind them all out, and then you just have to do like a risk assessment essentially, and you're like, okay, well, do we need this amount? Like, do we need this one? What's the best choice essentially for us at this particular point in time?
So Xylor had it down to a science towards the end of the season, like later on, because he had all the characters he wanted. He just kept creating the same character over and over again, and he had all the gear saved for every level. Like, this is my level 10 gear, my level 20 gear, my level 30, my sacred gear. He had all the gear, and just create a new character. He has the gear. Level up, here, put that gear on, and he was just doing that. He had like, I don't know how many Resplendent Sparks, like 16 at one point. He was just using the gear over and over again.
That's one way to do it. I was thinking kickstart wise, there's this passive in the boons, and I was actually thinking maybe sacrificing that 30 times multi on Avian Wrath for, oh no, not Avian Wrath, this one, Energize, lucky hit, dealing damage has up to a 15% chance to restore 30 spirit. Like that could potentially prevent any kind of starving problem. Maybe. I think that's a solid play, because I did notice, like, especially when I was playing around with like my Barbarian, I was messing around with Shard of Erethiel, and there were times where I would run out of spirit, and then that was it. Like I couldn't do anything.
To make it, I had a weapon swap to make it work.
So having something that helps generate the spirit, like, so that it doesn't happen, seems to be the best bet. Plus, you want to make sure you're at full all the time anyway for Edge Masters. Otherwise, you might as well not even take that one, which we could swap out to something else.
Well, I think you're going to drop Edge Masters once you get Ring of Starless Skies. That's what I'm saying. Once you get the Uber Unique, you drop Edge Masters. You put Natural Balance there, and you put the Ring a Starless Sky is where natural balance is.
Yeah. What am I missing? I know I'm missing something. I also thought about abundance, which is basic skills generate more spirit, which isn't like a terrible, terrible one.
Actually, Edge Masters might just be straight up bad with Shard. When you think about it, there might be something better until you get Ring of Starless.
Yeah. Trying to make sure I got everything. Gonna make sure I got every freaking thing. I'm a little bit worried about fortification. So, like,
Well, you have fortification built into Earth Spike, right?
Well, the Fierce Earth Spike only works on monsters that are stunned, mobilized, or knocked back. Now, granted, the Earth Spike has a 15% chance to stun, but, like, I'm thinking, like, versus bosses.
But you're using Vasili's Prayer, right?
Well, yeah, Vasili's Prayer does give that 5% now, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then you have Defensive Posture, which gives you even more generation.
And what is that? What did they change it to exactly? It's your Earth skills are now Weber skills and fortify for 5% of your maximum health. How does that even work? It doesn't even have like there's no lucky hit or anything. It's just 5% fortify flat
every time. Exactly.
Just every time you hit.
And it's actually more than that because it scales with your plus 45%.
Well, that's freaking insane. Honestly, if that's the case, then I don't even need the skill point in Fierce Earth Spike. I might as well just take that out.
Probably, yeah. You can just save a point.
I mean, that's just a point saver there. Just take that out, or because like the other one is summon a second Earth Spike when hitting immobilized or stunned enemy.
That's nice for like before the boss. That's really strong. It'll just give you double damage.
Second line.
Yeah, it'll just give you that. Literally, will give you double damage when you're killing anything but a boss, and I imagine the second one can proc Nature's Fury as well. And then you're gonna put double cast on your offhand. Like this is gonna be insane.
This might be a fun starter too. Well, not now. See, now I want to start this one as well. No, I want to start this one.
I'm gonna Harvey Dent flip a coin because I don't know.
Cody Monster Dog said he's gotta go poo. Gotta take a number freaking 2. I gotta squat in the yard with the bugs and the flies, 'cause you won't let me go on the toilet tonight. And I know I missed the John yes time, old crap. Poop all over everything again, and now you make me go outside in the yard, and it's really crappy because it poops really hard, and then it rains and it pours, and the hot is real sticky, and the squirrels are staring at me while I'm doing ickies, and I don't want to go outside no more, because there's lots of things out there that want to bite and bite and bite. I don't know. I'm pretty satisfied with it so far. I think this build's going to be insane.
Oh, Doug, go back to your skills or your gear.
Gears. Okay. So we got Moonrise on the amulet. I got natural balance on the. Actually, natural balance could natural balance potentially be better on the amulet than Moonrise?
I don't think so. I think Moonrise is just too good for basic. But you know what is better than Edge Masters? 100%. Because Edge Masters, because now you're spending resource. So Edge Masters is not as good. Rapid is way better. 30% like attack speed cap is just gonna.
Well, I did have rapid, and that's why I put natural balance in. But I could definitely sacrifice Edge Masters for rapid, so I could go faster. Because the thing, the thing about attacking fast when you're using 3 abilities is that attacking fast just means I get more and more potential hits. Like it's crazy.
Yep.
I wonder if also doubling the Earth Spike has a because like I don't know if I've actually tested that. Have you tested that? Like if you're using Nature's Fury and you double the Earth Spike and you're attacking with Earth Spike, does that give you
More
the
procs?
more procs of the Nature's Fury because
I
you're
think so.
attacking twice?
I think so.
Because
And you're going to have it two ways because you're going to have the temper and you're also going to have the, what's it called? Wild Earth Spike.
maybe seismic shift. No, well, seismic shift is only going to be for Earth Spike though, but it does have a 50 times multi on it. If that went on the amulet, that would be nice too. I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't think so. I think that's pretty solid. Except we need Shard of Earthiel here.
Yep.
Which I don't have. I'll have to, when he updates this will definitely be nice. So we haven't done, I got 1 point to spend left on the tree, and then we can go do the Paragon board. Where the hell do I put this point? Maybe one in Heightened Senses? I guess we do one in Heightened Senses. I mean, that maximum life on Mending is certainly not terrible either, but... maybe we go for that instead. Go for the life.
The best part about this build is you get to build both Paragon nodes. You get to build Thunderstruck and you get to build Earth and Devastation.
Well, Thunderstruck will definitely help for the free casts. Yeah. I mean, I might as well.
And you get to build Ancestral Guidance now. Man,
Because I'm spending? Because because I'm
Yes.
spending. Yeah. Dude, this is gonna be a nutso build.
You get free poison with Constricting Tendrils, Ginger.
Oh,
So you
yeah.
can use Envenom. You can get a free 30% crit multi.
Well,
'cause
I'm
you get
also
Constricting
running out
Tendrils.
of points.
I know, this is insane. Drew, this build requires every point under the sun.
Nature magic skills deal 10% increased crowd control over vulnerable enemies. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, Earth and Sky. Because they're all nature magic skills. All three of them. So I think that's solid. What do we need? Willpower for that? Okay, we're gonna get most of that for free on the way up the board. Ancestral Guidance is absolutely insane. That's 100% increased damage. Or no, that's not 100. It's like, what is it? I can't even remember what it is. It's 75 spirit for
30.
I gotta
times.
send him a picture of this. I'm sure he's gonna get this fixed, but it's %, 100%. So what do we take first? Do we take Earth Skills, Earth Devastation? I mean, we kind of go in like an order of operations, right? So like
And-
Earth Spike doesn't count as Storm Skill, but it does count as Earth Skill. But the Storm Skills will count as Earth Skills with their cast.
You want everything.
So I think Earth and Devastation first, though, right?
Yes. So you literally want Earth and Devastation. You want Thunderstruck. You want Survival Instincts. You want Inner Beast. You want Ancestral Guidance. And if you can fit it, you want Constriction Tendrils. And if you can fit it again, you want Heightened Malice. Like, you want almost every legendary node. It's kind of insane.
Heightened Malice. Well, I don't have Poison yet, so unless I get Constricting Tendrils.
Yes.
Constricting
Heightened
Tendrils
Malice is
will help.
last. So this is the order I would go. I would get Earth and Devastation. I would get Thunderstruck. I would get Ancestral Guidance. After that, I would get Survival Instincts because you're going to use the Helm. I also would get Inner Beast. You might not be able to afford the Constricting and the Heightened, but
Well, let's...
Inner Beast. Have you seen the new Inner Beast?
We definitely want No, Exploit doesn't have the multiplier on it on this class. That's right. I don't remember all of them, to be honest.
I'm talking about the legendary nodes. I'm not even talking about the glyphs right now. I'm talking about the actual boards. The glyphs are easy.
That's what I'm grabbing right now. I'm just grabbing the glyphs. We probably want Outmatch, right? 16% physical. Well, Earth Spike is physical, but the others aren't. Are they?
Storm Strike is physical.
Storm Strike is physical?
Windshare might be as well. Just saw highlighted.
I'm looking right now. Says physical. Storm Strike is lightning. Earth Spike is physical.
Windshare is physical.
So Wind Shear and Earth Spike are physical, but Storm Strike isn't. So I mean, it's still a good one because it's 2 out of 3. So that'll be fine. Nothing wrong with that.
You know what Meatloaf said.
Alright, so Inner Beast is after shapeshifting, your spirit costs are reduced by 100% for 5 seconds. Do we want that one though?
You want that last, like number 5.
No, I mean like we want to spend, like, because that would mess up Ancestral Guidance and some of the other stuff. Like we want to spend.
You will be spending, but yes, Ancestral Guidance uptime won't be as much, but you'll have more ultimate uptime, so it's up to you.
Well, it's written wrong, obviously. So what's the Inner Beast? What does it actually do?
I linked it in Discord.
So shapeshifting, your spirit costs are reduced by 5% for 10 seconds, up to 45%. If you reach 10 stacks, the bonus resets and reduces the cooldown of your ultimate skills by 5 seconds. Huh. So we could just spam Petrify more often?
Yep, because then you have the Spirit Boon too. You're gonna have Petrify like 100% uptime.
Okay, well let's do this in order. So after we get our Earth one,
you want Thunderstruck. Like Earth and Thunderstruck, you want both.
Well, so what I was thinking is Ancestral Guidance probably trumps Thunderstruck.
I don't think so, because Ancestral Guidance is only 30%. Thunderstruck is 60.
But it applies to all of them, whereas Thunderstruck only applies to 2.
But technically you're rotating, so it applies to all 3. Because when you cast a Storm and you trigger Nature's Fury, your Earth and Spike will be a Storm skill. Because remember, you're going back and forth now.
Well, I'm not going back and forth that much, but I'm trying to like maintain the Wild Heart. So yeah, definitely. All right. So Thunderstruck it is. Let's
basically, this build
twisting my arm here.
This build makes use of every single power on the Druid.
So what you're saying is I created meta build number 17. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know how strong it's going to be with all the gear. I think. Well, let me put it this way: it's going to be strong enough to do everything in the game. I just don't know how high. I couldn't tell you. Like, can it do Pit 140, Pit 150? I couldn't tell you that.
Pit 1 trillion.
I can tell you it will easily do Pit 100. It'll easily do the Tormented bosses. I can tell you that much. After that, I don't know.
I'm trying to think if did we take Undaunted? Maybe we take Spirit too. Critical strikes increase the damage enemy takes from you. That's probably a good one as well for us, especially with the number of crits that we're going to be pumping out. Honestly, we'll be pumping out more crits than we have any reason or like sanity to do. It's going to be crazy actually, because with 3 skills and then one of them doubling with a line and then wind shear going through targets, and I mean, like, all of it just seems just really stupid. Where do we go from here? Probably off the Thunderstruck board. Looks like the easiest path.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we want to grab, no, that's armor. Lightning res, yeah, so let's just go off the Thunderstruck board. Alright, so at this point, we're going with Ancestral Guidance, right? That's our next.
Yeah, the board of Ancestral Guidance is kind of annoying because it requires a lot of points. It's like a board that you have to travel the whole board. Unless you add it like last just for the legendary power and don't get that glyph.
Survival Instincts is amazing too.
Yes, you want Survival Instincts as well.
Alright, that's potion healing, and that's... what the hell is that? I don't even know what that is. Maximum Shadow? That seems like that's messed up.
What board are you on?
Reclamation. It's the Ancestral Guidance board. It's probably Maximum Essence or spirit. That's probably what it is. Yeah, it looks like spirit to me. Maximum
Yeah, it
shadow
is.
and shadow on kill. It's either that or potion healing.
It's spirit. That board is full plus the spirit. There is a potion healing section as well.
Well, I was just looking at the various options to travel to Ancestral Guidance, and that was just one of them, so. Core skill and basic skill damage. Basic. Basic. We don't want the core, if we can avoid it. Actually... Nah, I think that's pretty much the best play. Alright, and then we're just gonna go up here. Cody, do you gotta go duke us? About to take him out here. Should probably grab this 30% shapeshifting to gain a barrier. These things, we're gonna be shapeshifting back and forth so much, we're probably gonna have barrier coming out the wazoo. I don't see anything wrong with that. Let's grab it. Grab the decks here. Is there even enough decks on this board?
Shapeshifter gives you like guaranteed crits.
Hold on, buddy. Core skill, core skill, core skill. We don't need core skill.
I mean, there's a lot of multipliers you have access to, so make sure you grab all those.
Okay, so the next one, we haven't picked up the poison yet. We want survival instincts next, right? Like that's...
I would say yes. And then after that, it's really comes down. After this one, it comes down to how you want to deal with it. But survival is guaranteed if you're using Facility Spray. That's the whole point, is you're accessing the rare stuff.
Alright, so we've got how much to healthy enemies and damage reduction while fortified. We're going to be constantly fortified, so let's go that way. Damage reduction while fortified is always nice. And then I'm not even sure, like, do we even... I feel like we want all the legendary notes, and so we might be in this really weird situation where we're like... trying to pull them all. Like maybe we just go through the process of trying to snag each one of the legendaries.
Maybe.
And then I don't know, we have 4 glyph slots already, so I could grab another board here. It's pretty easy. At which case for this one, Lust for Carnage is out because we're not werewolf. Inner Beast I think is like last. It's okay.
If you grab Constriction Tendrils, then Heightened Malice is a no-brainer. If you grab both of those, then Venom on the skill tree is a no-brainer.
So we grab Constricting Tendrils and then grab Heightened Malice, and then we have basically all the multipliers.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. So, Constricting Tendrils, because that's going to be like all the time basically, because all 3 of our basics are nature magic skills. Look, there's a resistance to all elements on the way. That's nice. That'll make it a hell of a lot easier to hit the max reses. That brings us at 211 out of 225. Where's our next easiest source? Oh, same. Done messed it up. Good job. Let's go ahead and update this build. I'm sure as he gets things fixed, that everything will go back to normal. We got damage to crowd controlled and critical strike damage to crowd controlled enemies.
If not, you'll be watching the stream back to make your characters.
I mean, basically, yeah. What is that? Potion healing? Looks like here might be our best bet. Yeah. Right here. Then we grab Heightened Malice. Rotate, rotate. Is that poison resistance on the way?
Pitting Luli and Xylor against each other.
I don't know. This build definitely looks like it's going to be really fun. It's going to be one of them builds that really slaps.
Yeah, because you're like, let me have everything, please.
Can
One
I
of
have
everything.
Can I have everything? I'm over by a couple points, but I managed to grab height and malice. So let's pull a couple points here and there. Not a big deal. So I want to keep that basic skill damage. That's like a solid multiplier there. We can pull the shadow on kill and the 8 maximum shadow. Okay, I don't need that. I'm pretty sure that's spirit. I'd like to keep that resistance if possible, but wait, did I forget to activate all the glyphs? Activated you. I activated you. Oh, I think I did forget to activate one. I didn't activate the first one. Oof. Okay, hold on. It's an easy one to activate because we just go up here and grab this resistance here. That brings us up to 30, and then we just need, what, 2 points? That brings us to 40. Okay, so we're over by like 9 at the moment, but I can pull these resistances here because I don't need... actually, I can't pull the resistances. Interesting. Something I gotta be able to pull. Tempest, critical strike damage and vulnerable damage. I hate to give that up, but it looks like I'm gonna have to. That brings me down to 231. I can give up this blue resistance node there. I can give up that blue resistance node. I think no, because then it doesn't connect. That's the connecting resistance node. I can give up that willpower node though. Yes. I'm still over by 6, 7, 8, 9, 4. I'm still over by 4 points. I guess I'm gonna have to give up this basic skill damage. Don't have a choice. I don't want to give up the basic skill rare node if I can help it. It's gotta be another way. Oh, I can give up that one. There we go. Alright. 225. Only 4 glyphs, but we've got pretty much every single legendary. Yay. Alright, update builds. I think that's pretty much it. So let's put some notes in for this build because I know we're gonna need to. Double attack on Earth Spike. That's your priority. Shard of Verathiel. Main hand weapon. I should probably leave the main hand weapon like out. Use Earth Spike as main wind shear. Sub swap back and forth to obtain a wild heart. A bonus and other bonuses. Poison monsters with constricting tendrils and use 3 or more to gain heightened malice bonus. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That build looks just dumb stupid. Like, I don't even know. I think this one's gonna just absolutely destroy things. I don't know. It's nice. It's very nice. Let me take Cody out to go Peppadoo, and then we're gonna work on another one of these builds. So let's put a little check on the Earth Spike. You guys can like take a look at my list that I got here, and feel free to like pull something off my list that you want me to make next. I will hear you guys out. If you want me to theorycraft something next, I've got plenty on here to theorycraft, as you can clearly see. We're going to be theorycrafting for quite some time. I feel like we're on a Druid kick, since nobody said anything. Let's go ahead and theorycraft the flesh render version, which is really silly. I'm not even sure like what an optimal flesh render version would look like, to be perfectly honest. I don't know. I guess we could just do here. Let's just switch to a different class here. Build planta. Reset build data. Make a new druid. Alright, so under the assumption of flesh render, flesh render is really powerful these days, but it does require a large amount of intelligence, willpower. It's like a whole thing. The flesh render build is going to be very similar to the way that we actually set up our current one, but not quite. The goal of this one is to spam as many defensive skills as you possibly can. Maybe it is the same. Like, I think I could take the other build, the one that we just made, make some minor modifications to it, and almost like, bam, it's now a flesh render build. Maybe. Well, kinda. I mean, we can't use the Shard of Erethiel, though. That's part of the problem. So without the Shard of Erethiel in there, now you have a different story altogether. So what do we do instead? Dong, dong, dong. Dong, 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 dong. I mean, I think going back and forth between two abilities is still a good plan for this build, but it won't have as much effect, and we won't be scaling the damage of the basic skills so much as trying to reset our abilities as fast as humanly possible. So it's a different kind of game plan. Instead of worrying about damage output, we're really just worried about speed, just attacking as fast as we possibly can. We're going to be using things like the symbiotic aspects, which of course is going to give us the reset, which is what we really need. So we need the reset on our abilities, and we're basically going to be using all 4 defensives for this build. So yeah, we're going to be using the debilitating roar, you're going to be using wolf howl, you're going to be using cyclone armor, and you're also going to be using earthen bulwark. So you're going to be using all of them. Basically how this works is every time you cast a defensive skill and a monster is poisoned nearby, you get this huge damage pump. And Flesh Render got like some pretty sick changes, but it's also been changed significantly from some of the previous versions. And let's see if I can find the Flesh Render real quick. So this is the new Flesh Render right here. It's got 225 willpower, a bunch of maximum life cooldown reduction, +3 to defensive skills. But it also has this, so casting a defensive skill deals a flat amount of damage to nearby poisoned enemies, and increased by 15% for every 100 willpower that you currently have. And then the willpower bonus doesn't seem to have a cap on it at the moment, as far as I'm aware, which is kind of what we're going off here. And we could also, of course, do a search real quick for flesh. Okay, so Flesh Render is not on the list, which is fine. That's what I was hoping for, was that it wasn't on the list. We also need the other aspect, though, which is Nature's Savagery. Nature's Savagery is offensive. So this one has to be used because for us to get the effect that we're looking for, which is to basically be able to spam all the defensive skills, this one allows the werewolf skills to function as storm skills and the werebear skills to function as earth skills for the Nature's Fury key passive. So basically every single time we cast Earthen Bulwark, we're going to have a chance for Cyclone Armor or Blood Howl to trigger. Every single time we cast our Cyclone Armor, we have a chance for Earthen Bulwark or Debilitating Roar to trigger. And every time we cast Blood Howl, we have a chance for Earthen Bulwark or Debilitating Roar, and so forth and so on. And it basically just allows us to spam all 4 of our basics back and forth. And then basically what we're going to do from here is we're going to utilize the 2 skills going back and forth. I think that's our best bet. So we're going to go Earth Spike, and we're going to go Wind Shear. I think that's our best combination, same as we currently have on the other character. Might as well put our gems in here. Honestly, with this one, I don't think we go with basic. I think the goal of this one is to just scale our damage output as much as possible. So we just do something like emeralds, rubies, and then probably all res for the rest of these. We also want attack speed, damage reduction from elites. We can get all of our fortification from the bolster ability because we're going to be spamming defensives. So there's really no reason not to pick the bolster. We're not using an ultimate, so we don't care about that. We also don't care about spirit either.
So what do you think about Karn Leon instead of Carmine, the bowler?
Karn Leon.
Yes.
You making the Karn Leon the bowler?
I kind of want to. I'm leaning towards that.
I'm trying to set up the Flesh Render build here.
It's going to be a lot of the similar things you're going to do. You're just
Um,
going to lean into poison more.
Well, I'm thinking with this one though, I can just avoid, like, I don't have to build basic skill damage.
Yeah, I just meant like you'll probably run Nature's Fury just because you'll get all the spamming of defensive skills.
Most definitely. Symbiotic and nature savagery. I was also thinking we'd probably run 2 basics. That way we can just swap back and forth between the 2 of them. Because I just don't really see any reason why not. Because that way we can constantly reset Cyclone Armor and Earthen Bulwark back and forth instead of just having one reset and the other one not. So, like, we can just play around with both of them.
You're
and you
definitely gonna want to maybe get a poison skill in there.
oh yeah, so I'm planning on poison.
Wind shear.
Well, I was planning. I had a couple plans. I don't know, like constricting tendrils for one, and then because they're both nature magic skills, and then I was also thinking about like maybe throwing in the wind shear poison. We definitely need like lots of poison abilities for sure.
Yeah, because Flesh Render basically only works if they're poisoned.
I mean, one idea would be to. I mean, I think how I normally did it was I didn't do like everything. I only did like one ability, and then I did Poison Creeper, which because Poison Creeper is like one of the best ways to poison everything around you all the time. I mean, that's an option too. I mean, we could just like pull off one of these. I think the other thing about Flesh Render, and it's kind of an odd one, is it says, you know, casting a defensive skill deals X damage to nearby poisoned enemies. So I think we might actually want to avoid the ranged ones now that I think about it. Like, it kind of seems like a no-brainer at first, but I didn't really think about it. Is that, like, I'm probably better off with Storm Strike, because Storm Strike is a melee, and I need to be in melee to cause the poison damage to happen. Because if I'm using my defensives outside of melee range, then I'm not going to get the explosions, and if I don't get the explosions, there's no damage, right? So
It's a nearby enemy, right?
Yeah, so it has to be a nearby enemy.
It has to be in melee range, yeah.
So in other words, I've got to go with Storm Strike as like my main ability. That makes sense. And then from there, of course, I can go with like things that make me more.
You can use Wind Shear in melee.
I'm
There's
not
nothing stopping you.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what multiplies the damage of Flesh Render other than willpower. Like, I know willpower does.
Right. So it seems like it's I would imagine it's a physical hit, but I don't know for sure.
I mean, one thing I do know for sure is that it's a poison-based ability.
Is it poison?
It is. Well, it requires poison to trigger it, basically, I guess.
So,
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean I have to scale poison, but I certainly could scale poison with it. It doesn't. That doesn't like.
It depends if that damage is poison damage. If it is, because they give you poison, but it's damage to poison enemy. I don't know if it's 100% poison damage. I think it's physical.
It says casting a defensive skill deals damage to nearby poisoned enemies increased by multiplier for every 100 willpower you have. 15% multiplier for every 100 willpower you have. Which
Because this matters, because whatever damage type that is how you're going to build your glyphs and stuff. Let's see if someone says.
I mean, I know how to build the thing so that it works, but I don't necessarily know how to scale it. I think that's part of the issue. I'm not exactly sure how you scale it. I mean, I have it on right now, and like if I wind shear the target and I poison it and then I use an ability, I mean, it immediately causes an explosion on the target, is what it does. Constricting tendrils seems to work pretty good to poison. I mean, one thing about this build is with 4 defensive skills, I'm probably not going to have much of an issue with, like, tanking stuff. Especially since I'm going to be spamming those 4 defensive skills, like, back to back to back constantly. I mean, so offensive is really, like, the only option I have at this point. I mean, I could also put more points into the abilities if the cooldown is reduced, I suppose. Like, let's go ahead and throw 5 points into it right now. I mean, so we're probably going to go with Earthen Bulwark with the Shrapnel. Because I already chose the one that gives me the fortification every single time I use a defensive skill, which is going to be ridiculous. Storm Strike already makes things vulnerable, so we don't need that. We don't need Spirit, so we go with the attack speed. And then we can go with the heal on Debilitating Roar, I guess. And then how many of these actually reduce the cooldown? So Earthen Bulwark doesn't reduce the cooldown, but it does increase the barrier. Cyclone Armor doesn't increase the cooldown, decrease the cooldown. It does, however, increase the damage reduction. Blood Howl doesn't reduce the cooldown. The only one that has a reduced cooldown is Debilitating Roar, so let's go ahead and cap Debilitating Roar. That's like the one ability. And then from here, I mean, trying to think what we do from this point. We could go with damage reduction. I mean, I would assume that things like critical strike damage bonuses probably work. So if we're going with a poisoning build anyway, we're probably going with an Envenom. I mean, that seems like a no-brainer right there. We should have plenty of Fortify, so we can go with defensive posture. And then we're definitely going to be quick shifting, like, so we might as well throw 3 ranks into quick shift. So we should have that constantly, because honestly, with the fact that we're going to be shifting to Debilitating Roar and Blood Howl constantly, and then on top of that, I guess we're kind of stuck at that point. But definitely Nature's Fury. And then we're not taking an ultimate, so that's out. Dang, what do we take? I don't even know. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just, it's just extra. Like, it's not even stuff that we really need. I mean, you could probably take Predatory Instinct for the crits, I guess.
It would be nice to know what kind of damage it is, dude. This sucks. I can't find the answer anywhere. We should at Blizzard. You need to at somebody. You need to get on the Blizzard Discord and say, what kind of damage is Westerners proc? Is it physical? Is it nature magic? Does it count as anything? Is it poison? What kind of damage
I'm
is
trying
it?
to think how I can test it, but I don't know how to test it. Like, it's... Like, let me go ahead and grab a Poison Creeper real quick in this little mock build that I'm doing. That way I can make sure that my little dummies are... Let's put multiple training dummies too, because it helps out tremendously. I mean, one thing I am noticing is that, like, if I don't have any buffs up at all, it's low. Right? So let's try Wild Heart first. So let's just stack Wild Heart to the moon. I can do that easily. So we'll just swap back and forth between two of these. Getting Wild Heart as high as we possibly can. And then I'm gonna tap it. Currently at 10 on Wild Heart, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, and I'm gonna say that Wild Heart is not affecting it, because it's still hitting for relatively low, like 56, 57k. Oh wait,
That's really bad.
wait.
Wild Heart's generic, right?
Wait. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I didn't have Flesh Render on. I didn't even have it on.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, that was a 1.6 mil. Hold on, let's try again. That was a 637k, 984k. This is like with no buffs, basically. I'm just pressing the button. I'm poisoning them, and then pressing the button. So let's try again. Hang on. 671k. Yeah, it's that's pretty high. Okay. All right. So first, let's go ahead and stack up some Wild Heart buffs again. Let's do it again. Alright, so swappity swappity, 1 1000, 2 1000, 1 1000, 2 1000, 1. Look, it's not the first time I've done that, Novo, okay? It's not the first time. Giggle. Giggle to your heart's content, my sir friend. Okay, 20. 1.3 mil. I don't think Wild Heart is affecting it because it's still about 1.4 mil. And then I saw 1.8.
The generic multiplier doesn't affect it. That ability doesn't stand a chance to be built around it.
Well, the thing is that the multiplier itself has no cap. So when we tested it, and my character is currently like terrible because I'm only at 1,515 willpower. So when I was testing it, you could get the multiplier up to crazy numbers through the 15% per 100 willpower. And so that would be one of the focuses of the build, is stacking intelligence or stacking willpower like as high as you possibly could. Because if you stack the willpower high enough, like I don't know if it's possible to get 4,000, but let's run like 4,000.
You'd be lucky to get 2,000.
I mean, I don't think it would be that difficult if I threw like greater affix rolled willpowers on every single piece of equipment.
I mean, a barb could barely go over 2,000, and a barb has 4 weapons.
I mean, they also bumped up the willpower on Flesh Render to 225.
So I think the new thing is with the new uniques that the other classes can probably hit 2k, but then barb might be able to hit 3k or something.
Well, I was also thinking using I think it's topazes in the armor instead of HP, so it might be a bad idea, but running 4 defensive skills I might still be okay because I've got like tons of defensive things going on. So that's another way I could stack even more willpower.
Well, so let's say that flesh render you got was perfect. It was 225 greater affix, let's say 300. Let's say that flesh render gave you 400 more willpower. That still only puts you around 2k right now, besides the gems you're talking about.
So what's the gems are? I think it's topazes, right? No, it's not topazes. Sapphires? Yeah, sapphires. So royal sapphires give you 100 per. So that's 100, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 500 in your equipment. And then what I was thinking is that there was that item. What was that item that they recently kind of like revamped, and it had like a massive amount of
So
willpower percentage.
So Vasili's Prayer has willpower percentage, and the ring of external will or whatever has percentage.
So right now I'm only at 1,515, which isn't even really that high.
Okay, so let's say you can go up maybe another 800 besides the percentage. So you might be able to, if you had perfect gear, you might be able to hit 3K with perfect gear.
So basically what I'm looking at is like at least double what I currently have right now. And I was hitting for like 1.8 million per. But the thing is the 1.8 million is kind of like not really telling the whole story, because I also have the 30% chance for another defensive skill to proc at the same time. So you pretty much just multiply that by 2, and then I'm spamming all of them in sequence. Like 4 of them basically per rotation, like very, very quickly. I mean, it actually kind of ends up being a heck of a lot of damage, like per rotation. But maybe it's not like 300 million damage range. I don't know. I'm trying to see if there's any other ways I can scale it, though. Because if there are other ways that I can scale it, then that's obviously another way that I can add more damage in. I don't know if they bumped up the scaling on the item, too. Like, it's not...
Yeah, because the screenshots they take are crappy for that.
It is. It's so terrible. I guess we'll have to find out... I mean, as it is, it looks like it would absolutely demolish, like, most content up to a certain point. And then there might be a point at which it just kind of fails. I don't know. It would certainly be tanky. Scales based off of willpower. I mean, the other consideration is that instead of setting it up purely for flesh render, I set it up for a basic skill. But I mean, at that point, I might as well just take my build that I literally just created and just...
I think the build you created is just way better. I don't know for certain how high flesh render can go, but it seems like the base level being around 6K is too low. I think that base damage needs to be like triple or quadrupled.
The base damage or a 6K? Oh.
Yeah, if that was like 20K or 30, then we're talking business. We have some good...
Yeah, I'm not sure if they bumped it up or not. I guess we'll have to find out. I'm also not set up specifically for this either. Like, I think I would probably not use basic gems. I would probably be rolling like crit, the other gems. And then obviously I need about double the amount of willpower that I currently have. I mean, there are ways that I can potentially add in like crit bonuses and things like that, but I wonder if the poison stuff affects it, or if anything affects it. Like, that's kind of the question. Is it other than the actual scaling multiplier that it currently has? How high can I potentially get it? I think it would do absolutely great through the majority of the game, though. I think, like, you know, HellTides, like Nightmare Dungeons, probably up to like tier 100 with
easily.
no problem.
It's when you start doing the pit and tormented bosses is when
scaling really high. I think it's gonna start to falter.
Yeah, because like 3 million damage is nowhere near like what you need to go higher than pit 100. It's like it's just nothing. It's like potato damage.
I think until we figure out what it scales by, I think this one might have to wait. We need to know what it scales by. What else is on my list for Dujanks? Find out scaling.
I mean, it's definitely a build you can make just for fun at some point, just to go push it as far as you can push it.
I mean, the silly thing is there's so many skill points left. Like, even setting it up as it currently is, at its current state, when I currently have it without even putting all the skill points and everything, I'm currently at 37 out of 58, and I already have basically everything that I need to make the build work. In fact, I could probably skimp 4 points on Storm Strike if I wanted. But I think I'm using that just to, like, advance it to the next tier. And then, somebody message me? Oh, what's up, Darth? Oh, Darth sent me a message. Oh,
The father?
oh, yeah, Dark Master Microtransaction actually messaged me back. What do you know? That's a video off my phone. Figured. Supposedly,
Now communicating with the Alaskan man.
I'm communicating with Dark Microtransaction. Yeah. He said he doesn't remember. I do remember the talk about Diablo 2 as you brought it up. Okay. But mostly was in relation to D4. Can I ever spell the word appreciate? I'm like the worst person in the world for spelling the word appreciate.
A lot of my spelling
Really?
comes from just typing, like memory of like muscle memory. Should be APPRECIATE. That's what my muscle memory says when I just type it. Like if I ever had to do a spelling bee, I would say, can I have a keyboard? Because I feel like I can type things.
I'm gonna get him the quotes real quick so he knows what the hell he's looking for too. Let me look up Cooley's channel real quick and pull up his video.
This axe is worth
Every
$5,
time
and
I pull up his page, this axe is
There
worth
was a leak.
$5.
there was a leak.
Alright, let's go, Cooley. Boom, 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 boom.
Riker made a video about that.
I sent him a message and I was like, so you're responsible for the leak?
I hope all the information comes out at Gamescom. I hope that's the last thing they're holding on to, and then they just let us have all the information. Because it's getting so close to the expansion launch, can you just, like, give us all the information?
Can't spell well, can't spell to save my life, can't spell well. Yeah, I'm think I'm on. I think I'm just gonna like save this one and we'll earmark it for later. Unfinished. Well, I can't save the build because I didn't choose everything. That's so rude. Okay, well, I think I'll just scrap it for right now then. Let's move on to another build. Let's build something else. Who is Squeaks? Somebody named Squeaks just sent me a friend's request. Well, let's see. We've done like one of every class so far, right? We did a Sorc, we did a Barb, we did a Druid. Pretty good Druid too. Started out really nicely. We haven't done a Necro or a Rogue yet, so I guess we could do the Rain of Arrows pen shot build. That sounds like fun. Let's theorycraft the Rain of Arrows pen shot build. So I think we can just go ahead and start out with Word of a Con, because if we're going to do Rain of Arrows, it just seems like a no-brainer for the build. I'm pretty sure we're going to use the new pen shot bow. I'm not entirely sure if the pen... Yeah, I don't know if it's technically the best choice, but they did beef the crap out of it. I mean, it definitely seems a hell of a lot better than I've seen before.
That's kind of amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty OP. So, like, if we're going to do a pen shot build, that'll definitely be nice.
Are you doing Beast Fall in this build? Since it's ultimate core, and that basically fits the thematic?
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
Yes. Might as well go through the uniques first.
I mean, might as well. I mean, and at that point, like, we're set up for a pretty ridiculous pen shot, which is gonna smack the ever-loving crap out of a monster. I mean, from here we really need the ultimate skill damage. Did they put ultimate skill damage on Beastfall? I don't even remember. They did not, but they put ultimate cooldown reduction. I mean, we do want no witness to, if we're going to go with Rain of Arrows, we do want no witness to be active at like its full potency. We do get, with the new Word of a Con, I think there's like 300% ultimate skill damage on there. I don't know what the conversion rate is for... let's see. No witness is...
It's only 35%, right? So you probably need our, well, yeah, we need the conversion rate. Let me see. Rogue. Paragon, no witness. It says 45%. Your ultimate skills deal 10% damage from your damage with ultimate bonus up to 45%. So it's 10%. So you need
So
450.
for every 100, so that pretty much already brings me up to almost like the full amount, just the Word of a Con. So I just need a little bit more. Like one other item probably, and I'd have it. I mean, I could even throw like the ultimate skill damage, like jewel. I think it's diamonds. Yeah, I think they give like a decent amount of ultimate skill damage if I needed to like pad it.
Well, how much is on Word of Hakan?
It's like 300% now.
Before masterworking?
Yeah, before masterworking. Yeah, 300%.
It probably just solves itself then. But yeah.
Okay, so do we set this up with the Frosties like I did before, or... I mean, Pen Shot works really good with the Frosties, and the new Frosties are kind of crazy. I don't know what to think about the new Frosties. They're kind of nuts. Like, are they good? Are they bad? I don't know. They're crazy. Let's see here. So the new Frosties are 15% attack speed, fire and cold damage 182.1%, and then basically like free fire and cold damage. I guess it really depends on if I go the, which I probably should, because I should probably go the Icy Alchemist route. I don't think I necessarily need the frost burns for this anymore, not since they added that chance to freeze on all the utility stuff. So you can basically just get free chances to freeze on basically everything.
Yeah.
But it is a 60% chance to freeze at this point, which is kind of insane.
I feel like you're sacrificing so much.
I mean, it's got 15% attack speed. I don't know.
But there's just so many other gloves, right? Because then there's, what, Fist of Fate even?
Bow, bow.
There.
Ooh,
What do they do to those rogue gloves? Grasp of Shadow? Just Shadow Clone, ultimate damage, core skill.
I'm just thinking. Thinking.
Yeah, if you need the other ultimate damage, Grasp of Shadow has you covered, but that could be a temporary solution.
I mean, Grasp of Shadow gives you potentially, like, more casts of Penetrating Shot, which is kind of silly. So, like, you cast Penetrating Shot, you get a double, and then the clone can pop up and then cast another Penetrating Shot. I mean, it's not exactly a terrible idea.
I think every rogue build is going to use the new sword, too. The new sword is just crazy, even though they nerfed it. It's still strong.
The one that lets you, like, mirror your damage.
Yeah, it's just free damage.
Yeah, I was looking at that one. Oh, man. The Shade Totem. The Umbacrux.
Sounds like a Harry Potter thing.
Yep, the Umbacrux.
The Horcrux.
I mean, the fact that they count as trap skills sounds really neat for, like, a trap build, though.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's gonna be freaking off the chain. Hungry. Got some butter and I got some bread. And that's all I got. Butter and bread. Bread and butter. It's delicious. Don't even need a knife. It's nice and soft.
An exposure key passive and you just build like a trap build with that is probably a lot of fun. I feel like I'm playing D2 Trap Assassin at that point.
I feel like you just go no witness and then you grab the death trap and then every time you use the death trap you just get your multiplier. I don't know, I was thinking combo points. That condemnation is really nice. Very nice.
Yeah. Combo points always has like the highest damage potential high end, but I'm personally like if I do this rogue, I'm going full inner sight. I'm just gonna have fun just pressing the buttons. It's probably, it might be weaker.
Pen shot's a little bit different. Like it just doesn't respond as well to being spammed. They put the cost on it so high that it's hard to just hold down the button on pen shot. It's like you kind of have to just like build up the combo points and then fire off a big giant massive shot. Got so many uniques in the build already. It's ridiculous. I know I'm gonna have problems with recovery. Like I'm gonna have energy problems. I need to figure out a way to solve that.
There's lots of ways to get energy now in a rogue. Like even the passes at the bottom, you can get energy, 25 energy when you use an ultimate. When you move, you get energy. You got the haste, you got the adrenaline rush. You got the lucky hit innervation to get energy. Energy when you kill a shadow guy. 40 energy when you enter concealment. And there's so much energy on the table here.
God, why does it feel like the rogue just has like way more freaking aspects than most other classes?
The rogue has just been sneaking its way to the top every season. Because it avoids nerfs and it just gets buffed every season. Like, oh, it's pretty good. It's in a good spot. Here are a couple buffs. Okay. Yeah, rogue's still in a good spot. Here are a couple more buffs. And it just keeps sneaking.
Alright, so we got the pen shot aspect, which is going to be good for the build.
Oh, yeah. Didn't you see the new thing? Lucky hit. Damaging enemy with a mobility skill has a 30% chance to fully restore your energy.
A mobility skill?
Yeah, it's called Galvanized Slasher. It goes on a ring and it gives you 30 max resource, so it synergizes with Beastful Boots. Galvanized Slasher.
Why is Bone Spirit a core skill? Because they did a revamp a while back. People were complaining that the mastery skills in general, like anything that was in like the mastery category, like didn't really belong there because it was kind of like a main skill. You know, like Blizzard and Bone Spirit and so forth and so on, and like Boulder. And so they basically just kind of made all of the mastery skills core skills for the most part. Like anything that's kind of in that category. And your maximum energy is increased by 15 to 30. Well, that plays into the build. That's galvanized slasher, huh?
Casting poison into it generates 30 energy. That's kind of insane.
I think maybe we try for the starlight on this. See if we can get it all back through healing ourselves. Be pretty neat. And then
That's
try
an
maybe
option.
like a couple different ways of like spamming heals on ourselves.
Rogue has plenty of those.
I mean, obviously you have access to like the like assimilation, which is like your fortification. I mean, there's a couple different ways you could roll it. You could go with like aspect of Shrouded Sage on the pants, and then do like aspect of the assimilation on the armor. And then you could throw on like the undying aspect too, just to like really nail it in so that you're just healing yourself constantly and restoring most of your resource.
If you wanted to really nail it in, you get 10% life every time you cast Fury or Flurry. You can just throw Flurry on your bar, like 1 point Flurry, just for healing. Like it's 10%.
Killing an enemy with a core skill. Anything that says killing an enemy, I'm not really too interested.
Oh yeah, you also heal for 10% of your life now when you Dark Shroud gets removed, by the way, Ginger.
Oh, well I've definitely grabbed Dark Shroud then.
Yeah. Rogue is basically broken. They have access to so much defense and so much offense. They are the new Barb, and they were better than Barb technically.
Just running down the list of all the abilities here. I mean, I think we definitely want Icy Alchemist. It's such a powerful one. And then, not exactly sure what we do for the gloves. I mean, Fists of Fate seem pretty powerful, but could also just go with another damage aspect. I also really need Shared Misery if I'm gonna try that build that I usually do. Causes the crowd control to jump to targets. Kind of see if maybe we can try without it, I don't know. It might not necessarily be required. I also have the Toxic Alchemist. Not really sure if I want to go down the poison route. I feel like a lot of the rogue stuff is all very super specific too, which kind of sucks. That's right, aspect of corruption, we want that. Alright, and then that leaves us with most likely sapphires. And then in armor is probably going to be rubies, and then pretty much most likely diamonds. Alright, and then that puts pen shot. And then our main skill, I don't even know if it shows a main skill, but I think if I remember correctly, with condemnation, you pretty much have no choice, and you have to use the dagger. Like, it's the only option.
Oh, did you see Aftermath too? Aftermath is free healing just for having ultimate on your bar. You just get passive healing.
Aftermath?
Yeah, Aftermath.
And then we're probably gonna grab some rain of arrows. We need some imbuements. The only one we really need is shadow imbuement, if I remember correctly. Like, we don't even need the frost imbuement or the poison imbuement to make this work. It's pretty much just shadow. Because once we can freeze with a shot, shadow doesn't need the cold imbuement anymore. We definitely want dark shroud. And then we'll figure out the next one. Alright, so puncture. And then we want 5. No, rapid fire. Oops. Penetrating shot.
Yeah, look at this
Look at what?
in Discord. That's 3 out of 3 in Aftermath. It gives you 1.5% maximum life every second just for free.
Yeah, I think I saw that when I was looking at the patch notes. I thought that was crazy.
Yeah, the rogue has so much healing, like so many different sources.
Okay. And we also want, of course, we want Malice. That one's really good. And then we probably want 3 in Exploit as well. I don't see any reason why not. And then we're going to want to grab Shadow Mastery. Then Rain of Arrows, of course. And at that point, then we're gonna probably grab... I don't even know. Precision, maybe? Or do we go Victimize? Victimize was bugged last season, right? And they nerfed it. I think let's go with Victimize for right now. That's right, Innervation, we want that. What was the Aftermath was the one that heals you now? Yeah, Aftermath. So we can grab Aftermath for that. And then we're probably going to stack up Shadow Master or Shadow Imbuement because we want to use that as much as possible. I mean, we could potentially use Poison Imbuement, but I'd like to avoid it if possible. I'm looking at some of the old stuff here. I'm trying to remember the new changes. It's not always easy. I know we're easy being cheesy. Ah, yes. Agile. Yes, please. Honestly, Caltrops, I think they probably fixed the multiplier that Caltrops gives, so maybe we just go with Caltrops for our last one. Alright. And we still don't have a helmet. I don't have the undying aspect yet. Yeah, let's put the undying aspect in there. I mean, if we do it properly, we might very well be able to just hold down the button, who knows? Maybe we'll just be able to hold down the bench shot button for days. For days and days and days. And days. Let's grab the close damage reduction. I like to not die. We got 2 more points left. It's all that banging down there. Okay. I don't know what to put these last 2 points into. We could grab the imbued skills gain critical strike chance. That one's not a terrible option. We could also go with non-physical damage you deal has increased lucky hit chance, which I think might be better. Let's go with that. Because this is a lucky hit build after all. Alright. I'm not entirely sure if Victimize is the best choice. Maybe Precision is better. Alright, so Paragon Born. This should be fun. All these having the wrong numbers is like really bugging me. I can't for the life of me remember what the hell these things actually do. Let me go take a look at the actual screen so I can see them properly. Oops. Alright, Paragon board. So we've got Eldritch Bounty. When you attack with an imbued skill, you gain maximum resistance, 20% damage. Increased damage for that imbuement's element for 9 seconds. So that's going to be helpful for us. We also want No Witness. That's Exploit Weakness. Yep, we definitely want that one too. What's left? To the trade, we don't want that one. Combo points. Your non-combo point bonuses are increased by 33% when you spend 3 combo points. Your non-damage combo point bonuses. Okay.
That node you just hovered got better, by the way.
I was just trying to think which one I wanted to go for first.
Cheap Shot got buffed to work on Staggered Boss, like 100% bonus. I mean, you can make use out of a lot of the multipliers.
Non-physical damage increases all non-physical damage that a monster takes from you. I mean, that's the goal. I don't know, maybe I should go with poison. Just so I have 2 elements. I don't know if I want to stack the both of them, though. I mean, we already have 2 elements with cold. I suppose that's at least one thing we've got running.
Oh, if you wind up needing some ultimate damage, it's on the No Witness board as well, which makes sense.
Yeah. What is that? Crowd control, damage to healthy, and critical strike. Let's go up this way. And that is chance to execute non-elites and attack speed. That's better than potion healing and life regeneration, so why not? Alright, and then the next board that we're probably going to take is, I think it's Eldritch Bounty. I need to work on resetting my shadow imbuement. Maybe I should pick Hectic or something. No, because Hectic is basic skills. Like, I feel like if I go the imbued route, I kind of want to go more than 1 imbuements. Like, I don't know. That one, damage over time reduction and potion healing, both of those suck. Alright, and then from here, I mean, there's quite a few in here that are good for the way that our character works. Casting an imbuement skill reduces the active cooldown of another random imbuement skill by 0.5 seconds. Huh. I mean, this one gives more damage to imbuement skills also. Skill effects have 20% increased potency. That one definitely seems worth it. Intelligence. I really wish this thing was updated so I knew exactly what the hell I was doing, but... And we don't want Tricks of the Trade, and we don't want Laria's Instinct, because we're not using Inner Sight. We do want Exploit Weakness. I'm just not sure if I want to get Cunning Stratagem, though. Cheap Shot requires there to be crowd-controlled enemies nearby. It's kind of like Heightened Malice. And Deadly Ambush is trap skills. So we're definitely going to go with exploit weakness first. And
Are you using a cutthroat skill?
no.
Okay, so you can't use tricks.
Let's do infusion. I think I will use another humans. I think that's a good idea. That way they can work on slowly resetting each other. Sounds like a good plan. I was thinking about cutting stratagem though, because it would enhance the lucky hit of penetrating shot and basically everything else by like a drastic amount. It says it's the one where your non-damage combo point bonuses are increased, is when you spend 3 combo points. Of course, I don't have the actual number here because it's not reporting the right numbers, but it's 33% when you spend 3 combo points. Penetrating shot, I think, is one of the few that actually does have non-damage related combo point bonuses. Most of the other ones have like a different combo point bonus. The penetrating shot goes up by lucky hit chance.
Yes, I think it goes really high.
Which means I might not even need like the lucky hit chance bonus, I think, that I picked. Pin shot's one of those ones that just lucky hits like crazy. I don't know. I don't even remember if I grabbed the lucky hit effect. Oh, I'm looking on the actual board in the game. Like I think that's the correct board. Yeah, I think cutting stratagem is a good choice. And then
Do you have combo points in the game? Because I think even just 3 combo points puts that lucky hit chance up. And then cutting stratagem just adds to it.
yeah, I'm using condemnation. I was thinking maybe well, Devious looks like it would work nicely. When you hit an enemy with an attack that applies a crowd control effect, they take 2% times up to 10% times increased damage for you for 20 seconds. It doesn't say that they have to be under the effect of the crowd control effect. It just says that it has to apply a crowd control effect, which makes it sound like it works against bosses. I don't see why that wouldn't. All right. What's left? So we've got 4 glyphs. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 boards, but only 4 glyphs. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I didn't choose a glyph for the first socket. That's why. Well, that would make sense, dummy. That would make some freaking sense. Gonna make some freaking sense. I ain't seen nobody chat YouTube for a while. I'll refresh the page. I think the thing must be busted. Not Frost Feeder. Not Pride. Well, actually, yep. No, Pride's physical damage, which isn't really what we're going for. I guess Ranger could work. Ranger in there. Ranger's got some nice damage reduction. Select your specialization. Well, I'm sorry. Combo points. I mean, Paragon Tree is mostly done.
Just 41 hours till launch.
41 hours.
Going by like that.
Alright, so that's going in here now too. I need to do a little bit of updating on this one though. Alright, so let's get this thing updated. We wanna do more than one imbuement. Thinking ice. I think we go with ice. I don't know. We don't need the trap. I think every time I choose caltrops, I usually just end up regretting it. So we'll just pop that out of there. No regrets. Don't think that the cold imbuement really needs to be that high level. We'll just snag it. That way we have it. They're really just going to rely on the shadow imbuement for the most part. I think that pretty much does it. With the exception of maybe swap and victimize for precision. I'm not really sure which one I like better for that yet. It usually depends on the patch and like how horrible the skills are at that particular time. I hate to say it, but there's some issues with the way that the builds work sometimes, and you know, like last season, Victimize was ridiculous. So, all right. So next we'll do Necromancer. So Necromancer should be pretty easy because we're just going to be doing a standard Bone Spirit build. I've actually got a couple Bone Spirit builds already, like kind of like pre-prepped up that I can manipulate. I'm pretty sure if we go with my Season 3 one, yes, my Season 3 one is we're using the Blood Artisan's Curios. So we're going to update that to the newest season. And we're going to change things for this new build. So we're still using Bone Splinters, I see, which needs to be swapped, because I found out that using Bone Splinters isn't really all that effective. Because we want as many Blood Orbs as we can get for the Blood Artisan Curios version. So we go with Hemorrhage instead. We want to make sure we have perfectly balanced. Yes, we need it perfectly balanced. It's missing. Let's go ahead and steal some points from various places. Thievery. Alright, we don't need 3 in Grim Harvest. That's overkill. We do need corpse tendrils, and we need to make sure we're on the blood orbs. We also need to make sure we're using the transfusion ability so that we have the % chance of hemorrhage creating more blood orbs. I want as many blood orbs as we can get. Necrotic carapace in place. Alright, that's maxed. All that's maxed. And we're doing a sack build. Do we keep going with the sacrifice? I think with the way they currently have it set up, the sacrifice should work fine. Take a look at what I've got for my skills here. So we're using Corpse Explosion, Corpse Tendrils, Blood Mist, Bone Storm, Bone Splinters, and Bone Spirit. I mean, Bone Storm is pretty amazing. We have the Shielding Storm on there, which is pretty good from last season. I don't think we can get away with the Lidless Wall, though. Consuming a corpse has a 30% chance to spawn a blood orb. Yes. That one is very high potency for what we're trying to accomplish. Okay, so we scrap that then, and we go here. So that we can put at least 1 in a corpse explosion. It doesn't really have to be anything special. Kinda wondering if I want to go with the bone prison as well. The bone prison boots are really interesting. The new ones, the Path of Tragul, the ones that cause the bone prison, perhaps larger area, fires bone splinters, increasing the maximum essence each time the bone splinters hit an enemy. I mean, it'll definitely increase damage output. So I guess going with that, we'd have to drop Blood Mist, which could be a little rough. We could get our essence back, or we could run the cooldowns. We do the cooldowns. That way we can make sure we're resetting Bone Spirit whenever possible. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Let's double check all the equipment here. I'm not sure we can get away with lidless, even though lidless is insane now. It doesn't have any maximum essence on it, which is a problem. Also, we might need more aspect slots. So, Shattered Spirits aspect is a no-brainer. We also want... what is that other aspect that goes in that slot? Bone Spirit. We need Bone Spirit. The Swelling Curse. That one is amazing. Swelling Curse, it generates a maximum essence every single time you hit targets with your Bone Spirit. It's kind of just insane. I don't know if there's anything else we could throw on here. It's a ring slot though, so we probably need a restorative aspect here. I think no matter how I tried it, they just all didn't. None of them really worked all that well.
For restoring your resource?
Yeah, like they were just all kind of like meh.
I think the ones that people use are Requiem and Torment, and they also use the Casting Macabre. It gives you like 41 resource back.
Yeah, I tested like Torment and the other one, Exposed Flesh, in detail. What is Requiem? That's the per minion.
Yeah, 7 essence per minion.
Maximum essence. I was thinking maybe of just going with the sacrifices for this one.
You could.
The thing is that I need to use the corpse tendrils to make the blood orbs for the blood artisan curios to work properly. Like that's my big money maker, and then the other money maker is consuming corpses, which creates more blood orbs. So at any time I can make like as many blood orbs as I want, run around and collect them. And then we're gonna be like putting in Bone Prison. I mean, I almost feel like regular Sacrilegious Soul might be like a good choice here, because every corpse explosion that it uses every second is going to make blood orbs, and every corpse tendril it uses is going to make blood orbs. And then I don't have to actually press the buttons. And when I do press the buttons, I get more blood orbs. So just like having it constantly making blood orbs might be better than having a restorer here. It's actually not a terrible idea, especially with they decreased the timer on the corpse tendrils too. It went down from 8 to 6.
Are you using that new imprisoned spirit, whatever?
I was planning on it, yeah. I need to like find a place to put it in. I've got Serration on the main hand. I've got Shattered Spirit on one of the rings. I mean, Lidless, unfortunately, might just need to go, especially since they removed the maximum essence on it. It's not as good as it once was.
Yeah, because now you can just get a greater affix maximum essence or resource focus.
I mean, so I can use the one that they changed, which is the one that makes it so you get like the bone prisons. Yeah, imprisoned spirits aspect. That's why I was switching to bone prison. So when bone spirit explodes inside of bone prison, it explodes an additional time. 70% of normal damage. Bone spirit now prioritizes enemies inside of bone prison. Yeah. There's another one too, isn't there? Like, am I misremembering?
You have Serration already.
I mean, there's bursting bones. That one is not quite what I was looking for.
I think you have all the main ones that they use for scaling damage.
Shielding Storm is going to be a hell of a lot more powerful than it was previously, so that one's good. As for sack bonuses, I mean, we grab the critical strike chance because that's important to resetting the cooldown. The Skeletal Mage's Sacrifice gives us 20 maximum essence and 20 essence regeneration. And then we also got the sack improvements too, so that should be even more. And then we want the critical strike damage. More Druid builds, please. Okay. I forgot to clone this one, or am I just gonna update this for the new season? Like, I guess I could just update this for the new season. I mean, what it's an old build.
Still torn between Druid or Rogue for the first character. I think it's just gonna be a coin flip.
Alright, I still don't know what to put on the amulet slot. Do I just throw Serration on there, or... What else do I've got? I mean, I suppose Banished Lord's Talisman could still be useful, but I'd have to actually be casting the ability. Aside from that, Melted Heart of Saleg is a good choice with the 60 maximum resource. I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer for just beefing up the total damage output. Lockwood's Talisman is also an interesting choice. The one that they nerfed, apparently. Each point of primary resource above 100 grants 1% critical strike damage instead. So, like, stacking as much resource as I possibly can. It also has maximum resource on it. What did they change it to in the notes? So, let's look at that real quick. Lochran's Talisman. 25% resistance to all elements. 2 to 3% all stats. That's 13 maximum resource. 115% critical strike damage. 10% resistance to all elements. Okay, so it's got an extra 10% resistance to all elements. Your skills gain a 0.40% critical strike chance bonus per point of primary resource you have, up to 40%. Each point of primary resource above 100 grants 0.2% critical strike damage multiplier. Okay, so if I was sitting at what, like 300 max resource, that would be 200 times 0.2. It's not a lot. I mean, it's something, but it's not a lot. I mean, it would guarantee that it would crit every single time, just about. I think even with the nerf that they did to it down from 50 to 40, it would still pretty much guarantee a crit every single time. But maybe I'm just better off putting something else there.
I mean, Banished Swords is the most popular choice. The overpowers are just so good.
Well, with this particular build, I'm not going to be spamming as much because I'm relying on the orbs, but I mean, either way, I guess it could still work. I'm still going to be using something. What else is left? We need to make sure we got the tree all in order. I'm pretty sure actually we already did that, so that's already set. And then Paragon board. Everything should pretty much be set up for anyway. I'm using excavation for free fortification apparently. Corporeal. That is wrong. You and your minions deal increased non-physical damage. No, you and your minions deal increased physical damage. No, that one's fine. Yeah, because it's you and your minions, not just your minions. Okay, so that's fine. Gravekeeper, 2% increased damage of 12 for every close corpse. I grab Bloodbath for the overpower damage. That's good. Son of Death. That's good. I grab Bone Graft. That's kind of just mandatory for this build. Blood begets Bud. That's right, for picking up the blood orbs. Yeah, this is like pretty solidly done already. Look at me saving myself time. I mean, honestly, with the Blood Artisan Curios change that they did, the number of free casts that I'm gonna get is gonna be insane. It's pretty much all there is to it. Alright, copy build link. I'm gonna put that in the description for you guys as well. I mean, if you guys want to have access to any of these builds, I mean, feel free. Like, that's what they're for. I'm not just making them for myself. I'm making them for you guys too. You want another Druid build? We still haven't played around with the Storm's Companion potential. The like, I guess what is, well, I don't even know what that would be. It's like a full companion run. I mean, I don't know how powerful the companions are. Like, I feel like I'd be doing you dirty if I just slapped it together and I didn't even know how it worked, but I mean, I could slap you together a really nice companion build, though. I mean, first off, Storm's Companion. Oh, it's missing? What? Oh, it's on the Necro, of course. Druid. Wait a minute. I didn't mess up my build, did I? Ah, no. Okay, it's still there. Alright, good. Reset. Reset. Alright, so first things first is Storm's Companion. The changes they made to Storm's Companion make it ridiculous for a potential, like, pack leader companion build. So, like, the entire idea behind this is that Storm's Companion has this, like, ridiculous pack leader buff on it. And, basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to take advantage of this ridiculous pack leader buff. So they changed it so that it has almost an 85% lucky hit chance from the pack leader spirit boon. And if you look at the pack leader spirit boon, it already has a 25% chance to reset cooldowns on your companion skills. So you take the pack leader spirit boon and you basically just take all three of the companions. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer. Once you take all three of these and this, you are now in a position where you can basically just reset them at will as fast as you possibly can. Just spam reset them, which is kind of just dumb. I feel like if you're gonna go with a spam reset like option, you're probably gonna go with landslide, which just kind of makes sense because it's quick and dirty and it's easy to just make work to your advantage. I'm trying to think like how we could get this to our advantage, but like probably Storm Strike. That's what I would think, because you want the vulnerable, and then go with your Terramotes. You want those Terramotes on landslide, and you're just going to go ahead and pop 5 points in that. And I think from here we probably grab like these two for the moment, and we're pretty much just going to spend like most of our points here, I think. So probably like 5 in this, grab the like fortification, or maybe we go for like full damage. We'll just go with the brutal wolves, and we're going to cap those out. And we're also going to grab the Call of the Wild, because why not? And we're probably going to also grab Clarity, so that we can max out the landslide damage. And then we're going to go for the multiplier here on the Brutal Ravens. And at this point, I think we probably go Bestial Rampage. Ooh, I can't remember. I know that you can get Bestial Rampage for your minions. It's... Yes, your companions gain double the bonus from the Bestial Rampage key passive. So I think we're gonna have to work that in somehow. So that's gonna be like what we're gonna do for this, is the Bestial Rampage key passive. That's gonna give our minions as much damage as we can afford them. Which is gonna help us out tremendously for like pumping them up as much as possible. We're also going to be using some of the aspects that they added in recently. So like, they added in that aspect that over here. Okay, that one definitely. You gain 1 additional companion, and you gain 30% bonus damage to your companions. And then we also want the Shepherd's Companion. That one's probably going to go on the amulet. Yeah, so that one's companions deal 10% additional damage per companion you have. That should be pretty massive, especially since we're running the +1 here. And then we're also going to run an additional bonus of that new aspect that they added. It's called Moon Rage. I'm not sure if that one's in the planner yet. Moonrise. So that one's not in the planner yet. So Moon Rage is a new aspect that was added, or rather it's an old aspect that was re-added from the Malignant period. It's when an enemy is killed, there's a 5% chance for a wolf companion will assist you for 35 seconds, maximum 3 additional wolves. In addition, you gain +3 to your wolves, and then lucky hit against bosses. So basically what this one's going to do is it's going to give us more points in our wolves, and that's going to give us additional wolves, which is also going to give us additional damage through this perk right here. So we're looking at 10% bonus, and then we have 10, 20, because we have +1 here. We got 30, 40, 50, and then 60, 70% multiplier there. And then the 70% multiplier is going to get a 1.5 times, which 70 times 1.5. So it's going to be about 105 times multiplier right there with the Shepherd's aspect. So we should see some pretty significant damage output through that. So let's grab our Storm Strike. We might as well throw Poison Creeper on the... Let's take that off for just a second. On the right click. There's no reason for it not to be on the right click. And then we can take the Wolvies. And the Ravens and move them over. Alright, and then we probably still want some other Doojanks, so defensive skill, might as well. Let's go ahead and grab Earthen Bulwark. And then I think we also want the Howl, because the Howl can go to our companions as well. I can't remember. I don't know if it's really worth it either. But Bestial Rampage requires some changes in the way that we currently have our character set up, unfortunately. So we're actually going to have to play a little bit of a game here. Probably going to have to do something like this. That would be my guess, to really make this shine. So we're going to have to swap back and forth between these two. So we're probably going to want to go ahead and grab Clock and attack twice. Actually, we could grab the poisoning damage, just so we have free poison. And then probably grab the increased range and radius. We want to snag this. And then we're also going to want to grab Quick Shift. And what do we do from here? I mean, we are going to be using some earth skills. Let's go ahead and grab Fortify. Or sorry, the earth skills deal additional damage. It's a good combo. I like it. We got one more point to sacrifice there. Nice. In that case... Wah, 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 wah. Let's throw another one into, it's not really going to help us very much there. Let's put one into safeguard just to make sure we've got the fortification that we need. Alright, so we need a couple specific things to really make this build shine. First off, our poison creeper is going to be popping out some landslides, which is going to help us tremendously. So we want those landslides to hit twice. Poison creeper also casts landslide in a circle around you. Earth skills deal 30% increased damage to poison enemies. That one is important. I think we actually do need landslide on the bar to facilitate the critting and stuff that's happening. I don't know. We might not necessarily need it on the bar. We'll have to play around with that. I don't know if we go with... I don't think we go with the wolf one. The direwolf aspect that gives you the werewolves. Or not that one. The werewolves? Yeah, your wolf companions are now werewolf companions. Werewolf companions deal 130% additional damage and can spread rabies. Maybe we do go with that one. Okay. Trying to think whether we go with the new ring, the landslide ring, Earthbreaker. They changed it recently, so Earthbreaker is not quite the same as what it once was. Let's take a look at the new Earthbreaker and see what stats they changed on it. Okay, so the new Earthbreaker is 11% crit, 15% earth attack speed, 25% chance for landslide projectiles to cast twice, plus 3 to landslide. Landslide leaves behind tectonic plates. Spawning a landslide pillar within tectonic plates has a 30% chance to spawn 2 instead. If I remember correctly, this doesn't really work for the free casts from Poison Creeper. And we're not really going to be like main casting the ability. Kind of like how we have it set up is I don't think it's really going to help us out. So I think we go with something else instead. I mean, what do we got? Wild Rage? I thought we had Wild Rage. We don't have Wild Rage? Oh, okay. Well, kind of need that one. So let's go ahead and throw a Wild Rage in there. Now we need something that's going to help us for our main hand. I was thinking about Nature's Balance, but I don't think the Nature's Balance is going to apply to the minions, so I don't think that's going to help us very much. I was thinking about Night Howler's aspect to give the additional critical strike chance and the attack speed bonus to the minions. I don't really know how that's going to help them out very much, though. I feel like the attack speed bonus doesn't really work very well on them. feel like we're gonna be at full pretty much all the time, so maybe Edge Masters is a good play. I mean, I don't think it's a terrible play. Yeah, let's just go with Ed Masters there. Alright, and that leaves us with body armor, helmet, and boots. I don't know if Wild Heart is going to apply to them, but Wild Heart does seem like a pretty good play. Let's throw Wild Heart in for a while. We're going to be swapping back and forth a lot anyway, so why not? Hey look, Arterials. Honestly, I know it seems kind of silly, but I mean, yeah, it's like pretty much like Tyrael's Harlequin Crust at that point. Like, because our tankiness is going to be pretty low, and we're also going to need the plus the skills to enhance all the companions. We want all the companions to go up as much as they possibly can. So, gems, we're probably looking at probably emeralds or sapphires, one or the other. Let's do emeralds. And then rubies for armor. Probably resistances for equipment. Boons are definitely going to be pack leader. Maximum life might actually be a really good choice here. Damage reduction from elites and healing from shape shifting is pretty solid. And then the tree. We've got Keeper, which is your companions deal 10% increased non-physical damage, and then a passive portion of your companion skills damage increase. Let's go with this one. Alright, we don't really have a whole lot of spenders, but we could potentially use Landslide to spend if we need to, which is an option. I mean, Earthen Devastation could help us out tremendously for the landslide portion of things, but then at the same time, we also are not really building landslide. Let me take a quick restroom break. I'm gonna think about this for a second and which ones I want to play around with.
entirely coerced. Eyes profound and enticing draw me in. Erotic heat completely consumes me. Forbidding desire, the strongest sin. I need to give in to my body's plea. The flames in your touch sends chills down my spine, driving me into burning temptation. A need for a body. The sweet seduction is haunting my dreams, yearning to act on these debauching schemes. Devours. Coerced. Devours. The strongest sin. Coerced. Devours. Coerced.
All right, sorry about that. I'm back. God, I've been sitting here doing these builds for like hours. Six hours and 46 minutes. All right. So with this kind of build, we've got some problems. One of the problems is that ravens are physical damage, wolves are physical damage, but the poison creeper is poison damage. So we can choose to scale the wolves and the ravens, but not the poison creeper, and we can choose to scale the poison creeper and not the wolves and the ravens, but we can't really scale everything. I mean, Call of the Wild will scale just about everything. And then on top of that, we can do things like this. The Shepherd's Aspect will definitely scale everything. So I mean, those are nice. And we also have the Aspect of the Stampede, which gives us one more to all the little doojanks. And the companions gain double bonuses from the Bestial Rampage, which is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna run 2 basics so that we can basically go back and forth and have our Bestial Rampage active. That way we get the 30% increased attack speed, which is going to be 60 for them. And then we'll get the 50% increased damage, which is going to be 100% times for them. So they're going to get 100 times from the Bestial Rampage, and they're going to get 110 times from the Shepherd's Aspect, which is going to be pretty powerful. The Subterranean Aspect is definitely going to be pretty nice. We can't really afford to do the double, but that should be fine. The only one that's really missing is the Moonrise one. I think the Moonrise wasn't fair. What's the moon? Way too many O's and N's. That's not it either. I think that's pretty much it, though. Double up on the HP, because we're going to be a little bit squishy. Where's my Poison Creeper? My Poison Creeper's missing. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to have landslide on the bar. actually. Because if we have all three and then we have two basics, I think we're just screwed and we can't have landslide on the bar. I think they fixed it so that landslide doesn't have to be on the bar, though. But, I mean, it's just a free cast of landslide in a circle around us, which is really nice. I mean, if we end up not going in that direction and we go a different direction, it's something that we can pull. But one of the things about the landslide is that it gives you terror motes, and the terror motes give you guaranteed crits, and the guaranteed crits, of course, make it easier for you to reset your pack leader bonus, which, of course, Storm Companion is helping with. Alright, let's do the Paragon board. It's going to be a little bit rough. Because there's not like a lot of things that are really going to help with this. In fact, most of the passives, I don't think most of the passives are going to help us at all. Ancestral Guidance can't help us really at all. Constricting Tendrils I don't think really helps us at all. Earthen Devastation can help us with the landslide portion, but that's about it. Heightened Malice will be nice, so that's probably a really good one. I think we're glyph hunting. I think that's what's going on. I think we're just glyph hunting basically at this point. So we're gonna try and get as many glyphs as we can. I mean, looking at what I've got here, Heightened Malice is definitely gonna be a good one. But we're basically just gonna hunt that glyph, and we're going to use Keeper, which is your companions deal 10% increased. Actually, we don't want non-physical. I mean, we could get that one, but let's take a look at the other ones. I mean, Bane and Tracker are obvious choices here because we're going to be dishing out a lot of poison damage. So, I mean, we probably just pick Bane and Tracker for these first ones. I don't think it's really like a too ridiculous of a choice. So let's do Earthen Devastation for the next one, because we do actually want to snag that. And we're going to do Bane. So that gives us our double poison damage, which is Intelligence. Alright, and then from here, like, I don't know. Most of these are not really going to help us out all that much. I mean, we could take our short trip over here. What's this one right here? Armor. So we've got Ancestral Guidance, which requires Spirit to be spent, which we're not spending. So that's kind of like a big one. Which we're kind of missing out on. Constricting Tendrils requires us to use a nature magic skill, which again we're not doing. So that is one that we can't use. Inner Beast, after shapeshifting, your spirit costs are reduced. Who cares about our spirit costs? We're also not using an ultimate. Werewolf skills restores 2 spirit, but who cares? Survival instincts, that might be the only one that might actually work for us. I don't know. Thunderstruck, also who cares? So we're kind of like screwed here. So let's just go ahead and grab Ancestral Guidance. And we're going to do a little whippity-doo. We're going to do a little whippity-doo. So basically we're just going to grab the, we're going to do snatch and grabs. And we're going to grab these glyph sockets. And then we're just going to, like, cheese it right on out. So we're just going to keep doing this as many times as we can. What about Constricting Tendrils? How's that one posed? Okay. That'll work just fine. So let's figure out which glyph we want to put here. When you overpower an enemy, all damage they take from you is increased by 12 times. I mean, that's not exactly a bad one. Exploits, maybe. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Outmatch. That's a good one. Let's choose outmatch. This one's gonna be Dex and Dex and Dex and Dex. Alright, another snatch and grab. Let's just go ahead and grab Inner Beast. Why not? Doesn't really matter. Alright, so for the next one, we want some other bonuses that are going to help us out. I mean, Keeper will increase our poison damage, and we did take Tracker and Bane, so... I mean, I feel like at this point we're kind of obligated. Alright, there we go. Intelligence acquired. Ooh, message me. Can I send you an invite? So what, Razor? I'm not doing anything.
Oh, I thought you were on
Nah, I'm still
on screen. You're just talking this through?
yeah, like I'm just talking. I'm doing it on the build planners on Diablo 4.live.
Oh, I see.
We're planning out all these cool builds we gotta do. There's a lot of cool builds.
Yeah,
We gotta plan them out.
I have to work. Well, I've been listening the whole time while playing, but I thought I'd sit here and watch a little bit too. But not much to watch if you're not really broadcasting anything.
Oh, well, I'm broadcasting the actual build planners. Where I mean, there's a lot to go over with this new season, so. Oh, since I can't actually play the new season, like this is what we're doing. We're doing all the theory crafts for the new season.
Right, because I can watch you online doing this on YouTube,
Yeah, of course.
but the audio is delayed, so I can listen to you either off of the YouTube or off of the Discord.
Well, yeah, if you're here with me on Discord, it's going to be a little bit less delayed. That's for sure.
Yeah.
A little,
Okay, well,
a little bit
I'll-
less delayed. All right.
I'll follow from here.
Well, we've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 glyphs so far. Let's go for 7. We need 7 glyphs. There you go. We could just go right. We could just go right to here. That'll work just fine. All right, and then from here.
Do you have Leonard on here too?
Yeah, Leon's here. He's hanging out. I haven't
Yes.
heard him talk in a while, but I think he might have died. I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm muted by mic in case of any strange noises here.
Yeah, well, you know.
I just been listening and playing.
Well, hopefully, by the time I finish this, we'll have lots of fun builds that we can play for the next season.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to that. I just don't like the idea that what I built this season, I won't be able to use going forward.
I mean,
I have the build planners for it, so I should be fine. But All
That's-
my
I mean, that's how,
findings are going to be legacy.
yeah. I mean, that's how
Especially for
Diablo's
my
been for the
Ubers.
longest time, though. I mean, there's no real change to it.
Yeah.
I mean, Diablo has always been a game of rebirth. You know, you play your character for a while, and then eventually your character is resets, and then once your character is reset, you start over.
Yep.
Because somebody took all your doojanks away, so you don't get these doojanks anymore. All right, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 glyphs, Leon. Is that overkill?
That's pretty good to me.
Is that overkill? I got 8.
You're gonna have
I
a
got 8, and I still have like a bunch of points left. Like I can still do some stuff. What do I want to get?
I personally wouldn't want to level up that many glyphs.
Maximum life, attack speed, core skill damage, basic damage. I guess I could go for that. Honestly, with all the new stuff that they set up, it's not even really that difficult to level up glyphs. The game just keeps getting easier and easier for like leveling up and doing stuff. It's kind of silly.
Well, the hardest part I found was for the blacksmith leveling up, getting all that neath iron. It repetitious over and over and over and over. Same old dungeon or the pit runs.
Dang it.
I wish there was a way
Well,
to
yeah,
craft
I mean,
it.
that's supposed to be. It's supposed to be, you know, like something that is repetitious. That's exactly how that was designed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Well,
supposed to be your end game activity, basically, that you do after you've completed basically everything that you have left.
Oh, the way I look at it, if you can discombobulate your neath iron into these other materials, why can't you add them back up?
Discombobulation.
That was the first word that came to my mind.
Discombobulating all them fools. Because they don't know about the #1 tools. Because I got a comb. Need a home. I gotta go to work tonight. I don't want to go to work. I'm trying to
I
get
did the midnight shift for 35 years on and off. I had my share.
It's terrible. It's horrible.
Oh, I loved it.
It's awful.
People would pay me to take their shifts. I got more sleep in one night than some of the guys at work got the whole week.
Oh dang, I forgot to roll the intelligence on this one. Ugh, another one that I need to put points into. Points into. Points into. Another one that I need to put points into. Dang it, now we gotta strip even more points.
Which character build is this?
This one is a companion druid, utilizing the new storm pants. The storm pants have this ridiculous reset on them, so I wanted to see if I could make like a ridiculous resetting companion character. Seems to be pretty well to do so far. I guess I gotta strip this. I guess I can't have these. Wow. Yep, that puts me right under. Oh Okay, so that's that. So this boy's set up. So let's go ahead and save this build before we forget. Boop. Alright, let's copy this build link. We're going to add this one into the description too for you guys. Honestly, this one should be pretty powerful. I mean, the amount of multipliers that I currently have on this is a lot. With between the Shepherd's aspect, which gives basically 110% multiplier, and then the Bestial aspect through the aspect of the Wild Rage, I get 50%, which is doubled for the minions, so they get 100% multiplier through that. And then, I mean, overall, it looks decent. I'm not sure if Wild Heart is actually going to have any effect on them. I don't know. But I'm going to be switching back and forth to obtain the Bestial Rampage passive. And then that Bestial Rampage passive is going to apply to the minions. The wolves are going to turn into werewolves. The Poison Creeper is going to be spamming Landslide. And, of course, the Ravens are going to be hitting pretty hard, too, right on top of the target. Edgemaster might be replaced by a different aspect. I'm not entirely sure. There's an aspect that's not in here that basically has the ability to summon more wolves. And the thing about summoning more wolves is that because the Shepherd's aspect is 10%, it's actually more than 10% multiplier, but I already added it up with the thing, but it's like 1.5, so it's like 15% per. So there's the moon. It's in the patch notes. It's called the Moon Rage. We can actually put this one. I'll just, you know what, I'll copy and paste this into the notes. I think that's pretty much it. Alright, what else do we do? We got so many builds in here, but I'm running out of time. So we managed to get done the Flay Barbarian. That one is currently finished. I think, honestly, he's going to be pretty OP. I don't know if he's going to be as good as last season, but I don't really think he's going to be bad. The Chargeable Sorceress, which looks really enticing. I haven't gotten all the sorceresses done. There's so many sorceress builds I want to theorycraft. The Necro Blood Artisan build, so we did the Blood Artisan. We did not do the spam cooldown reduction, which probably needs to be reworked entirely because of the changes to all the cooldown reduction in the game. There's so many cooldown reduction changes. So we're kind of like stuck in a loophole here where we don't know if we're going to be able to get enough cooldown reduction to make that side of it work. I think the Blood Artisan Curios is the better path now because of the 3. They brought it down from 5 to 3, so it's going to work a hell of a lot better. We didn't get to the Sever. We did do the Earth Spike, and the Earth Spike build looks absolutely amazing. That's definitely one that you might want to check out this season. I have a feeling that one's going to be a favorite. The Flesh Render one, we need to know what the hell scales Flesh Render if we can't figure it out right now. Storm Companion one, that is done. Rain of Arrows build, that one is also finished. I think that one's going to be pretty good too. We basically just combined the two together, so it's a Rain of Arrows / Pin Shot is what we did. So we did both. So it's going to be Rain of Arrows / Pin Shot. And I think that one's going to be pretty good too. I've actually already built Pin Shot builds several times before, and they're actually pretty powerful. Like, it's this, the only real issue is killing bosses, and there's several ways that I'm trying to add in boss killing power to that particular build, so we'll have to see. If you guys want to check out any of these builds, obviously the links are in the description. If you guys could do me a favor, and if you go to the community builds, and you look in the community builds, you'll see like my builds there. Like, there's my Bone Spirit Blood Orb, there's my Companion build, there's my Rain of Arrows, the Earth Spike basic spam, the Charge Bolts, so forth and so on. So if you want to, say, you know, hit the like button on my Doojanks, I think you can hit favorite, or you can update them or whatever. There's tons of builds on there already, and I'm going to see if I can make some more, obviously. We still got more that I want to theorycraft. A lot of this stuff is going to have to be tested, obviously, when the patch comes out, because we still don't necessarily know exactly how all this stuff works. We've also got the unique item calculator, which is pretty darn cool. I wonder if he has updated any of it yet. Like Druid. It's a Barbarian. Not a good choice for the Barbarian, then. It's interesting, like, which ones it's best to gamble for this stuff on. I'm not entirely sure that you can gamble, like, the Shards of Farathiel, though. I'll have to, well, we're gonna have to, like, find out some of this stuff. And I don't think you can gamble Uber Uniques. So, that's another thing. We don't know the rules on what you can potentially gamble and what you can't. My assumption is all the regular uniques are on the table. That's my assumption. I'm also going to assume that all of the ones that are being included with Season 5, so like the Infernal Realm uniques, the ones that are specific to the Infernal Realms, I don't think you're going to be able to gamble those, because I think they want you to go to the Infernal Realms to get them, but I could be wrong. And I have no clue if you can gamble a Mythic unique. I don't even know if that's a possibility. Maybe. Let me go ahead and put these to... I'm going to post these to Proner too, just so he has them.
Yeah, unique and mythic items can now be acquired from Whispers, Purveyor of Curiosity, and Tortured Gifts in HellTide. So yes, you can get unique and mythic unique.
But I still think it's a good question whether or not the Infernal uniques are part of it.
Yeah, all those items are part of the game, but they just have a higher chance to drop there. I'm pretty sure that's what they said.
Alright, so there are all the builds. I'm going to make a quick post on these for anybody who's interested. Let's see here. Let's do a quick post on season. On the seasonal Doojanks. No, I don't want to do that. Chantal. Community. Put an image on there? What kind of images can we put on there? Let's just use this one. Why not? Alright, guys and gals. First round of theory crafting is finished. We have... These are separated for you guys. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 builds. Wah, 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 wah. Alright. Alright, guys and gals. I think I am going to go get a nap before work because I got to go to work tonight. I got about an hour and 15 minutes, so I could take a short nap. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me. Hanging out with me all day. I know it wasn't the most exciting of streams, theory crafting, but you know, I figure some of you guys might want to learn like the process by which we go through when making these builds, trying to figure everything out. You know, like talking about the particular multipliers and what kind of help them and the best ways to go about it. It's definitely a methodology that once you get the hang of it, it's actually honestly, it's really fun. It's fun just, you know, just using your brain to solve these mental puzzles and figure out what the best damage is. And as always, none of these builds are like absolutely 100% final. Like once I get into the game and I build them and I check them out, I will go back and update them as needed to, you know, like make changes here and there to like mess around with them. Personally, my favorite of today's theorycraft was definitely the Earth Spike Druid. I think that Earth Spike Druid is going to be insane. Out of all of them, I mean, my Bone Spirit Necromancer, don't get me wrong, I've made him before, so I know he's insane. The Charged Vault Sorceress does seem pretty good too. But I think that the Earth Spike Druid is going to outperform most of them. I just, something about the way that it's working, and I just me even like slapping it together and not even having all the components or all the aspects and everything, and I was already hitting for some pretty ridiculous numbers in my opinion for having like just slapped it all together just to see if it would work. I mean, it was actually pretty impressive. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me, and be sure to hit that like button, the subscribe button, and keep watching.